Chapter 130. This person could be considered lucky to have met Xiao Chan. There were cultivators who had the same experience as him. After they became crippled, they did not even have enough food and clothing to eat. They ended up living a miserable life. At this moment, a manservant suddenly walked over. He said to Xiao Chan, "Dear guest, our young master invites you up." Xiao Chan was slightly startled. "I have already changed my appearance. How did Fatso recognize me?" Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chan put away the copper bell and followed the manservant to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, when the familiar face of Fatso saw Xiao Chan come up, he immediately laughed and walked forward. He patted Xiao Chan hard and said, "Brat, you are really capable. You managed to hide for so long without being discovered by the noble clans. What's wrong? Are you really looking for this fat lord to run away this time?" Xiao Chan smiled faintly and voiced the doubts in his heart. Fatso gestured for Xiao Chan to sit down. Then he unfurled his signature fan with a schwa sound. He smiled proudly and said, "It is just that this fat lord's intelligence is slightly higher than others. I know that you will change your appearance when you enter the city. However, the ring on your finger will not change. That is why I gave every manservant a drawing. As long as they see a person wearing a ring like yours, they are to immediately invite him over." Xiao Chan looked at the universe ring in his hand and frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be such an obvious flaw in his plan. Xiao Chan collected his thoughts and looked at Fatso. He asked, "That day on the stone platform after I left, did any of you see any movements from Chu Chaoyun?" Fatso shook his head and sighed. "No. After you flew away that day, all of us left the stone platform. No one noticed Chu Chaoyun. When we returned, the Heavenly Emperor's coffin and corpse, as well as Chu Chaoyun, had all disappeared." Hearing those words, Xiao Chan furrowed his brows slightly. He carefully pondered. He seemed to have cleared up some of the doubts he had about the journey to the remnants. However, he couldn't figure out why Chu Chaoyun and the Celestial Emperor's coffin had disappeared together. Although the Tianwu Emperor was not an ancient martial emperor, he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and comprehended his own Tao. Taoist rhymes automatically appeared around the corpse, repelling the space ring. It could not be stored in the space ring at all. Since it was such a huge coffin, how did it disappear? For the past month or so, aside from cultivating, Xiao Chan had been thinking about the various aspects of this trip to the ruins. He felt as though there was an invisible hand pushing the whole thing forward. Everyone had become someone else's pawn. Xiao Chan said to Fatso, "Have you ever wondered how the Jiang family got the map of the relic?" No one knew how the Jiang family had obtained the blueprint. The blueprint seemed to have suddenly flown out without any warning. After that, it was very coincidentally leaked out, dragging in the noble clans of the Dongming province. In the end, no one expected that the Jiang family would have the support of the Ji family. The Jiang family had the support of the Ji family, so they were not afraid of these aristocratic families. Everything had formed a delicate balance. No one could explore the ruins alone. They could only advance together. Kim Taeho took out a few maps of different ages from his bosom. These maps were all incomparably ancient. They gave off an aura of vicissitudes. Xiao Chan guessed that the oldest one was at least 3,000 years old. Fatso said slowly, "We reacted too late. Before we entered the relic, I already felt that something was wrong. So, I ordered people to gather all the information about the relic in the Dongming province. In the end, I only received news a few days ago. The final location of these maps was the underground palace that we went to. I took a look. The earliest map was from the time when the Tianwu dynasty was just destroyed." Xiao Chan was startled. The Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed for 5,000 years. That was to say, someone had started this plan 5,000 years ago. Then it continued until today. Thinking of the strange stone platform and the countless corpses on it, Xiao Chan said in disbelief, "Do you think that someone wanted to revive the Tianwu emperor?" There was clearly an ancient formation below the stone platform. It absorbed everyone's spiritual energy and life force and gathered them together. Fatso scratched his head and said, "That should not be possible. In the history of the Tianwu continent, I have never heard of any method to revive a person. Even the emperor could not do it. There were many corpses that turned into corpses, but they did not have their memories from when they were alive." Xiao Chun thought about it and felt that it made sense. Reviving a dead person was something that went against the cycle of the Great Tao. If it really happened, the laws of heaven and earth would definitely change. What do you think of the headless sage on the platform? Xiao Chun remembered that he still had a broken sword in his universe ring. Until now, he could not figure out what was so special about it. He wanted to see if he could get some answers from Fatso. Kim Tae-ho took out a very old drawing and said, "This is the drawing from 1,000 years ago. That was the era when the Great Qin nation was at its strongest. Be it the Dongming province, the Shihe province, or the Southern province, they all produced many geniuses. The people who went that time were all peak characters of that era. Every one of them was a martial sage. According to my understanding, that should have been the last time. However, it seems like it was destroyed by someone in the end. That is why we are here in the ancient remnant." The more Xiao Chun thought about it, the more terrifying the person who set it up became. Even a martial sage was toyed with in the palm of his hand. Xiao Chun did not know who the person who destroyed it was. His cultivation was definitely not low. After Fatso muttered to himself for a while, he said, "According to the situation of that era, there was only one person in the Great Qin nation who could destroy this." "Who?" "The Thunder King, Sang Mu." Kim Tae-ho enunciated every word clearly. The Thunder King was the last Emperor Wu of the Great Qin nation. He was also the strongest person in the Great Qin nation at that time. His whereabouts in his later years were a mystery. I believe that it is definitely related to this incident. Xiao Chun was not astonished. In reality, his guess was the same as Fatso's. The wounds on the necks of those martial sages did indeed have traces of lightning. If Ao Jiao woke up in the future, Xiao Chun could go and ask her. As the item spirit of the Thunderwood sword, she should know something. "You seem to have forgotten about someone?" Xiao Chun did not continue on this topic and changed the topic. Kim Tae-ho smiled faintly and said, "I know who you are talking about. Chu Chaoyun. I can only say that this person is very mysterious and very strong. It is best that you do not offend him." "I cannot offend him?" However, Xiao Chun had a premonition in his heart that there would be a battle between him and Chu Chaoyun sooner or later. This was a kind of intuition that had no basis or reason. It was just a feeling that he had. After asking around, Xiao Chun got up and prepared to leave. Fatso quickly pulled him back and said, "Do you really not need me to help you escape? The people of the noble clans are all looking for you." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "There is no need. That's right. Get someone to bring me some fish porridge. I have a use for it." Fatso called the waiter over to help Xiao Chun with the fish porridge. Then he said, "That's right. At this time, the people of the noble clans and the Jiang clan are all in Savage Forest. White Water City is much safer. However, I say, Brother Xiao, have you really forgotten something?" Xiao Chun felt somewhat suspicious as he asked, "What is it?" Fatso chuckled and took out a promissory note. He said, "Brother Xiao, did you forget about this promissory note so quickly? Furthermore, it does not matter who you sell the treasures of the four noble clans to. If you sell them to me, I will forget about this debt." "I actually forgot about this matter." Xiao Chun thought for a while. He had no use for those things, so he took out all the battle armor, spirit weapons, ancient martial techniques, and medicinal pills from his universe ring. These treasures piled up like a small mountain on the small table. Fatso stared at them with wide eyes. After a while, he could not help but laugh loudly. After a while, Fatso noticed that Xiao Chun was looking at him strangely. He quickly stopped laughing and said, "I can't help it, I can't help it. That's right, aren't there still spirit stones? That is good stuff. Everyone in the three noble clans has quite a bit." This Fatso was extraordinarily greedy. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Don't even think about spirit stones. I will sell these things to you. I will pay half with spirit stones and the other half with gold banknotes." Fatso's smiling face immediately turned bitter. He said, "Brother Xiao, let me tell you this. Gold banknotes are easy to get, but spirit stones are not." Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, "In that case, I will exchange all of them for gold banknotes. However, it is best to settle everything tomorrow morning. After that, I will probably not appear in Dongming province again." Fatso knew Xiao Chun's situation. He said, "No problem. Here are 20 essence light arrows. Miss Xiao asked me to give them to you before she left. Xiao Chan received the essence light arrows from Fatso. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. His expression changed. Damn Fatso! Could it be that the essence light arrows from before were given to me by Su Xiao? Fatso smiled embarrassedly. He kept the things on the table and quickly ran out like a whirlwind. The answer to the question went without saying. Fatso had a guilty conscience. Early the next morning, Xiao Chan received the 8 million taels of gold banknotes from Fatso and left Liushang Pavilion. 8 million taels of gold banknotes was a large sum of money. Even the annual income of the Whitewater City's Jiang clan was not that much. Not long after Xiao Chan left Liushang Pavilion, he immediately felt a faintly discernible killing chi spreading around him. Xiao Chan was startled and quickly extended his spiritual sense. The merchant who made the deal with the cultivator with the severed arm led a few martial grandmasters and carefully followed behind Xiao Chan. They hid themselves very well. If it were not for that strand of killing chi that he did not control well, Xiao Chan would not have been able to discover them. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and walked forward. When he arrived at a desolate alley, he immediately entered it. The group of people quickly followed him. The alley was a dead end. Even after the group of people walked to the end, they did not see Xiao Chen's shadow. The leader could not help but curse. Where is he? Where did he run off to? Are the few of you looking for me? Xiao Chen slowly descended from the air and blocked the exit of the alley. He smiled faintly. That person was stunned at first, but his face lit up with joy. He laughed loudly. We were just looking for you. You ran out yourself. Hand over all the spirit stones on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled faintly. I don't seem to have any grudges with the few of you. There is no need to force me to my death. Chapter 131. The leader took out a spirit stone and smiled coldly. You even dare to cause trouble for our Jiang clan's business. You can only blame yourself for being blind. You are actually willing to pay an inferior grade spirit stone for a broken bell. Don't you understand the meaning of not flaunting one's wealth? Xiao Chen's heart trembled. So these people are from the Jiang clan. No wonder they are so daring. He could not help but have a bad premonition. Xiao Chen asked coldly, where is the cultivator with the broken arm from last night? Haha, that trash? Kill him. Leaving this kind of trash in this world is a burden. Buying his broken bell for 1,000 silver taels was already giving him a lot of face. To think he did not even want to sell it to me. So be it if I kill him, the leader said indifferently. Xiao Chen was incomparably furious in his heart. So be it if I kill him. In the eyes of this group of people, what are human lives? Are they not even comparable to beasts? Cut the crap, kill him. The leader was already running out of patience. He opened his mouth to call for people to take down Xiao Chen. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a purple light flash in front of him. His body had already been cut into two. Fresh blood slowly flowed out of the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen took out an old cloth and wiped the blood off. After a while, he shot out a few purple flames and burned the 5 corpses to ashes. Xiao Chen used an hour to deal with the 5 inferior grade martial grandmasters. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation as a peak martial master, coupled with his rushing thunder saber technique and azure dragon cloud soaring art that were nearing great perfection, Xiao Chen was able to deal with them easily. Unless one was at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm, or possessed an inherited martial spirit or other secret treasures, they would not be able to last more than 10 moves against Xiao Chen. After the rushing thunder saber technique was executed at full power, it was like the roar of thunder and lightning. Each move was stronger than the one before it. Killing enemies of higher cultivation realms was as easy as flipping a palm against those with weak willpower. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. After using his essence, Xiao Chen's appearance returned to normal. This was the disadvantage of not reaching the small success stage of the shapeshifting technique. As long as he used his essence, he would immediately reveal his true form. The reason why I am where I am today is because Jiang Muheng ridiculed me at the start, forcefully robbing me. If it were not for the Jiang clan, I would not be treated like a street rat, wanted by the noble clans. If it were not for the Jiang clan, that cultivator with a severed arm would not have said that he was killed so casually after he was killed. Xiao Qin's eyes were bloodshot. According to Kim Taeho's information, the Jiang clan head and a few martial saint experts were currently searching for him in the forest. In other words, there were no martial saints in the Jiang residence. There was no one who could threaten him. There were too many injustices in this world. Xiao Chun did not want to care about them, nor was he willing to. However, this Jiang clan was too hateful, pestering him endlessly. In that case, I'll just kill them all, Xiao Chun thought to himself. He put on a black cloak and slowly walked towards the Jiang residence. The Jiang residence was located on a large street in the west of the city. It occupied an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The entrance to the Jiang residence was very grand. The steps were 10 meters tall, and there were 10 martial masters standing on each side. Together with 2 tall stone lions, it looked very impressive. Who is standing there sneakily? Don't you know this is the Jiang clan? If you don't scram, I'll break your legs. When the cultivators saw Xiao Chun standing in front of the Jiang residence in a black cloak, they shouted loudly. Xiao Chun removed his hood, revealing a sharp face. His face looked like it was carved with a knife. He released his killing intent without hiding it. He smiled faintly and said, "Do I not even have the right to stand here? It's Xiao Chun. Quickly kill him." The clan head said that if you kill him, he will immediately give you the position of an elder. Everyone immediately recognized Xiao Chun's appearance. 20 martial masters wielded sabers and charged at Xiao Chun with a strong killing intent. Suddenly, a boundless flame appeared in Xiao Chun's right eye. Finally, it turned into a purple light. Boom! The bodies of the 20 martial masters burst into flames. There were miserable cries. Before they could reach Xiao Chun, they turned into a pile of ashes. A cultivator who had opened the doors of the Jiang residence happened to see this scene. He immediately screamed in fright and closed the doors again. Half of the essence in his body had been exhausted. Xiao Chun took out an essence pill and swallowed it. 20 martial masters were not a threat to him. However, he did not want to drag this out. He had to end this quickly, before the noble clans arrived. Bang! Xiao Chun kicked the doors of the Jiang residence open. He had just taken 2 steps when he saw an old man holding a saber that flickered with a cold light. He led a group of cultivators over. The one leading them was the previous first elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yun's younger brother, Jiang Yueheng. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was slowly walking over. Jiang Yueheng's face was not alarmed. Instead, he revealed a ruthless expression as he said, "There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into hell. Today, I will skin you alive to take revenge for my big brother." Wuxia. The reply he received was an essence light arrow flying at him. The arrow buzzed in the air as it streaked across the sky. It flew at lightning speed towards Jiang Yueheng's chest. Jiang Yueheng was startled. His big brother was shot to death by this essence light arrow. After that, he was nailed to the top of the city wall in humiliation. He was very clear about the speed of the essence light arrow and the might of the Soul Slayer bow. He did not dodge. He circulated his essence and held the saber in his hand across his chest. Boom! However, when the Soul Slayer bow was drawn with all his might, together with the essence light arrow, its speed was simply too fast. Even though he had calculated the position of the essence light arrow, he was still unable to block it. By the time he held the saber across his chest, the essence light arrow had already pierced through his chest. The huge force sent his body flying into the air. Finally, he was nailed to a high wall. Blood flowed out of his mouth continuously, and his eyes bulged so much that it looked terrifying. The surroundings were completely silent. When they saw Jiang Yueheng, who was showing off his might earlier, get nailed to the high wall the moment he finished speaking, they all took in a deep breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Xiao Chun put away the Soul Slayer bow and looked around. He did not give them any time to be astonished. He headed straight for the place with the most martial grandmasters. The blue dragon cloud soaring art was executed to its limits. Xiao Chun moved as though he was flying on flat ground. He instantly arrived in the middle of the crowd. There was a thunderous roar as he executed drawing the saber. There was a flash of saber light, and a martial grandmaster was immediately chopped in half. The Jiang clan cultivators reacted and quickly surrounded Xiao Chun. The three cultivators behind them leaped into the air and hacked at Xiao Qin's back with their sabers. If he turned around to block, the momentum of the rushing thunder saber technique would be broken. Xiao Qin did not bother with them. Arclight chop. A 2-meter-long purple arc of electricity streaked across the air. One of the three martial grand masters in front could not dodge in time. He was chopped in half by the arclight, and half of his body was chopped off. Electricity leaped about in the arclight, and a shockwave spread out. The cultivators who wanted to surround Xiao Qin were immediately knocked back. Bang! 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 There were three muffled sounds as the three sabers on Xiao Qin's back hacked down violently. The qi infused into the sabers immediately tore the clothes on Xiao Qin's back into pieces. The three people's faces lit up with joy as they shouted, "Put in more effort! Chop this brat down!" The sabers hacked down on the battle armor. Although the battle armor blocked the sabers, it could not block the qi infused into the sabers. When the three qi infused into Xiao Qin's body, even though his body was strong, his internal organs were still shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Rushing heaven chop. Xiao Qin did not care about the attacks behind him. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of light. He soared into the sky and instantly pierced through the chests of the 6 martial grand masters in front of him. Blood immediately filled the sky and landed on Xiao Qin's body, dyeing him like a demon. The instant he left the ground, there was a clap of thunder behind him. The 3 martial grand masters who sneak attacked him immediately exploded into a pile of meat paste. Hu Qi! Xiao Qin suddenly turned around in the air and paused for a moment. Blood dyed his black clothes red. His aura rose to its peak, and the people below trembled in fear. Rushing thunder chop. Boundless thunder resounded behind him like a huge wave. Each wave was higher than the one before, causing his aura to rise to an untouchable level. Bang! A martial grand master below used his saber to block. The spirit weapon in his hand was immediately chopped in half. The lunar shadow saber slashed down from above. There was a loud explosion, and the Zhang clan martial grand master's corpse that was chopped in half exploded to the sides. Rushing thunder second chain chop. The boundless thunder suddenly stopped. Heaven and earth became incomparably quiet. Suddenly, the lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent electric light, forming a long electric light. Hu Qi! A huge whirlpool formed around Xiao Qin's body. Countless electric lights leaped around in the whirlpool. A few Zhang clan cultivators rushed over, trying to break this horrifying whirlpool. A resplendent electric light soared into the sky and a boundless qi wave spread out in all directions. It immediately sent a few cultivators rushing over flying. Boom! Xiao Qin shouted loudly. The lunar shadow saber carried a boundless electric light as it hacked the ground violently. In an instant, dust flew up into the air. The stone tiles on the ground were sent flying, floating in the air. Miserable cries resounded. Many people were turned into ashes by the electric light. There were also some people who were sent flying by the stone tiles, vomiting blood as their bodies flew backward. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and stood straight. He looked around coldly. There was still an endless stream of cultivators rushing over. It seemed like there was no end to killing them. He waved his hand and a golden statue appeared in the air. Boom! The Golden Lion King's mountain-like body appeared in the Zhang residence. It stomped on the ground and immediately crushed a few Zhang clan cultivators who were not able to dodge in time. The force was too great. A hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Qin controlled the Golden Lion King to spit out golden flames continuously. The Zhang residence was instantly set ablaze. When the Golden Lion King was in the ancient remnant, even the martial saints of the noble clans could not do anything to it. How could the martial grandmasters and martial masters of the Zhang clan deal with it? Originally, Xiao Qin did not want to use the Golden Lion King. However, there were too many reckless cultivators in the Zhang clan. They all wanted to take down his head and exchange it for boundless wealth. When the mountain-like Golden Lion King appeared, no one could block it. Everywhere it passed, the cultivators screamed and fled. However, they could not avoid being crushed into paste or burned to ashes. The Zhang clan head and a few martial saints were not here. Furthermore, their leader Zhang Yueheng was killed in an instant. Now that the Golden Lion King appeared in an undefeatable manner, their fighting spirit immediately crumbled. Chapter 132. They all started to flee the Jiang residence. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and ignored the cultivators fleeing for their lives. He wanted to find the Jiang clan's hidden treasure trove. There were sounds of fighting coming from a pavilion on the west side of the Jiang residence. Occasionally, people would run out with large piles of gold, silver and jewels, rushing out of the government office. With a great calamity looming over them, the Jiang clan cultivators were thrown into confusion. This was clearly the Jiang clan's hidden treasure trove. Xiao Chun laughed gently and stood on the golden lion king's back as it flew away. A cool breeze blew past as Xiao Chun's blood-stained hair fluttered in the wind. Along the way he crushed countless pavilions and walls, leaving behind ruins. When the Jiang clan cultivators in the hidden treasure trove saw Xiao Chun's figure, they were startled. Before Xiao Chun got close, they had already scattered. Xiao Chun jumped down and gave the golden lion king a berserk command. After that he ignored it. After using it this time, the golden lion king would immediately shatter. There was no way to save it. Walking to the hidden treasure trove, Xiao Chun swallowed another chi-returning pill. Then he extended his spiritual sense out. All the scenes within the vicinity appeared in his mind. A secret room at the bottom of the treasury attracted Xiao Chun's attention. Relying on the guidance of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun passed through countless secret passages and secret compartments. He quickly arrived at the secret room below. A huge stone door blocked the way. It was clear there was a mechanism there. The stone floor was about 2 meters thick. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to look for the mechanism. He condensed a strand of purple flame on his fingertip. The purple flame spun continuously. Every time it spun, Xiao Chun's essence would be depleted rapidly. "Shoot!" Xiao Chun shouted and the spinning purple thunder true fire shot out. It left a trail of flames in the air as it struck the stone floor. There was a loud sound and a large hole immediately appeared on the stone floor. Cracks spread out in all directions. After Xiao Chun refined the purple thunder true fire several times, its penetrative power was no longer the same as before. Seeing the hole in the stone floor, Xiao Chun raised his leg and kicked the stone floor into pieces. Xiao Chun entered the secret room in a flash. There were rows of sandalwood boxes on the ground. Xiao Chun casually opened one of the boxes and a golden light shone. It was filled with gold, silver, jewels, jades, and pearls. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and swept his universe ring. He stored all the boxes in it. There were 20 boxes of treasures. He did not let go of any of them. Xiao Chun looked at the shelves at the side. The items on the shelves were well organized. One row was medicinal pills, one row was spirit weapons, and one row was martial techniques and battle armor. On the last shelf, Xiao Chun saw a row of inferior-grade spirit stones. There were more than 200 of them. Above the spirit stones, there were more than 100 essence light arrows. Xiao Chun was overjoyed. He could not be bothered to count them. He swept his universe ring and stored everything in it. Even so, Xiao Chun spent more than 10 minutes before he emptied the entire secret room. Hu Qi. Before Xiao Chun left, he set fire to the remaining shelves in the secret room. Then he quickly left. The Golden Lion King ran amok in the Jiang residence. Flames flew everywhere. In its berserk state, it was like a huge destructive machine. The entire Jiang residence was in a state of chaos and raging flames. Xiao Chun looked into the distance. 4 warships were flying over quickly. The people of the various noble clans had received the news and were rushing over. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and a silver warship flew out from his right eye. He leaped onto the bow and turned into a silver bolt of lightning, leaving quickly. Not long after Xiao Chun left, a black warship stopped in front of the Jiang residence. The Jiang clan's clan head, Jiang Mingxuan, looked at the Jiang residence, which was now in ruins. He had a desolate expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Mingxuan said with a pale complexion, "We have let down our ancestors. Hundreds of years of foundation is gone just like that. Clan head, quickly go to the hidden treasure pavilion and take a look. As long as the Jiang clan's hundreds of years of accumulation is still there is no need to worry about not having a chance to make a comeback." A consecrated elder of the Jiang clan behind Jiang Mingxuan said. Jiang Mingxuan reacted and said loudly, Right. There is also the hidden treasure pavilion. My Jiang clan has accumulated for hundreds of years. There are tens of millions of gold taels and countless medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and battle armor. We will definitely be able to make a comeback. It was like he had found a life-saving straw. He led the people behind him and quickly ran towards the hidden treasure pavilion. On the black warship, Ji Chongkong looked expressionlessly at the small silver warship that was disappearing into the distance. He said ruthlessly, "Disregard the expenditure of spirit stones and chase after him." The black warship was like a specter, disappearing from its original spot. In front of it, the ice bird under the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace gave off a resounding cry as it chased after Xiao Chun. A large group of cultivators gathered in front of the Jiang residence. When they saw the blazing Jiang residence, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Everyone knew that the Jiang clan was finished this time. They were completely destroyed by a superior-grade martial master. Such a large Jiang clan was actually destroyed by a superior-grade martial master. This is unbelievable. Indeed, this Xiao Chun is too decisive. He took advantage of the time when all the martial saints of the Jiang clan had left to kill his way in. His boldness is indescribable. Do you think that the Jiang clan still has a chance to rise again? It is impossible. In the past few years, the Jiang clan has offended many people. Many martial grand masters died in the ancient remnant. Now that their foundation has been destroyed, they are completely destroyed. This is great. When that bastard son of his was still alive, this old man suffered a lot. The crowd discussed this. The Jiang clan, which had been glorious in Whitewater City for hundreds of years, was gone. Just like that. They could not help but feel it was a pity. However, there were even more people who rejoiced in their hearts. They had an expression of schadenfreude on their faces. Gone. Everything is gone. In the secret room of the hidden treasure pavilion, Jiang Mingxuan looked at the empty room filled with ashes. There was nothing in the secret room, and he spoke in a crazed manner. High up in the sky, Xiao Chun rode on the silver warship. He sped through the clouds, moving as fast as lightning. The clouds moved past him quickly. Xiao Chun stood at the bow of the warship. His hair fluttered in the wind. When Xiao Chun turned his head and saw the profound ice palace chasing after him, he smiled faintly. He recalled the silver warship into his eyes and descended from the sky. Xiao Chen's body turned into a meteor, and after a while, he landed on the ground with a loud bang. His figure completely disappeared from the profound ice palace's sight. Half a month later, the various noble clans doubled the bounty on Xiao Chen's head once again. When the news came out, there was an uproar. The name Xiao Chun became known to everyone in the Great Qin nation. He became the topic of conversation after meals. There were many discussions about Xiao Chen's identity. There were also countless versions of how he became enemies with the various noble clans. In Liushang Pavilion, Kim Taeho cursed, "What a beast! This fat lord only dares to occasionally take a few pieces of meat from him. This brat actually wiped out the Jiang clan in one go." A manservant ran over with a stack of contracts in his hands. He smiled at Kim Taeho and said, "Young master, the territories of the Jiang clan have all been bought out. The city lord's seal has already been stamped on them." What surprised the manservant was that Fatso did not have a pleased smile on his face. He slowly received the contracts and said, "Boring, there is no challenge at all. This fat lord is not a normal failure." The manservant did not understand and asked, "How can that be? Young master, you bought all these restaurants and refineries at a price that was practically zero." Fatso cursed, "What do you know? That brat took all the money. That was money in banknotes. Just thinking about it makes me sad. If I had known earlier, this fat lord would have done it myself." On a mountain in the Misty Sword sect, Chu Chaoyun stood at the summit. When he heard the news, he smiled faintly. A gentle breeze blew and his clothes fluttered, making him look like he was floating in the morning. A delicate and pretty girl carrying a sword on her back leaped over from the foot of the mountain. Her figure was exquisite, like a dancing butterfly. Soon she arrived behind Chu Chaoyun and said, "Senior brother, the sect master wants to see you in the great hall." When Chu Chaoyun saw this girl, he revealed a gentle smile. He nodded gently and followed her down the mountain. After another half a month, another piece of important news came out. Xiao Chun had invested 20 million gold taels in the Flying Snow Manor. As long as someone could kill a noble clan disciple, they could go to the Flying Snow Manor and receive 1,000 gold taels. The higher the rank of the person killed, the higher the reward. If one killed a noble clan heir or someone of equal status, they could receive 5 million gold taels and a medial grade spirit stone. 3 years later, I will personally kill my way to the noble clans that placed bounties on me. I will not go back on my word. Accompanying this piece of news was Xiao Qin's declaration to the various noble clans. The Flying Snow Manor was an assassin organization spread across the entire continent. Aside from the assassins in the manor, some cultivators could also go to the manor to issue or accept missions. However, since the founding of the Great Qin Nation, the Flying Snow Manor had never received such a large number of missions before. Not only was there 20 million gold taels, there was also a rare medial grade spirit stone. It was hard not to be tempted. When the news came out, the world was thrown into an uproar. No one had expected that someone would dare to challenge the noble clans at the same time. These noble clans had existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty. They had innate bloodlines and inherited martial spirits. Some of them had even existed for tens of thousands of years. Their strength was extremely horrifying. Now there was an insignificant superior grade martial master who dared to challenge them. This made people feel that the world had changed. Dongming Province, Dongming City. This was the center of the entire Dongming Province. It was also one of the most bustling cities in the Great Qin Nation. The streets were bustling with people, and the sounds of people hawking their wares could be heard. Xiao Chan turned into an ordinary-looking youth and slowly walked on the streets. In the past month or so, Xiao Chan had not seen anyone. Aside from making a trip to the Flying Snow Manor, he spent the rest of his time practicing the shape-shifting spell. After a month of bitter practice, he was finally able to use essence without exposing his appearance. If he wanted to reach the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Shihe province, the fastest way would be to fly there. However, in the Dongming province, only Dongming City had a relay station that could cross 2 prefectures. Actually, Xiao Chan could use the silver warship to fly to the Shihe province. Its speed would not be slower than the spirit beasts at the relay station. However, there was a very awkward problem. Xiao Chan did not know the way. He did not have any coordinates in the sky. Chapter 133. If Xiao Chan just blindly flew according to the map, he might not be able to fly out of Dongming province in his lifetime. The difference between flying in the sky and on the ground was too great. The maps on the ground could not be used in the sky. The flying relay station of Dongming province was a huge plaza. There were many huge flying spirit beasts in the plaza. Xiao Chan walked straight to the ticket office and spent 1,000 gold taels to buy the most expensive ticket. With such a ticket, he could ride on a spirit beast alone and not have to squeeze with others. Not only was it comfortable, it was also much faster. Xiao Chan took the ticket and walked to a stone platform in the middle of the plaza. There were 3 huge golden eagles on the stone platform. The golden eagles were rank 5 flying spirit beasts. Among the rank 5 spirit beasts, they were the fastest. They were almost at the limit of what humans could tame. In the Great Tang Nation's beast taming abode, there was a rumor that they could tame rank 7 flying spirit beasts. However, no one knew if this rumor was true or not. Xiao Chan paid the ticket and went to the stone platform. Of the 3 golden eagles, only one had a rider sitting on it. Xiao Chan did not think too much about it and walked over. The rider wore a long gray robe and a hood on his head. It made it difficult to see his figure and face. After Xiao Chan sat on it, the golden eagle immediately cried out loudly. It flapped its wings and created a strong gust of wind as it rose from the ground. The golden eagle quickly flew to an altitude of 1,000 meters. The rider suddenly took off the hood on his head and turned to look at Xiao Chan. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Xiao, it has been a long time." When Xiao Chan saw this person's appearance clearly, he was startled and nearly fell off the golden eagle. He did not expect to meet the person in front of him here. He could not figure out how this person recognized him. "Feng Feishua, why are you here? How did you recognize me?" Xiao Chan said in astonishment. He did not expect to see her here. Feng Feishua tossed the hood in her hand into the air and smiled faintly. Her pretty face bloomed like a flower as she said, "I came to send you off. No matter what you look like, I will be able to find you in the crowd." After Xiao Chan recovered from his astonishment, He revealed a relaxed smile. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he asked, "Cousin Yulan and the rest went to the Heavenly Qin school?" Feng Feishue changed her posture and turned around completely. She was now closer to Xiao Chan. She revealed a mischievous smile and said, "We have arrived. Everything should be going smoothly. She told me to tell you to take care of yourself. She will come and look for you in 4 years." When Xiao Chan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Cousin Yulan would look for him in 4 years. He could not help but ask himself if it was too heartless for him to just leave like that. He could not help but ask himself if he was too heartless when it came to relationships between men and women. Although he was stupid, he could clearly feel that Cousin Yulan's feelings for him surpassed that of a normal relationship. However, in his heart, he had never set the Shao clan as his final destination. He had already made up his mind long ago that he would leave the Shao clan sooner or later. He did not want to leave behind any worries or restraints when he left. Thinking of this, Xiao Chan could not help but smile bitterly. Back then, he had left in a carefree manner. However, could the people and the matters there be forgotten so easily? Humans were not plants or trees. How could they be emotionless? Who would truly not understand emotions? Who would truly like to be alone, to be enemies with the world, to be filled with killing intent at every step? Feng Feishue stretched out her hand. There was a recommendation letter in her lily-white hand. She said, "The annual examination of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has already passed. If you want to enter the inner sect, you will have to enter step by step from the outer sect. It will take a lot of time. This recommendation letter should be able to help you, right?" Xiao Chan did not stretch out his hand to receive it. He looked straight into Feng Feishue's eyes, as though he wanted to see through her. After a while he muttered to himself, "Feng Feishue, I think it is time for you to tell me everything. What is your relationship with my Shao clan? Why are you taking care of me?" From the first time Xiao Chan met Feng Feishue at Regretful Iron, Feng Feishue had sold the Blue Dragon medicine cauldron to him at a low price. Every time they met, Feng Feishue would intentionally or unintentionally express her goodwill. Xiao Chan did not believe that there would be people in this world who would be nice to you for no reason. Unless that person was your relative. Even if it was a relative, only parents would be nice to their children without asking for anything. When Feng Feishue heard this, she smiled faintly. "Is this important? If you want to know, you can go to the imperial capital at any time. You will find your answer there." Xiao Chan felt suspicious. "Why must I go to the imperial capital? Can't you tell me now?" Feng Feishue smiled tactfully. As the saying goes, words have no proof. I can make up a reason now, and you will not be able to find any flaws in it. There are some things that, if you do not go to the imperial capital, I will not be able to explain it to you. The person involved will explain it to you. That would be the most reasonable. Xiao Chan frowned as he carefully thought about the meaning of Feng Feishue's words. It was very complicated, like a spider's web. There was no way for him to make sense of it. The meaning of Feng Feishue's words was still unfathomable. Why must he go to the imperial capital? Is there anyone in the imperial capital that is worth meeting? Feng Feishue stuffed the recommendation letter into Xiao Chen's hands and said, "No matter what you think, it does not matter if I am repaying a favor or paying a debt. The Feng clan will never force you on anything. Even if the world does not accept you, the doors of the Feng clan will always be open to you. I will send you here. I cannot really go to Shiha province, although I really want to be with you. Haha, goodbye. The Golden Eagle will send you there on its own. There is no need to worry." Feng Feishue smiled, leaving behind a melodious laughter that lingered in the air. She jumped down from the Golden Eagle's back, and a fiery red lotus flower bloomed under her feet, carrying her into the distance. Xiao Chan looked at the recommendation letter in his hands, then at the distant Feng Feishue. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "In the end, I am still confused. However, it is still good to know the news of Cousin Yulan." The Golden Eagle continued flying in the air. Xiao Chan was somewhat bored, so he took out the exquisite copper bell that he bought the previous time. He had been practicing the shape-shifting technique for the past month and had forgotten about this copper bell. Holding the copper bell in his hand, Xiao Chan gently knocked on it. The copper bell gave off a melodious sound. The sound was very pleasant to the ear, but there was nothing strange about it. This was a secret treasure, Xiao Chan was certain of it. Unfortunately, the formations and douse within it were all damaged. The space within the secret treasure was chaotic. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to enter it. The last time he tried to probe it, he suffered a heavy blow. This caused Xiao Chan to not dare to try it casually. Since Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to enter, he was unable to find out the extent of the damage to the formations. Thus he did not know how to repair it. This copper bell should be a very strong secret treasure. It was a pity that it met with such a situation. Suddenly, an intense cold wind blew in front of Xiao Chan. That cold wind instantly turned into a horrifying whirlwind. He could faintly make out the figure of a white dragon. Whistling sounds came from within like countless people shouting, "Wuxia!" Suddenly, an intense wind blew from high in the sky. Xiao Chan, who was thinking about the copper bell, did not notice it. By the time he reacted, the wind had already swept him off the golden eagle. What's going on? Xiao Chan was alarmed. This wind was very strong. When Xiao Chan was swept up in it, he could not circulate his essence at all. He struggled futilely in the air, drifting left and right. Xiao Chen's body was tossed high up in the air, and then thrown down in the next moment. It was like he was flying in the clouds, going up and down. He could not resist at all. The cold wind was bone-chilling. When Xiao Chan felt it, it felt like he was being cut by a knife. It was incomparably painful. Xiao Chan cried out in alarm. However, under the power of nature, he could not resist at all. In the cold wind, Xiao Chen's body kept swaying. He saw a pair of cold eyes filled with boundless resentment. It turned into a cold wind that drilled into his mind. When the golden eagle saw the situation, it let out a sharp cry. It circled in the air and rushed towards the wind, trying to catch Xiao Chan. However, the tacit understanding between Xiao Chan and the golden eagle was insufficient. The golden eagle's huge body carried a huge force as it broke through the wind and smashed into Xiao Chen's body. The dizzy Xiao Chan was in an even more precarious situation when he was hit. The golden eagle knocked Xiao Chan out of the wind. Xiao Chan, who was in the air, could not circulate his essence smoothly. He fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. It's over. I actually met with a white dragon storm. I won't fall to my death, right? Xiao Chan turned pale with fright. He wanted to release the silver warship from his spiritual sense. However, the strange cold chi in the air had already invaded Xiao Chen's mind. Just as he used his spiritual sense, an intense pain came from his mind. It was like countless steel needles pierced his mind. It was extremely painful, preventing him from concentrating. The so-called White Dragon Storm was a high-altitude storm that frequently appeared in the sky between Dongming Province and Shihe Province. The formation of this storm had always been a mystery. In the distant legends, a strong white dragon once died in battle in this sky during the ancient era. After the white dragon died, its dragon soul did not disperse. It kept roaming the sky. The storm was also formed by the white dragon. Because someone once saw a huge white dragon in the storm, this storm was called the White Dragon Storm. On the way here, Xiao Chan had already heard of the legend of the White Dragon Storm. However, he did not take it to heart. This was because although the White Dragon Storm was horrifying, it had not appeared for decades. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. On the ground, a clear river appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This caused his originally despaired face to reveal a trace of joy. However, the pain in his mind became more intense. A boundless essence filled his chest. This resentment seemed to have lasted for tens of thousands of years. It was like a 500-kilogram boulder was pressing on his heart. He felt like he was suffocating. There was a loud plop, and Xiao Chen's body fell from a height of several kilometers. He fell straight into the water. Falling from such a high place, even on the soft water surface, produced a huge impact. Even though Xiao Chen's physical body was extremely strong, his internal organs still churned. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted with a pale complexion. Chapter 134. Xiao Chen's body slowly sank into the river and flowed downstream. The blue dragon was fond of water. The instant Xiao Chen fainted, it automatically breathed in and out. Hence, Xiao Chen did not drown in the river. This continued for 3 days. The resentment in Xiao Chen's mind did not disappear. Hence, he did not wake up and continued to struggle with the resentment. Finally, Xiao Qin's body flowed to the bottom of a pool and stopped flowing. There was a special cold qi in the cold pool. Xiao Qin lay at the bottom of the pool. The cold qi flowed through his skin and entered Xiao Qin's body. This cold qi was different from the cold qi in the white dragon burst. It was not as tyrannical. Instead, it calmed one down. Under the nourishment of this cold qi, Xiao Qin slowly opened his eyes. However, the resentment in his mind did not disappear. It tortured him continuously, causing him incomparable pain and preventing him from moving. Xiao Qin felt like he was going crazy. Countless roars resounded in his mind. That white dragon seemed to be roaring beside his ear. He could not get rid of it, he could not kill it. Xiao Qin did his best to calm himself down. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, hoping that it could resist this strange feeling. After a while, the essence slowly circulated in his body. The feeling in Xiao Qin's mind improved significantly. He could not help but rejoice. Wuxia. Just as Xiao Qin was about to relax, the pain in his mind suddenly increased by several times. It was so painful that he wanted to cry out. However, he could not open his mouth in the water. The essence in his body immediately went out of control. The essence started to circulate chaotically in his meridians. Some of the essence even started to flow uncontrollably in the opposite direction. A horrifying phrase appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. Berserking qi deviation. To every cultivator, berserking qi deviation was a calamity. It was a phrase that would cause one's expression to change at the mention of it. If one could not find a reasonable solution, one's cultivation would be severely damaged. In serious cases, one's life would be in danger. With Xiao Qin's current realm, the term qi deviation could be said to be completely out of his reach. As of now, he was only a superior grade martial master. Many of the meridians in his body had not been opened yet. The routes for his essence to circulate were limited. He did not meet the requirements for qi deviation at all. Normally, qi deviation would only occur when one's cultivation had reached the late-stage martial honor realm, and more than half of the meridians in one's body had been opened. But because of the extremely strange resentment in his mind, it caused the true qi in his body to circulate chaotically, causing his meridians to flow in the opposite direction and go out of control. This was obviously the prelude to qi deviation. Xiao Qin was very anxious, but the pain in his head prevented him from concentrating. There was nothing he could do about the chaotic essence in his body. Poo-poo. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the water. Xiao Qin saw a blurry figure through the hazy water. It was a beautiful naked body swimming wantonly on the water surface. Xiao Qin, who had never seen such a scene before, was immediately captivated. His attention instantly became focused. After Xiao Qin focused, the chaotic essence in his body started to slowly calm down. This surprised Xiao Qin. He circulated the purple thunder divine incantation once again, and the pain in his head started to slowly disappear. Hualala. Water splashed and the girl on the surface of the water slowly swam down with her eyes closed. Xiao Qin was astonished. The direction in which the girl swam down was right in front of him. As the distance got closer, the hazy feeling in the water slowly disappeared. The beautiful body of the girl appeared clearly in front of him. Disappointingly, a certain part of Xiao Qin's body had a reaction. Who? Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. At the bottom of the pool, Xiao Qin and the girl were almost facing each other. They looked at each other in astonishment. For a moment, everything was silent. It was like the world was left with the sound of their heartbeats. The two of them just looked at each other without doing anything. The girl suddenly reacted. Her face flushed red and the ring on her right hand flickered. Suddenly, a slender saber about 2 fingers wide appeared in her hand. The saber gave off heat and the river water instantly evaporated. Countless bubbles rose from the pool. Boom! The water around her did not seem to be able to stop her movements. The saber moved quickly in the water, heading for Xiao Qin's neck. Xiao Qin was startled. Under the threat of death, his body, which could not move, suddenly dodged to the side. The saber split the water apart and struck the mud at the bottom of the pool, creating a large bubble. The girl's body was as agile as a fish in the water. In an instant, she caught up to Xiao Qin and sent another saber strike at him. Now that he could move again, Xiao Qin immediately executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He was like a flood dragon, leaping out of the water with a so sound. When the fresh air hit him, Xiao Chan took a deep breath. Pu Tong. After that, the girl's body also leaped out of the water, creating a large splash. The splash of water was like a saber strike at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan did not dare to receive it head-on. He pushed off the water and landed firmly on the shore. The girl took advantage of this opportunity to grab the clothes on the shore. She quickly put them on in midair. By the time she landed, she was completely dressed, completely covering her body. When all the splashes of water fell into the pool, the surface of the water had calmed down. Xiao Chen finally saw the girl's appearance. Her long, wet, black hair flowed down her back. She wore a fiery red dress. Her voluptuous figure stood proudly on top of her exquisite figure. Her skin was as smooth as jade. She was like a lotus that had just emerged from the water, untainted by a speck of dust. This was a girl with a devilish figure and an angelic face. However, the girl was incomparably furious. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Her red lips moved slightly, and a melodious voice came from her peach-like mouth. "Damn perverted thief, you actually dared to peek at this lady bathing." The saber in her hand trembled slightly, giving off a melodious sound. It was as though it felt the anger of its owner. It could not stop shaking, and there were countless echoes in the air. Listening to the sword and communicating with it? Xiao Chan was incomparably astonished. This girl was actually the same as Ao Jiao. Her comprehension of weapons had also reached the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. This was a state that many martial kings could only dream of. However, the current situation did not give Xiao Chan any time to be astonished. This was because the girl had already crossed the water with the saber in her hand. In an instant she arrived before him. A resplendent light lit up on the saber. This was a technique that only martial grandmasters could grasp. Essence infused into the saber, forming a saber light. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chan quickly drew his saber. The lunar shadow saber clashed with the saber light sent out by the girl. There was a loud sound, and the huge force contained in the saber light sent Xiao Chan flying. Xiao Chan was incomparably astonished. This was the first time he had been defeated by a martial grandmaster in terms of strength. Furthermore, it was under the situation of him using drawing the saber. Who? Executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen's body paused strangely in the air. Then he moved backward from a different angle. In a certain sense, this girl had saved Xiao Chen's life. However, Xiao Chen had no way of explaining it to her. The girl was currently in a fit of anger, so she would not be able to explain it clearly. For now, he would have to bear the title of perverted thief. He could only explain it to her in the future. Boom! Just when Xiao Chan thought that he would be able to shake off the girl by executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he discovered that the girl had appeared behind him like a ghost. A horrifying saber light hacked at him once again. Although Xiao Chan was astonished, he did not panic. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure soared through the air, moving left and right. He was like a soaring blue dragon, dancing on the ground. Boom! 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 However, the girl's body was like rubber, sticking to Xiao Chen's back. The horrifying saber light hacked at him continuously. There were a few times when he was nearly struck by the saber light. Damn perverted thief. If you have the guts, then stand still and fight to the death with this lady. If you are a man, then don't run. The girl scolded loudly as she attacked. When the saber light landed on the ground, it formed many small ravines. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these ravines seemed to have a strange charm to them. Xiao Chan walked for a few hundred meters, but he was still unable to shake off the girl's figure. He suddenly thought of one of the 6 secret techniques of the Battle Sage Origins, sticky character technique. No matter how fast the opponent was, as long as he used the sticky character technique, he would be able to catch up to the opponent. It was the most miraculous movement technique in the world. Xiao Chan could not help but be alarmed. If that was really the case, then he would not be able to shake off this girl unless his blue dragon cloud soaring art reached great perfection. This won't do, she will catch up to me sooner or later, Xiao Chan thought anxiously in his heart. After dodging another saber light, an idea appeared in his mind. Xiao Chan suddenly turned around quickly and looked at the girl. he said. Look into my eyes. The girl's saber paused. It was obvious that she was stunned by Xiao Qin's sudden action. Who? A purple flame suddenly shot out from Xiao Qin's right eye. Bastard! When the saber light shot out, the girl was shocked for a moment. Then she immediately swung her saber at the purple flame. A huge explosion resounded, forming a surging shockwave. The girl was forced back. When the shockwave scattered, Xiao Qin had already executed the lightning evasion. He leaped a few hundred meters and summoned the silver warship, soaring into the sky. When the young girl thought of Xiao Qin's earlier action, she could not help but scold herself for being foolish. He asked you to look and you just look? You could have just chopped him to death. Why are you wasting your breath on him? I have offended you today. I will definitely repay you for saving my life in the future. Furthermore, I am really not a perverted thief. I hope you do not misunderstand. Xiao Qin's voice came from high up in the sky. The girl stomped her feet angrily. Her face turned red as she watched Xiao Qin leave. She scolded. You still say you are not a perverted thief? Even your worship is silver. With one look, I can tell you are not a good person. Miss, what's wrong? Are you all right? Not long after Xiao Qin left, two female martial saints rushed over. The girl looked in the direction that Xiao Qin left in and said, I'm fine. I just met a scoundrel. Xiao Qin piloted the silver warship and flew in the sky. He did not hear what the girl said. Otherwise, he would have dyed the silver warship a new color. Not long after, Xiao Qin saw a large road and stopped. Now many people knew that Xiao Qin had a silver warship. It was better not to use it unless it was necessary. Chapter 135. I wonder where this place is and if I have reached Shiha province, Xiao Qin said as he landed firmly on the ground and looked at the empty road. Xiao Qin looked at the road carefully. There were clear footprints and car tracks on the road. This meant that there were many people on this road, it was just that there was no one there at the moment. After carefully checking the condition of his body and confirming that there were no major problems, Xiao Qin then walked forward. The earlier experience was still fresh in his mind, causing him to be fearful. He did not dare to be careless. Why did he meet the white dragon storm that had not appeared for decades? Xiao Qin could not figure out what was going on. The overwhelming resentment in his mind and the unforgettable pain made him feel that this was not a coincidence. White dragon, blue dragon. Could there be a connection between the two? Xiao Qin thought suspiciously in his heart. He had not completely grasped the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. He did not know what use it had. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiao Qin stopped. With a thought, the blue dragon martial spirit in his body slowly swam out of his dantian. It followed the meridians and headed for Xiao Qin's arm. Everywhere it passed, Xiao Qin felt a horrifying energy. Who? Under Xiao Qin's control, the tiny blue dragon martial spirit came out and circled above Xiao Qin's palm. After a cultivator reached the martial master realm, they could let their martial spirit leave their body. In battle, they could achieve unexpected results. However, after the martial spirit left their body, if they were injured, they could become a cripple. Unless it was the last resort, no cultivator would release their martial spirit. Unless a cultivator reached the martial king realm and cultivated their martial spirit to an immortal level, even if it was destroyed outside the body, it could be recovered immediately. Xiao Qin looked at the tiny blue dragon circling in his hand. He could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Aside from the energy you provide me and being stronger than normal martial spirits, I can't see any difference between you, an ancient holy beast, and other martial spirits. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin recollected his thoughts. He recalled the blue dragon martial spirit back into his body and stopped thinking about this problem. The blue dragon martial spirit had been lost for 1,000 years. It was impossible to understand it immediately. There was no point in thinking about it. Xiao Qin continued walking forward. After an hour, he finally met a passerby. He quickly asked this passerby where he was and whether he had reached Shiha province. The person held a sword in his hand and was dressed in white without a speck of dust. He answered without turning his head. Shiha province, Yuluo continent, Yunyang County City. Xiao Qin ignored the attitude of this person. He recalled the map he saw in the past. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was located in the Yuluo continent. It was not far from Yunyang City. Even on foot it would only take 2 weeks. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he extended his spiritual sense in a straight line. Finally, he saw a majestic city at the end of his spiritual sense. There were 2 bold words Yunyang written on the city gates. It had an ancient charm to it. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and pushed off the ground with his feet. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and kicked up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chen dashed forward and caught up to the person who spoke earlier in the blink of an eye. He overtook him like the wind, kicking up a large cloud of dust. I did not expect him to be an expert, the white-clothed person said indifferently as he looked in the direction Xiao Chen left. This person did not seem to make any movements, but when the dust landed on his clothes, it automatically slid off. The white-clothed person slowly walked out of the cloud of dust. His white clothes were not tainted by a speck of dust. Xiao Chen felt a strong gaze sweep past him. Then it quickly disappeared. When he turned his head back, he did not discover anything. He only saw the cloud of dust he kicked up as he dashed forward. Yunyang City was already in front of him. Xiao Chen slowed down and slowly walked to the city gates. However, he discovered that there were many young girls standing in front of the city gates. They stood there like orioles. It was a different kind of scenery when he looked around. Is this the custom of Yunyang City? Xiao Chen said with some doubts. There were so many girls. It was likely that all the young girls in Yunyang City were here. When the group of girls saw Xiao Chen's figure, they were pleasantly surprised and quickly ran over. When they saw Xiao Chen's appearance, all of their faces were filled with disappointment. They cursed and left. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. When the guard at the city gate saw the situation, he smiled and said, "Don't be angry. The girls have been waiting for an entire morning. It is hard to avoid their temper." Xiao Chen paid the entrance tax. When he heard this, he could not help but find it funny. This was very similar to the girls who chased after idols in his previous life. He did not expect there to be such things in this world. He could not help but ask curiously, "Who is so charming that all the girls in Yunyang City came out to welcome him?" The guard at the city gates looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment and said, "You don't even know about this? Today is the annual duel between Mu Changxue and Leng Liusu. These girls are all here to see Mu Changxue." This was not the first time Xiao Chen had heard of Mu Changxue. When he heard this name again, it could not help but pique Xiao Chen's interest. So he asked the guard about it. The guard was very talkative. When he saw Xiao Chen ask about it, he spoke eloquently. Mu Changxue came from the Night Spirit Palace of the Southern Ridge. He was the young palace lord of the Night Spirit Palace. Together with Ji Chongkong, they were known as the twin stars of the Southern Ridge. Xiao Chen's talent was very high, and he became famous at a young age. At the age of 12, aside from Ji Chongkong, no one in the same generation could match him. That year, the two of them left the southern mountains at the same time and started to challenge young experts from all over the world. Ji Chongkong went to the imperial capital, while Mu Changxue went to Shihe and Dongming provinces. Among those of the same generation, the two of them were practically invincible. No one was a match for them. However, both of them had been defeated by a woman. Ji Chongkong lost to Princess Yingyu. Mu Changxue lost to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's little Heavenly Saber, Leng Liusu. 1 year later, Mu Changxue came to Nanling province again and fought Leng Liusu. After the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves, they ended up in a draw. They agreed to fight again the next year. Just like that, it became a tradition. Every year, Mu Changxue would come to Yunyang City to duel with Leng Liusu at this time. Aside from Mu Changxue's outstanding talent, he was also very handsome. After a while, all the girls in Yunyang City came to know of him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and gave his thanks. Then he entered Yunyang City. Regardless of which world it was, the girls all seemed to have the potential to chase after their idols. Leng Liusu, could it be her? A beautiful figure appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. After a while, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Xiao Chen could not help but feel a headache. The purpose of his trip was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In the end, before he even reached the mountain, he offended the most beloved daughter of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master. Mu Changxue is here. As Xiao Chen walked, a clamorous cheer came from behind him. Xiao Chun turned around and saw a white-clothed man holding a sword. He was surrounded by girls. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he dealt with them one by one. Xiao Chun could not help but feel slightly astonished. This Mu Changxue was actually the person he asked for directions from earlier. He could not help but smile faintly. This world is really strange. After Xiao Chun spoke, he turned around and left. The instant he turned around, he felt a strong gaze staring at him. This time there was no attempt to hide it. The source of that gaze was Mu Changxue. Xiao Chun resisted the urge to turn his head back. After he asked around where Yunyang City's Liushang Pavilion was, he quickly left. Among the crowd, Mu Changxue, who was surrounded by girls, watched as Xiao Chun left. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. In Xiao Chun's left eye, a purple copper mirror floated in the boundless void. The light that the mirror gave off seemed to be able to see through the source of the entire world. That copper mirror flashed in his eye for a moment. No one noticed it. After asking around, Liushang Pavilion did indeed have a branch in Yunyang City. Xiao Chun took out a brick VIP card that Fatso gave him before he left. He could not help but sigh. This Fatso was indeed not bragging. No matter where you go, there is a Liushang Pavilion. The Liushang Pavilion in Yunyang City was the same as in Whitewater City. Business was booming. The basics were the same as well. Xiao Chun leaped over the first floor and headed for the second floor. A group of cultivators were discussing the duel that was going to take place today. Last year, the two of them fought to a draw. This is the third time they fought to a draw. In the end, Mu Changxue still lost once. He could not defeat the top expert of Arshiha province. That might not be the case. The previous few times, Leng Liusu had the advantage of a weapon. This time, I heard that Mu Changxue completed the Heavenly Gate test in the Night Spirit Palace and obtained a damaged holy weapon. I know that. That is a holy sword called Beauty Under the Moonlight. Some time ago, Mu Changxue tested the sword and personally killed a martial saint. From the looks of it, Beauty Under the Moonlight is not much weaker than Leng Liusu's Flame Soul. They are both half-sages. This is going to be interesting. There were a few cultivators who were very insightful on the first floor. When they spoke, Xiao Chun could not help but stop and listen carefully. Make way, make way. Our young master Yin is here. Why are you not making way? Just at this moment, Yin Qinyun led a few servants up the first floor. The people on both sides moved aside. When Xiao Chun saw Yin Qinyun, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect to see him here. Xiao Chun thought of a legend about Fatso. He looked at his crotch and could not help but smile. Xiao Chun did not want to cause trouble. When Yin Qinyun walked past him, he moved aside and made way for him. Yin Qinyun brought his men and walked past Xiao Chun. He hurriedly glanced at Xiao Chun and took 2 steps before turning back. Why do I find you somewhat familiar? Have we met before? Yin Qinyun asked carefully as he stared into Xiao Chun's eyes. Xiao Chun was not worried. Aside from changing one's appearance, the shape-shifting spell could also change a person's aura and voice. He smiled and said, "Maybe I met you once in the crowd. It is not strange to find you familiar." Yin Qinyun smiled faintly and thought for a while before saying, "That's true. Maybe we met once, or maybe I recognized the wrong person. Goodbye." Boom! Yin Qinyun, who had not taken a step forward, suddenly turned around and kicked at Xiao Chun's chest. Xiao Chun revealed a cold smile and did not resist. His abdomen shrank slightly. Bang! The might of Yin Qinyun's kick was very strong. It sent Xiao Chun flying. However, because Xiao Chun was prepared, he only suffered some superficial wounds. Chapter 136. Yin Qinyun frowned slightly, feeling it was strange. After a while, he tossed out a banknote and said, "I'm sorry, I think I might have recognized the wrong person." After Yin Qinyun left for a long time, the second floor became noisy again. A kind-hearted cultivator helped Xiao Chun up and said, "Little brother, are you all right?" Xiao Chun picked up the banknote and smiled faintly. "I'm fine. I was beaten up for no reason. However, I picked up a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels, so it's fine." On the third floor, in front of a hidden window, Yin Qinyun looked at Xiao Chun's expression after he got up. He said doubtfully, "Could I have seen wrong? However, I clearly did not see wrongly from his gaze earlier." He observed for a long time, but in the end, he could not find anything wrong. He shook his head, unable to figure it out. He said to the people beside him, "There is something wrong with that brat. You guys go out and take a look. Young Master Lung and I still have matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first." Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been following behind Yan Qianyun. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he could not help but sigh in his heart. It looks like this fellow suffered a huge blow the last time. He is already in such a state, yet he can still recognize me. Not long after, all the cultivators on the second floor left. Xiao Chan knew that the duel between Lung Liusu and Mu Changxue was about to begin. This group of people had been looking forward to it for a year. There was no reason for them to not go and watch. Xiao Chan was not in a rush to leave. He did not want to participate in the duel between Mu Changxue and Lung Liusu. Mu Changxue gave him a very dangerous feeling. That feeling was only felt when he faced Chu Chaoyun. As for Lung Liusu, there was no need to even mention it. After eating, Xiao Chan casually glanced at the third floor. He revealed a mocking smile and called the waiter over. He prepared to pay the bill and leave. On the third floor, a few of Yan Qianyun's attendants were watching Xiao Chan carefully. When the waiter went over to collect the money, he happened to block Xiao Chen's figure. After he collected the money, cleaned up the leftover food on the table and left, they strangely discovered that Xiao Chan had disappeared. Where is he? Where did he go? I clearly saw him there just now. Why did I not see the waiter after he went over? Seeing Xiao Chan disappear right before their eyes, they turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran down. One of them grabbed the waiter's clothes and shouted, "Where is he? Where did that person go?" The waiter rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "After eating and paying, of course he's leaving. I'm asking how you left." The waiter pushed his hand away and said snappily, "I'll only say it once. Leave with your feet. Don't disturb me again. Thank you." The waiter's attitude made the man anxious. He wanted to make a move on the spot. A few people quickly stopped him and explained the background of Liushang Pavilion to him. The few of them looked around, but they could not find any traces of Xiao Chan. They all thought that Xiao Chan had already left Liushang Pavilion. Thinking of Yan Qianyun's instructions, they quickly gave chase. Using the shape-shifting spell, Xiao Chan shrunk his body and stuck it to the bottom of the dining table. Seeing the four of them go far away, Xiao Chan jumped out. His body gave off a crackling sound as he returned to his normal height. He extended out his spiritual sense and discovered that Yan Qianyun was on the fifth floor with a black-clothed man. That black-clothed man was extremely strong. His aura was much stronger than Yan Qianyun's. He was like an unsheathed treasured saber. Xiao Chan did not dare to get too close with his spiritual sense. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan headed directly to the fourth floor. He flashed the VIP card that Fatso gave him. His path was unimpeded. What made Xiao Chan slightly astonished was that there was no one on the third and fourth floors. It looked like the duel between Lung Liusu and Mu Changxue was very attractive. Xiao Chan arrived at the staircase between the fourth and fifth floor. This was the only way from the fifth floor to the fourth floor. He looked carefully and took out 2 grade 3 talismans from his universe ring. After that, he sprinkled some spirit beast saliva on them. This kind of saliva was very sticky. Once it came in contact with it, it would be impossible to tear it off. After doing all this, Xiao Chan found a booth on the fourth floor and sat down. "Brother Lung, is this matter really reliable? Does Lung Liusu really only have 2 martial saints by her side?" Yan Qianyun asked solemnly as he looked at the person opposite him from the fifth floor. Xiao Chan frowned. What is he trying to do? Could it be that Yan Qianyun wants to make a move on Lung Liusu? With a thought, Xiao Chan could not help but focus his spiritual sense. The black-clothed man opposite him had a grave and stern expression as he said, "I, Lung Tianyue, have prepared for many years just for this day. Do you think there will be any accidents?" Yan Qianyun laughed dryly. "This matter is very important. I have to get to the bottom of this. However, let me say this first. I am only responsible for sending people to lure away the 2 martial saints. You can handle the rest yourself." Lung Tianyue's stern face did not reveal any expression. He said indifferently, "You just need to lure away the 2 of them. You don't have to care about anything else. I have already told your father about the benefits after this is done. The two of them chatted for a long time before a messenger pigeon flew into Lung Tianyue's hands. He removed the note on the pigeon's leg and smiled after a while. It is actually a draw again. Haha, I suddenly understand Mu Chengshua's motive. Let's go, Brother Yan, it is time for us to make our move. The two of them got up and walked down the stairs. The instant they went down, they each stepped on a talisman. The talisman was as light as a feather and stuck to the bottom of their shoes. They did not feel anything at all. Seeing the two of them leave, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and slowly stood up. His spiritual sense turned into a strand of silk, entangling the two of them. Should I get involved in this mess? Xiao Chun said with some apprehension in his heart. This person with the surname Lung was obviously someone from within the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The fight in front of him was a fight for the inheritance of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Every strong power had countless factions. Xiao Chun did not find this strange. Even if he saw it, he would not care. However, if Lung Liusu was the girl from earlier, it would be inexcusable if he did not help her. In the end, Xiao Chun made up his mind. If she is really that girl, it would be good to repay this favor. Xiao Chun followed the two of them from a distance. Due to the aid of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun could easily follow the two of them. After a while, he followed them out of the east gate. The further they went, the more they deviated. Eventually, they could not see anyone on the main road. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. After hesitating for a while, he decided to follow them. After taking a few steps forward, he discovered Lung Tianyue and Yin Qinyun looking at him with a smile on their faces. Lung Tianyue slowly walked over. There was no expression on his grave and stern face. He said coldly, "Who sent you?" Yin Qinyun, who was at the side, smiled. "Brother Lung, leave this person to me. He is here for me. You just need to take the token and inform them." Lung Tianyue glanced at Xiao Chun. When he saw that he was only a superior grade martial master, he relaxed. As a medial grade martial grandmaster, Yin Qinyun should be able to kill this person easily. Let's meet up soon after we are done. After Lung Tianyue left, Yin Qinyun slowly walked over to Xiao Chun. He smiled coldly. "Xiao Chun, I did not expect to meet you here. I have waited for this day for a long time. How do you want to die?" Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I have a question. How did you recognize me? I felt that I had hidden myself very well. How did you discover me?" Yin Qinyun faced the sky and laughed loudly. He said, "I will never forget the look you gave me that day. Before you die, I will let you understand. Lung Tianyue has a secret treasure on him. When you walked out of Liushang Pavilion, he already discovered you." Xiao Chun nodded. "So that's how it is. I wonder what kind of secret treasure it is to be able to discover me from so far away." However, this was no longer important. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said gently to Yin Qinyun, "Many thanks for your explanation. You can die now." Yin Qinyun snorted coldly. He felt that it was funny and said, "Do you really think you are a match for me?" Explode. Before Yin Qinyun could finish speaking, Xiao Chun formed a hand seal and the rank 3 fire cloud talisman under Yin Qinyun's feet exploded. A flame carrying a surging shockwave spread out in all directions. The huge might blasted Yin Qinyun into the sky. Being struck by a rank 3 offensive talisman was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a peak martial grandmaster. Yin Qinyun was caught off guard and immediately lost all his combat prowess. Using drawing the saber, Xiao Chun leaped into the air. There was a flash of saber light and a swarthy black head separated from the charred body. After that, it fell to the ground with a bang. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground and looked expressionlessly at Yin Qinyun's corpse. He took off the spatial ring in his hand and took out all the things inside with a huang-dang sound. Tens of inferior grade spirit stones, some medicinal pills and banknotes fell to the ground. An ancient book entered Xiao Chun's eyes. Inherited martial technique, Dragon Seizing Hand. The so-called inherited martial technique could only be practiced by those who inherited the martial spirit. However, Xiao Chun had the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. He could imitate it. He took a quick look and placed it into the universe ring. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chun felt the talisman under Lung Tianyue's feet. That talisman had Xiao Qin's essence blood imprinted on it. Even from 1,000 kilometers away, he could still feel it clearly. A faint yellow dot appeared in his mind. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and summoned out the silver warship. He leaped onto it and flew off like a bolt of silver lightning. After a while, Xiao Qin arrived at where Lung Tianyue was. Because he was afraid of his secret treasure, Xiao Qin hid in a cloud and observed the situation on the ground. On the ground, Lung Tianyue wore a black veil as he stood there quietly. In front of him, there were 4 martial grandmasters wearing the same veil surrounding Lung Liusu. In the cloud, Xiao Qin used his spiritual sense to sense the situation on the ground. After he looked carefully at the appearance of the girl, he finally confirmed that the person being surrounded was indeed the girl he met in the pool of water. If they want to kill a peak martial grandmaster with an inherited martial spirit, this lineup is not enough. Xiao Qin stood at the bow of the warship and said doubtfully, "They need at least 2 martial saints to be absolutely safe." Chapter 137. Slowly, Xiao Qin figured out something. These 4 martial grandmasters had a set of joint martial techniques. Every move was connected. Furthermore, they had practiced it for a long time. Their coordination was very good. Saber lights flickered and energy flew everywhere. Explosive shouts came from the battlefield. The slender saber in Lung Liusu's hand gave off a horrifying light. The wind howled and dust flew everywhere. Small cracks appeared on the ground. As the saber moved, there seemed to be a trace of the Tao, giving off the faint might of a sage. Lung Liusu's figure was surrounded by the 4. She dodged left and right, continuously using the sticky character technique. However, she was still unable to break out of their encirclement. However, she did not show any panic on her face. She swung her saber and the saber light paused, blocking the joint attack of the 4. Then she looked at Lung Tianyue, who was standing at the side. A cold chi appeared on her pretty face as she said in a sullen voice, "Lung Tianyue, do you really want to kill me that badly? Is the position of successor so attractive to you? Are you not afraid of your father punishing you after he finds out about all this?" Lung Tianyue's expression could not be seen under the veil. He did not reply to Lung Liusu's question and said indifferently, "Trash? This is a joint martial technique that can easily take down a martial saint. It has been almost half an hour and you still have not taken her down?" When the 4 heard Lung Tianyue's reprimand, they could not help but increase the strength in their hands. They launched even more ferocious attacks at Lung Liusu. Phoenix Cry, Dragon Roar, Tiger Roar, Black Tortoise. When the 4 saw that they could not take her down after a long time, they steeled their hearts and shouted. They leaped up from the ground. They executed the most ferocious move of their joint martial technique. 4 images materialized on their weapons: Divine Phoenix, Blue Dragon, White Tiger and Black Tortoise. These ancient holy beasts appeared in the formation, as though they came to life. 4 images into one. Countless holy beast cries resounded. When the faint might of the holy beasts merged together, it felt like it was suffocating. Even the air seemed to have solidified under this might. Xiao Qin stood at the bow of the warship. He was mildly astonished. He looked carefully for a while and finally discovered that the martial spirits of these 4 people had a trace of the bloodline of holy beasts. Although it was very diluted, when released together, the power was still incomparably terrifying. He really did not know where Lung Tianyue found these 4 people. Looking at their coordination, they should have trained together since they were young. Lung Liusu frowned slightly. Her red dress fluttered in the strong wind. When she saw the 4 divine beasts merge into one, she did not show much fear. The wind howled, her hair danced in the wind, and her long dress flowed like waves. Together with her beautiful face and impressive figure, she stood straight on the ground like an ancient Valkyrie. Flame Soul Saint's Fury Flame Dance. Lung Liusu held the saber in her right hand and slowly slid it across the palm of her left hand. Fresh blood flowed down the saber and dripped onto the ground. Under the summons of the fresh blood, the ancient sage within the sacred weapon seemed to come alive. As expected, it is a weapon used by a sage. What a formidable aura of righteousness. Xiao Qin, who was within the clouds, said in shock. Boom! The flames on the ground burned into the sky. There was a furious roar coming from the red flames. It was like it traveled through time and space, lasting for tens of thousands of years. Lung Liusu stood in the flames. The flickering light of the flames illuminated her flushed face. She leaped into the air and the saber carried boundless flames as it flew into the sky. Bang! It was like breaking a dead branch. With just one saber strike, the flames that carried the might of a sage instantly shattered. The four divine beasts merged into one. The divine phoenix shattered, the black tortoise fled, the blue dragon was chopped, and the white tiger was burned to a pile of ashes. Bang! 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 The four of them landed heavily on the ground. Their martial spirits had suffered a fatal blow. Their complexions were incomparably pale, and they would not be able to fight for a short period of time. Kasie. Just at this moment, Lung Tianyue suddenly made his move. A cold light appeared, and with a flash of saber light, Lung Tianyue appeared beside Lung Liusu. This saber strike was extremely fast, and the timing was very accurate. It happened to be the moment when Lung Liusu was exhausted from the might of the sage. If Lung Liusu had a moment to recover, the chances of this saber strike injuring her would be much smaller. Even though Lung Liusu had already anticipated Lung Tianyue's attack, she was unable to dodge it. The saber slashed across, leaving a horrifying wound on Lung Liusu's chest. Blood spurted out wildly into the air. She frowned slightly and revealed a pained expression. She swung the saber in her hand forward ferociously. When the saber struck Lung Tianyue's body, it was like it was striking air. It was only an afterimage left in the air. Lung Tianyue's body had already flashed to her side. He snorted coldly and kicked Lung Liusu, sending her flying to the ground. The force of this kick was very strong. After Lung Liusu landed on the ground, she slid backward continuously. Her saber stabbed into the ground, creating a long ditch. Only then did her body slow down. Lung Tianyue did not say anything. He did not want to give Lung Liusu any chance. His figure flashed in the air as he landed on the ground and a resplendent saber light appeared on his saber. He chopped at Lung Liusu, who was on the ground. Lung Liusu barely managed to raise her saber to block. However, she could not block it at all. Her body flew back like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Qin's expression changed. He did not expect the situation on the battlefield to change in such a short period of time. Originally, when he saw Lung Liusu deal with the four people, he did not need to make a move. Lightning descend. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and successfully stopped Lung Tianyue from advancing. Xiao Chun executed the changing character formula and imitated Ji Chongkong's martial technique. He turned into a meteor and quickly descended to the ground. Lung Tianyue looked at the meteor in the sky and frowned. Nanling Ji clan's martial technique. Ji Chongkong is here? That's not right, this is not a pure Ji clan martial technique. Trying to act mysterious, I'll show you your true colors. Lung Tianyue laughed coldly and leaped into the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lung Tianyue's speed was at its peak. The saber lit up and chopped at Xiao Chun. Explode! Xiao Chun revealed himself and shouted. A fiery red firework soared into the sky. Before Lung Tianyue could understand what was going on, he was already blasted into pieces. His body was thrown high into the air by the shockwave. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! Looking at Lung Tianyue in the air, Xiao Chun could feel that the rank 3 exploding talisman had completely struck him, but he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Xiao Chun could not help but tighten his heart. A purple flame revolved around his finger and shot towards Lung Tianyue. A layer of protective true qi appeared on Lung Tianyue's body. When the purple flame struck it, it gave off a loud explosion. The shockwave from the explosion threw his body even further into the sky. However, it could not do anything to him. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense pierced through the protective true qi and saw a jade pendant on Lung Tianyue's chest. It gave off a faint glow. This should be his secret treasure. The protective true qi should have come from this secret treasure. Xiao Chun landed on the ground and looked at Lung Liusu, who had lost a lot of blood and was pale. She was so weak that she had fainted. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun carried her on his shoulder and rushed forward. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and danced on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. After a long time, Lung Tianyue descended from the sky. His clothes were torn and the scarf on his black face was nowhere to be seen. He struggled to stand up and watched as Xiao Chun carried Lung Liusu away. His eyes revealed a complicated expression as he muttered, "Man proposes, God disposes." He turned around and stabbed the 4 cultivators on the ground. After that, he walked expressionlessly in the direction of Yunyang City. His figure seemed very lonely. Xiao Chan carried Leng Liusu and walked for a long time. When he arrived at a forest, he felt that there were no pursuers behind him. Only then did he stop. He slowly placed Leng Liusu on a big tree. When Xiao Chan saw the horrifying wound on her chest, he was astonished. Leng Tianyue's attack was very ruthless. Not only was it extremely fast, it was shockingly strong as well. The golden armor on Leng Liusu's chest was torn. At this moment it was dyed red with blood. Blood continued to flow out of the wound. Xiao Chan pressed on a few acupoints on Leng Liusu's chest and stopped the bleeding. After that, he slowly removed her outer clothes. In the end, he discovered that this was not very realistic. Leng Liusu was wearing a long red dress. The top and bottom were connected. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to remove the entire dress. Naturally, Xiao Chan could not do something like removing everything. He could only take out a small knife and slowly cut open the cloth. As the clothes were slowly cut open, large patches of snow-white skin appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was a little dazzling. Xiao Chan composed himself and carefully cleaned the wound. Some of the cloth was stuck to the wound. Xiao Chen slowly removed it. The unconscious Leng Liusu groaned in pain. Xiao Chan could not help but become gentler. After cleaning the wound, Xiao Chan took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring. After he crushed it, he slowly applied it on the wound. After that, he took out another blood-replenishing pill and fed it to her. After doing all this, Xiao Chan slowly relaxed. Luckily, the wound did not injure her heart. However, the wound was rather deep. With the medicinal strength of the blood-replenishing pill, there should not be any problems after it was applied externally. Xiao Chan took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and draped them over her body. Leng Liusu's pale face looked very weak. Xiao Chan suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he thought about the time he met Princess Yingyu in Gloomy Forest. She was also like this. No matter how strong a woman was, she would always have a gentle side. Xiao Chan took out a bottle of qi-returning pills and a bottle of blood-replenishing pills. Then, he took out a slip of paper introducing the medicinal pills and placed it beside Leng Liusu. Xiao Chan pushed off the ground and leaped onto a large tree at the side. Xiao Chan sat down cross-legged and calmed himself down. He entered a state of cultivation and unleashed his aura. The surrounding wandering wild beasts did not dare to get close to him. Time passed quickly and night fell quickly. Although Xiao Chan was immersed in a state of cultivation, he still left a strand of his spiritual sense beside Leng Liusu to monitor her condition. Father, don't go. Chapter 138. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chan was sitting on a tree branch when he heard a weak murmur. He slowly descended from the tree and walked to Leng Liusu's side. Leng Liusu's pale face was covered in sweat. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together and her breathing was very rapid. It was clear that she was having a nightmare and was under a lot of pressure. Xiao Chan placed his hand on her forehead and slowly sent in a gentle stream of essence. Because Xiao Chan cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, his essence had a trace of the effects of immortal qi. After a while, Leng Liusu's expression slowly turned gentle. Her breathing slowly stabilized and her eyebrows relaxed. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief and stopped sending in his essence. He withdrew his hand and prepared to leave. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chan released his hand, Leng Liusu grabbed it. Leng Liusu closed her eyes and seemed to be talking in her sleep. Father, don't go. Don't leave Liusu behind. Her grip was very tight. Xiao Chan blushed with shame. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Girl, you have mistaken me for someone else. Don't grab me so tightly. Xiao Chan did his best to pry her hand away. However, he discovered that if he did not use his essence, he would not be able to do so. Even if he used his essence, he was afraid of waking her up. So he could only sit down slowly. He did not dare to make any big movements. He could not even sleep or cultivate. He just stood guard at the side with his eyes wide open. The night sky was heavy in the quiet forest. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Xiao Chan sat beside Leng Liusu and listened to her steady breathing. He did not move at all and felt extremely bitter. When the sky was about to brighten, Xiao Chun finally felt Lung Liusu's grip loosen a little. He quickly struggled free. Xiao Chun checked Lung Liusu's internal injuries again, and discovered that they were no longer a problem. She just needed to rest for a while. When Xiao Chun stood up, he felt his back aching. He had not slept for the entire night and was clearly fatigued. Xiao Chun patted his cheeks and looked to the east. He looked at the white sky and prepared to leave this place. You unintentionally saved my life. Now, I have saved your life and even accompanied you for a night. We are even. Xiao Chun smiled gently as he looked at Lung Liusu. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, feeling as if he had lost something. He murmured, "Am I worse than a beast? You're a living example of a beautiful woman lying next to you for an entire night, yet you don't have any reaction at all. That's not right." Xiao Chun quickly retreated and looked at Lung Liusu's pretty face. He took a deep breath and quickly planted a kiss on her forehead. After that, he immediately dodged and rushed forward. Lung Liusu, who was in a deep sleep, did not react. When the sky brightened and the first ray of sunlight shone on her face, she slowly woke up. Lung Liusu opened her eyes slightly. She was not used to the piercing light. She looked at the jacket draped over her body and revealed a doubtful expression. Did someone save me? Who could it be? Before she fainted yesterday, the last image in Lung Liusu's mind was a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. She could not remember anything else. She slowly stood up and placed the jacket she was wearing to the side. In the end, she discovered that her jacket was torn beyond recognition, revealing a lot of her skin. She could not help but blush. What surprised her was that the wound on her chest had miraculously healed in just one night. The wound had already scabbed over. Although there was still some numbness, it was clear that it was no longer a problem. Furthermore, it was treated in time. It would not leave any scars in the future. Who saved me? This person should not be from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lung Liusu's heart was filled with questions. If he would definitely be by my side guarding me. Suddenly, she vaguely remembered the dream she had the night before. It seemed like she saw her deceased father appear beside her. She even held his hand and told him not to leave her. Felt like it was real. Lung Liusu took out a set of clothes from her spatial ring. After she changed, she suddenly discovered 2 bottles of medicinal pills on the ground. She bent over and picked them up. When she opened them, a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was clear that these medicinal pills were of a very high grade. She picked up the slip of paper that introduced the medicinal pills and read it carefully. The suspicions in her heart grew stronger. Who was it that saved me? Furthermore, they arranged everything so meticulously. She walked around but did not discover anything. She could not help but feel disappointed. She lowered her head and leaned against the tree again. However, she was astonished to discover that there were indeed traces of someone sitting there. Furthermore, it was not for a short period of time. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was one of the 3 great sects of the Great Qin nation. It had been passed down since the Tianwu dynasty. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In the hearts of the people of the Great Qin nation, it was a holy land. As the name suggested, this was a sect that specialized in saber techniques. The martial techniques of the sect, be it movement techniques or mental cultivation techniques, were all related to saber techniques. It was a holy land for those who studied the saber. The Misty Sword sect was in the east and west, 1 saber and 1 sword. Since ancient times, the saber and the sword had never coexisted. The 2 sects had often fought in history, but the strength of the 2 sects had always been equal, and there was no clear winner. However, in recent years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had suffered from a mysterious disaster 20 years ago. Many of the experts of the older generation in the sect had died, resulting in their strength dropping significantly. Even so, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had not lost the martial techniques that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The system was still there. Sooner or later they would reach the peak. It was located in the Lingyun mountain range, one of the 4 great mountain ranges in the Great Qin nation. There were 7 large peaks on the mountain, and it was one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Great Qin nation. If a cultivator cultivated here all year round, their cultivation would advance much faster than elsewhere. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a perfect martial technique system and countless cultivation resources. As a result, the number of people joining the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was always full every year. At the foot of the Lingyun mountain range, there was a city no smaller than White City, called Saber City. Saber City was a city that belonged directly to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The land, shops, auction houses and exchanges all belonged to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Saber City was also known as the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Every year, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have 1 month to recruit disciples with outstanding talent to enter the inner sect. If one missed this 1 month, they would not have the opportunity to enter the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They could only take the test in the outer sect. There would be an opportunity to advance every half a year. Even the outer sect was not a place that just anyone could enter. Those who had not become a martial master before the age of 15 would not even have the opportunity to take the test. The threshold for the outer sect was already so high. It was easy to imagine how strict the requirements for the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were. Even so, there would still be a large number of bladesmen entering this place every year. This was already the holy land of all bladesmen. As a bladesman, if they did not go to Saber City, if they did not attempt the famous Heavenly Saber Morning Soul formation, if they did not meet the famous bladesmen who lived here, it would be a great regret for them. After Xiao Chan and Leng Liusu parted for half a month, they finally arrived at the famous Saber City. Because they had been wrongly accused along the way, they had wasted a lot of time. Saber City was already in sight. There were many cultivators carrying large sabers on their backs. Some of them carried several sabers on their backs. Xiao Chan even saw a few earth-rank spirit weapons. Before he entered Saber City, he could already feel the atmosphere. The feelings of bladesmen for the saber. In this place, if you did not carry a saber, you would be embarrassed to walk on the road. This was because when Xiao Chan walked on the road empty-handed, he was looked down upon. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. There were even some extreme bladesmen who thought that he was being disrespectful to Saber City. Their gazes revealed killing intent. Xiao Chan felt very depressed. For the sake of convenience in combat, Xiao Chan did not equip the Lunar Shadow Saber with a scabbard. If he took out the Lunar Shadow Saber now, it would be too inconvenient. In the end, Xiao Chan could not stand the gazes of this group of people. He prepared to equip the Lunar Shadow Saber with a scabbard before entering Saber City. Before entering the city, he was already being looked down upon. If he entered the city, he was afraid that someone would challenge him to a duel. On the two sides of Saber City, there were countless weapon shops. There were several sabers placed in front of these weapon shops. Xiao Chan asked around and found out that as long as one was strong enough to pick up one of these sabers, they would be able to obtain the saber for free. When Xiao Chan heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "This is interesting. I wonder how many sabers I can pick up with my physical strength." However, Xiao Chan did not have the time or interest to do so. He casually walked into a weapon shop and looked around. The shop only had sabers. There were no other weapons. There were all sorts of sabers: horse-chopping sabers, horizontal sabers, padeos, long sabers, thick sabers, and some sabers that Xiao Chan did not know the names of. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chan. What was even more surprising was that these sabers all had some moonstone in them. They were all spirit weapons. There were even some profound rank spirit weapons. This was truly shocking. An ordinary shop outside of Saber City actually had so many spirit weapons for sale. Here, spirit weapons were like goods sold at street stalls. There were not many people in the shop. Business was very quiet. Xiao Chan looked around for a while and an idea popped up in his mind. There were so many spirit weapons here. If he casually bought a few and sold them, he would be able to make a huge profit. Xiao Chan looked at the shop owner and asked, "Boss, how much are the sabers here?" The shop owner was an old man in his 70s. His skinny face was filled with wrinkles, but he did not look lethargic. He gave off a very spirited feeling. The old man sized up Xiao Chan and smiled warmly. "You have not obtained the qualifications to enter the outer sect, right? In that case, you do not have the qualifications to purchase them." Xiao Chan was stunned. He did not expect there to be such a rule. He felt like he had been seen through. He smiled awkwardly. "I wonder if I can customize a scabbard?" The old man smiled. That is possible. Take out your saber and let me take a look. This old man's attitude was very gentle, making people feel at ease. Xiao Chun did not hesitate and took out the lunar shadow saber and handed it over to the old man. The old man held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and gently caressed it. His expression did not change as he smiled gently. This is a good saber. I have not seen such a saber in many years. The arc of the saber is somewhere between a katana and a horizontal saber. The control of the flow is near perfect. Chapter 139. It takes into account both the strength and beauty of the saber. It is close to 2 meters long. Without a certain level of skill, one would not dare to forge this saber. It should be the work of a famous person. It has the style of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chun was surprised. He did not expect this old man to be able to guess so much just from the saber. However, the Haotian sect had already become a taboo topic. If this old man wanted to test him, Xiao Chun might get into trouble. Senior must be joking. The Haotian sect has already been destroyed for such a long time. How could my saber have the style of the Haotian sect? Xiao Chun denied. The old man handed the lunar shadow saber to Xiao Chun and smiled faintly. Young man, don't be in a rush to deny anything. I have not confirmed anything yet. You need to remain calm so that you can hide yourself better. If you are in a rush to deny it, you will be exposed even faster. Although the Haotian sect was destroyed, the number of weapons they passed down is still very large. You don't have to worry about this. This old man does not care about these things. Xiao Chun was startled. He received the lunar shadow saber and looked at the old man's warm smile again. He felt a chill run down his spine. He was unfathomable. He smiled embarrassedly. Many thanks for senior's teachings. I wonder how long this scabbard will take to complete? It is just a smelly old man. It is just that he has lived for a long time. Cannot be said to be teachings. I have a ready-made scabbard for your saber. After the old man spoke, he took out a dusty scabbard from the cabinet and wiped it gently. The old man's expression was very solemn. It was as though it was not a scabbard but something he loved the most. After a while, an extremely ancient-looking scabbard appeared before Xiao Chun in its entirety. Xiao Chun received the scabbard. He shook it and the lunar shadow saber entered the scabbard perfectly. The lunar shadow saber instantly disappeared after it entered the scabbard. If not for Xiao Chun holding it in his hand, he would not have been able to feel its existence. The old man revealed a smile. Xiao Chun's face was filled with shock. How could this be a coincidence? This scabbard was simply made for the lunar shadow saber. There was nothing strange about it at all. It was like it had been waiting there quietly for countless years, waiting for the lunar shadow saber to arrive. Xiao Chun recovered from his shock. Although he felt strange, he was very satisfied with this scabbard. He asked, "How much is this scabbard worth?" 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun was stunned for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Senior, did you say it wrong or did I hear it wrong? 10 inferior grade spirit stones is enough to purchase a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. How can a scabbard be so expensive? Don't you think it's not worth it? Young man, this price is really not expensive at all. Feel it carefully. Don't you feel anything different?" The old man's expression did not change at all. He had a faint smile on his face as he spoke indifferently. Xiao Chun thought hatefully. This guy is really old and cunning. It's like he's going to eat me alive. Although 10 inferior grade spirit stones was not much to Xiao Chun, it was not something he could casually take out. He had only obtained 20 inferior grade spirit stones from Yan Qianyun's body. In the end, Xiao Chun still handed the 10 inferior grade spirit stones to him. He really liked this scabbard and did not want to miss it. Young man, since the saber is already sheathed, don't casually draw it out. If anyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion finds out that you possess the Thunder King's inheritance, you will die a miserable death. When Xiao Chun, who had already reached the door, heard this, he suddenly stopped. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he slowly turned around. There was a trace of killing intent in Xiao Chun's eyes as he stared at the smiling old man. His right hand grasped the saber hilt, preparing to draw it at any moment. "Old man, you seem to know too much." Xiao Chun focused all his attention on the old man. His heart was filled with shock. The Thunder King's inheritance was his greatest secret. This secret was even more important than the Blue Dragon martial spirit. The Thunder King had made too many enemies in his life. In his later years, he mysteriously disappeared and finally fell. This left too many questions for the future generations. This old man only took a glance at the lunar shadow saber and discovered Shao Qin's identity. This was truly shocking. If the secret of him possessing the Thunder King's inheritance was exposed, he would not be strong enough and he did not have an invincible backer. It would not be that he did not have a place in the great Qin nation. The entire world would kill him for his treasures. The experts of the older generation would not be able to resist the temptation to make a move. Facing Shao Qin's undisguised killing intent, the old man's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, it seems like you do not respect the old and cherish the young. This is not good." Dang! As soon as the old man finished speaking, the doors in the shop swayed and closed. The moment the doors closed, the space in the shop instantly darkened. Shao Chun looked around and was horrified to discover that the surrounding shelves seemed to have disappeared. When he looked around, there was only a boundless darkness. He could not see the end. Kase! Shao Chun drew his saber and a cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade of the lunar shadow saber. There was a flash of saber light as he executed drawing the saber. Shao Chun leaped into the air. He decided to make the first move and attack the old man. The old man's expression did not change as he stood in front of him. However, Shao Chun felt that the distance between him and the old man was worlds apart. Shao Chun maintained his posture in the air, holding his saber and leaping into the air. It was like he had crossed a great distance. However, the distance between him and the old man did not close at all. The old man was clearly in front of Shao Chun, but it felt like he was even further away than the horizon, as if there was no end. This place actually materialized a small world. Furthermore, it was a small world that could be controlled. When Shao Chun saw the old man's expressionless face, he was extremely astonished. Could this old man be a sage? Go out and calm down. In the future, you have to learn to respect the old and cherish the young. The old man waved his long sleeves gently and an irresistible force pushed Shao Chun back. Shao Chun's speed was extremely fast. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears. Bang! It was as if Shao Chun had traversed through countless planes. With a loud boom, he landed on the ground. When he raised his head to take a look, he discovered himself. When he looked up, he discovered that he was lying on the street. There were people coming and going around him looking at Shao Chun strangely. After being looked at like a fool, Shao Chun quickly got up and checked his body. He discovered that he was not injured at all. It was clear that the old man had held back. Materializing a small world and grasping the laws of space, these were abilities that only sages could have. Was that old man really a sage? Shao Chun felt that it was impossible. This was because the aura that this old man gave him was not much stronger than Ying Yu's. At best, he was only a martial monarch. He was definitely not a martial sage. Shao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and closed his eyes. He extended his spiritual sense into the old man's shop. A strong aura appeared in his mind. After a while, Shao Chun discovered the source of that aura. It was a rectangular wooden box in the shop. When Shao Chun tried to extend his spiritual sense into the wooden box, he discovered a formless barrier blocking his spiritual sense. Shao Chun did not give up and tried a few more times. However, he failed every time. Finally, he focused his spiritual sense on the old man's body. Shao Chun raised his eyebrows. He discovered an incomparably shocking phenomenon. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Shao Chun muttered to himself, "This person does not have a martial spirit in his body." However, the aura he gave off clearly indicated that he was once a martial king expert. If that was the case, there could only be one reason. This expert had been severely injured by someone. His martial spirit was destroyed, and he became a cripple. Even so, Shao Chun was still fearful of the old man. If that wooden box did not contain a complete holy weapon, it would be a king-grade attack-type secret treasure. Within the shop, the old man was an undefeatable existence. Shao Chun shook his head. Since the old man did not have any ill intentions, there was no need for him to continue pestering him. After turning around and leaving, Shao Chun still could not calm down. There are so many shops outside of Saber City. Could there be such experts hidden in all of them? With this thought in mind, Xiao Chun unknowingly walked into another shop. The owner of the shop was a middle-aged man. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up like torches as he stared at this person. He wanted to see if there was anything different about him. "Little brother, are you looking to buy something?" the middle-aged man asked with a trembling voice after being stared at by Xiao Chun. Hearing this, Xiao Chun recovered his wits. He felt that it was a pity. This person was really just an ordinary shop owner. There was nothing special about him. However, how should he answer the shop owner's question? That was a problem. After all, he already knew that the spirit weapons here would not be sold to outsiders. Xiao Chun thought for a while and decided to ask about Leng Tianyue. After all, he had already committed a heinous crime by assassinating Leng Liusu. He asked in a probing manner, "I want to ask around. Did anything big happen in Saber City recently?" The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Chun meaningfully and said, "If you want to talk about big things, there are big things happening in Saber City every day. There is nothing strange about that. However, something startling did happen a few days ago." The shop owner stopped talking. Xiao Chun understood tacitly and handed over a banknote. The shop owner received it and casually glanced at it. He discovered it was a banknote for 10,000 silver taels. The shop owner could not help but reveal a joyful expression. He beamed with joy and said, "A few days ago, the first young master of Lingyun Mountain Range's Tanyue Peak, Long Tanyue, returned from outside and barged into the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation. Indeed, it was about Leng Tianyue." Xiao Chun could not help but ask out of curiosity, why did he go to the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation? The shop owner chuckled and said, "Why? Of course it was to draw the saber. There is a rumor in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that has been passed down for thousands of years. As long as one barges into the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation and draws the subdivine weapon, they can immediately become the pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." "Then did he draw it?" Xiao Chun asked interestedly. He did not expect there to be such a thing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was very surprising. If someone from the Misty Sword sect managed to draw this saber, would they become the pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just thinking about it was interesting. The middle-aged boss sighed and said, "That's a secondary heavenly weapon, second only to heavenly weapons in the world. It can split mountains and rocks, shake the sky, and even sages have to avoid it. How can it be pulled out so easily?" Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation has 81 small formations. They are all interconnected, forming a large formation. It has existed since the ancient era. If one wants to pass through it, not only does one need a cultivation realm, they also need an understanding of saber techniques. Chapter 140. How could he, a peak martial grand master, barge in? He was trapped in the 7th formation and was eventually rescued by his father. Xiao Chun's interest was completely piqued. He quickly asked, "Then what happened after that?" The boss was somewhat confused about what happened after that. He said, "I only heard about what happened after that. Leng Tianyue seemed to have done something wrong. His father wanted to lock him up. In the end, he crippled his own cultivation and took the initiative to lock himself up in Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Saber Prison." When he heard this news, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not know why Leng Tianyue locked him up in Saber Prison, it was good enough that he did not have to meet him. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chun headed straight for Saber City. After a while, he arrived at the city gates and started to pay the entrance tax. The method of paying the entrance tax here made Xiao Chun feel astonished. The amount of the tax was actually determined by the weight of the saber the cultivator was carrying. No matter how many sabers you had, no matter what grade they were, how heavy they were, you would have to pay the tax. The saber itself weighs 85 kilograms. The scabbard weighs 70 kilograms. In total, it weighs 155 kilograms. "Little brother, you have to pay 1155 silver taels as entrance tax." The two cultivators guarding the gates removed Xiao Chun's lunar shadow saber from the scale. They smiled as they spoke to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun sweated profusely in his heart. This was extraordinarily expensive. When he saw a brother carrying 7 sabers on his back, he felt even more depressed. He had to pay 10,000 silver taels. However, Xiao Chun still had to pay up. He had no other choice. After he paid up, he left. After paying, the guards asked Xiao Chun a few questions and recorded his place of birth, name and age. After that, they handed a form to Xiao Chun and said, "Go to the side and make an identity token. In the future, you will not have to pay the entrance tax when entering Saber City with this identity token." Xiao Chun smiled gently. "Fortunately, I don't have to pay every time. Otherwise, I would have to deduct all of my assets." The processing of the identity card was relatively simple. After handing in the form and waiting for half an hour, the other party delivered a wooden card. The front side of the card was engraved with Xiao Chun's information, and the back side was engraved with a long saber and a mountain peak. After tying the wooden token to his waist, Xiao Chun finally entered the famous Saber City. The streets of the city were densely packed with cultivators carrying sabers. An arena could be seen every few hundred meters, and every arena was crowded with people. It was very lively. The martial heaven continent's love for martial arts had reached its pinnacle. Aside from being filled with bladesmen and having many arenas, Saber City was not much different from other cities. Xiao Chun inquired about the location of the city lord's mansion, and quickly walked towards it. The city lord of Saber City was appointed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He managed the entire outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The position of the city lord in the sect was second only to those peak masters. He also had a seat in the elders' assembly. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Chun handed the recommendation letter that Feng Feishue gave him to the guard. The red recommendation letter had the Feng clan's seal and emblem on it, as well as Feng Feishue's signature. The guard's eyes were pretty good. He was able to tell the authenticity of the recommendation letter very quickly. He told Xiao Chun to wait for a while he went to report the matter. Not long after, that person quickly ran over. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, the city lord is currently meeting with an important guest. You might have to wait for a while. Come with me to the side hall to rest first." The attitude of the city lord's mansion was very humble. Xiao Chun did not feel that he was an important person. He smiled faintly and followed the person into the city lord's mansion with a relaxed expression. After passing through a few courtyards and gardens, Xiao Chun was brought to the side hall. The guard immediately took his leave, leaving Xiao Chun there alone. Xiao Chun waited for a long time. In the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, Saber City's city lord, Gu Yunbin, sat on a wooden chair. Separated by a tea table was an old man. He looked at Xiao Chun's recommendation letter with an unhappy expression. Behind the two of them stood a youth about 16 or 17 years old. He carried a saber on his back and had a gloomy expression on his face. Occasionally, there would be a trace of hostility in his eyes. The old man placed the recommendation letter on the table and faced Gu Yunbin. He said in a deep voice, "Old Gu, we already agreed on this a week ago. Why did you change your mind at the last minute?" Gu Yunbin smiled faintly. "Old Zhang, don't make things difficult for me. Why don't you take a look at who gave me the recommendation letter? There is Miss Feng's signature on it. I can't not give Miss Feng face." The Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Feng clan have worked together for hundreds of years. They are the ones who provide the materials for the spirit weapons and battle armor in and out of the city. The most important thing is that they are the ones who handle the spirit stones produced by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Feng clan has the authority to recommend people. It was not me who said it, it was the previous pavilion master who said it. Furthermore, this old man also owes Miss Feng a favor. This time I can return it to her. When old Zhang heard this, he took out a jade bottle with a flip of his palm. He gently opened the bottle cap and a dense medicinal fragrance instantly spread out. When one smelled it, they felt refreshed and refreshed. Gu Yunbin's expression changed slightly. He asked, "Old Zhang, is this the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill?" Old Zhang revealed a proud expression and said indifferently, "That's right. It is the rank 7 Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. After consuming it, it can extend one's lifespan by 20 years. Originally, I intended to give it to old Gu after the matter was over." Gu Yunbin smiled bitterly and said, "Old Zhang, why do you have to do this? With your grandson's talent, as long as he stays in the outer sect for half a year, he will definitely have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Furthermore, this old man will definitely take care of him. There will be no lack of spirit stones, medicinal pills and martial techniques. Old Zhang looked at the youth beside him and said, "There is no need to say much about Year's talent. However, half a year is too long. He has already wasted 16 years. I do not wish for him to waste any more time." Gu Yunbin got up and started pacing around the hall. He had a conflicted expression on his face. After a while he finally made up his mind. He said, "I will think of a way. First I will set up a mission to test this person. If this person does not have any ability, then forget it. If he cannot pass, I will arrange for him to enter the outer sect first. The spot in Tianyue Peak will be reserved for your son. Wait here for a while." After Gu Yunbin spoke, he headed to the side hall. After Gu Yunbin left, Old Zhang immediately got up and went to the door. He called an old man over and explained the situation to him. Finally he instructed, "I do not wish for anything unexpected to happen. Whether Zhang Yi can enter the inner sect of Heavenly Saber Pavilion will affect the position of our Zhang clan in Yunyang City for the next few hundred years. When that person comes out later, keep an eye on him. If he does not complete it, then it is fine. However, if he does, you should know what to do, right?" This old man was a medial grade martial saint. After he heard it, he said indifferently, "Clan head, please rest assured. There will not be any problems with such a small matter." In the side hall, just as Xiao Chen's patients ran out, there was the sound of footsteps. The door to the side hall opened and an old man over 70 years old walked in with great strides. As he walked, he gave off an imposing aura. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and was actually unable to sense the strength of this person. It was like his spiritual sense had sunk into the vast ocean. It was unfathomable. He could not help but feel astonished. When Gu Yunbin saw Xiao Chen, he smiled gently and said, my apologies. I have something to do and have made little brother wait. Please don't take offense." As he spoke, he sized up Xiao Chen. When his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen felt like he had been completely seen through. He could no longer keep any secrets. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He had just seen a fake sage. This situation was nothing compared to what he had seen earlier. Xiao Chen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. He said respectfully, "Greetings, senior. As a junior, there is no harm in waiting." Gu Yunbin nodded to himself. Although Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial master, he was able to remain calm and courteous under Gu Yunbin's aura. This was quite rare. Gu Yunbin gestured for Xiao Chen to sit down. He smiled and said, "This old man is Gu Yunbin. If you do not mind, you can call me Old Gu. I have not asked for little brother's name yet." Yichan Yi as in leaves, Chen as in birth. Yichan was Xiao Chen's current alias. The name Xiao Chen was currently wanted by the Yin clan, even in Shihe province. It was not good to use it directly. Gu Yunbin said politely again, "Yichan, I have seen Miss Feng's recommendation letter. Her words speak highly of you. I will definitely give Miss Feng face. However, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is the backbone of the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It cannot be mixed in. I will have to test your strength in the end." Xiao Chen thought very quickly. He muttered, "Old Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. Yichan is not a pretentious person." When Gu Yunbin heard this, he was stunned. He smiled and said, "It has been a long time since a junior dared to speak to me like this. In that case, I will say it directly. I have a mission for you. If you can pass it, I will give you a chance to enter the inner sect. If you cannot, then go to the outer sect and temper yourself first. How about that?" Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. He had missed the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Originally, he had intended to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion through the outer sect. It was only because of Feng Feishua's recommendation letter that he had this opportunity. Even if he could not pass it, there was no loss. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen agreed to Gu Yunbin's request under his somewhat surprised gaze. He did not try to bargain at all. Gu Yunbin smiled and said, "I am gratified that you have such a mentality. However, I hope you do not get careless. The difficulty of the mission I am giving you is the same as the outer sect's end-of-year exam. The back door I open for you will only save you half a year." Kill a rank 5 spirit beast at will in the evil wind valley outside the city. In order to prevent cheating, bring the spirit beast's corpse back. I will check it personally. After Gu Yunbin spoke, he handed Xiao Chun some information about the evil wind valley. Xiao Chun received it and did not look at it on the spot. He immediately took his leave and left the city lord's residence. After Xiao Chun found an independent courtyard in Saber City, he started to look through the information that Gu Yunbin handed him carefully. Evil Wind Valley was located to the west of Saber City. The cold chi there was extremely heavy. Most of the spirit beasts there were ice attributed. It was a place where the outer sect disciples would temper themselves. A rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial saint. Aside from their intelligence and agility being slightly lower than humans, their pure strength could only be higher. After Xiao Chun took a look, he tossed the information onto the table. There was very little information, it was not very helpful. Chapter 141. With Xiao Chen's strength as a superior grade martial master, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. His chances of success were close to 0. Is the threshold of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect really that high? Xiao Chun frowned slightly, he had some doubts in his heart. If he were to carry out such a mission, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as having a 90% chance of survival. Xiao Chun sighed and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. With a huangdang sound, he slowly drew the saber. A cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade. The sharp blade could slice through hair. Xiao Chun gently stroked the blade of the saber. A pretty figure appeared in his mind. He thought of everything that person had done for him. His gaze slowly turned resolute as he muttered, "No matter the reason you sealed yourself, I will do my best to wake you up. I will not make you cry again in this lifetime. Even if I have to give up my life, I will not hesitate. This is a promise." From the moment he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, he had to keep this promise for life. Kasie. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber once again. He took out the Dragon Seizing Hands manual that he obtained from Yin Qinyun's body from the Universe Ring and started reading it. This was an Earth-ranked martial technique that required an inherited martial spirit to learn. It was similar to Xiao Chen's Dragon Subduing Slash. However, Xiao Chun had the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. An inherited martial spirit would not be a hindrance to him. In a situation where a heaven-ranked martial technique did not appear, an Earth-ranked martial technique was definitely the strongest martial technique in the world. Furthermore, an inherited Earth-ranked martial technique from a noble clan with an innate bloodline would be even stronger. This Dragon Seizing Hands was much stronger than the ancient martial technique that Xiao Chun obtained in the Ancient Remnant. Xiao Chun looked at it carefully for half a night and comprehended something in his heart. Pusi. Xiao Chun suddenly made his move. He circulated the changing character formula and the Dragon Seizing Hands at the same time. Xiao Chun shouted and smashed his right hand forward. A giant black hand appeared, and with a bang, the stone table in the courtyard was smashed into pieces. The stone fragments danced wildly in the air and shot out. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile on his face. Using the Battle Sage Origin to evolve it was indeed more efficient and easier to succeed. In the courtyard, Xiao Chun started to experiment continuously. Aside from the Dragon Seizing Hand, there was also Ji Chongkong's Astral Sword Technique, Hua Yunfei's Bloody Massacre Sword Technique, and Duan Yiking's Inherited Martial Technique. They were all modified using the changing character formula. In the end, he discovered that although he could execute these martial techniques after trying them a few times, they exhausted too much essence. He could not easily execute them. Only this Dragon Seizing Hand, with a martial technique in hand and a clear understanding of its circulation path, would require less essence to execute. Such a martial technique had value in actual combat. After his essence was exhausted, Xiao Chen did not enter a state of cultivation to absorb spiritual energy. Instead, he took out an inferior grade spirit stone and absorbed it completely. His essence instantly returned to its peak state. After Xiao Chun completely absorbed the energy in the spirit stone, the pool of clear water in his dantian grew noticeably larger. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "No wonder everyone likes spirit stones. This thing is very useful to cultivators. Furthermore, it does not have any side effects." In the future, I have to absorb one every day. I can't just leave it lying around. Only a person like Xiao Chun, who wanted to gain something without risking anything, would say such words without feeling any heartache. Even the disciples of noble clans would not dare to be so extravagant. After Xiao Chun recovered his spiritual energy, he continued practicing the dragon seizing hand. His spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Xiao Chun directly used the spirit stone to recover his essence, not wasting any time at all. After a while, when Xiao Chun had used the dragon seizing hand a few hundred times, he discovered some small tricks that he did not know about in other martial techniques. When the huge hand attacked the enemy, he could make the huge hand move accordingly. This way its might would be even stronger. After discovering this trick, Xiao Chun was incomparably excited. He practiced from sunrise until the sky turned dark. Xiao Chun could use the dragon seizing hand skillfully. He made a clenched fist motion, retracting and releasing it effortlessly. Aside from the changing character formula, the main reason why Xiao Chun was able to reach such a level in one day was because of the pile of spirit stones on the ground that no longer had any luster. The spirit stones that Yan Qinyun originally needed to use for half a year were used up by Xiao Chun in one day. It was unknown what expression Yan Qinyun would have if he knew about this. As the sun rose in the east, Xiao Chun woke up from his deep sleep. After washing up, Xiao Chun took out the horn of the infant golden lion that he had obtained in Savage Forest and started carving it. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless when challenging a martial saint spirit beast. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to carve the Golden Lion King sculpture. Without Yu Ying's dragon qi, the might of Princess Yu's sculpture would be much lower. On the other hand, if Xiao Chun used the Golden Lion horn to carve the Golden Lion King, it would be much easier to control. This time he was not as rushed as the previous time. He could only carve as he walked. Xiao Chun was very meticulous in his carving. The fine hairs on the surface of the sculpture could be seen clearly. After a while, a lifelike Golden Lion King sculpture was completed. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then he took out an ink bottle and poured the blood of the golden holy beast into it. Then he gently sliced his palm, allowing the essence blood in his body to merge with it. Xiao Chun wanted to carve a new talisman. Under the situation where his cultivation realm had not increased, he could only increase the quality of the materials in order to increase the might of the talisman. The Golden Lion King contained the bloodline of an ancient golden holy beast. It was much stronger than the blood of a regular spirit beast. If he used it to carve a new talisman, its might would definitely increase by half. After the essence blood and the golden holy beast's blood were completely merged together, Xiao Chun took out a brush and paper. He focused all his attention and started to carve stroke by stroke. A faint golden light spread out from the tip of the brush. Xiao Chun drew very slowly, but he did not pause at all. As he moved up and down, it was very natural. The connection was perfect. In the end, he completed it in one breath. He successfully inscribed a rank 3 lightning-attributed talisman. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chun took a deep breath. Carving talismans was the most tiring thing. When one was highly focused, one could not afford to be careless. If one was not steady, the talisman would immediately go to waste. Furthermore, this would exhaust a lot of essence. Xiao Chun rested for a while before continuing to carve. He continued to carve more than 20 talismans in a row. His luck was not good for the last few. Most of them failed. His success rate was only 50%. After the essence in his body was completely exhausted, Xiao Chun took out an inferior grade spirit stone. After a while, essence immediately filled his entire body. The clear spring in his dantian swelled up again. He was now a peak superior grade martial master. As long as Xiao Chun was willing, he could become a martial grandmaster at any time. This was the wondrous use of spirit stones. After everything was prepared, Xiao Chun quickly walked out of the city. He removed the wooden token from his waist and showed it to the guards at the city gates. There were no obstructions as he left the city. Evil Wind Valley was a very suitable place for outer disciples to train. There were many outer disciples forming groups at the western city gates. A few of them even invited Xiao Chun to go with them. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and rejected them. His mission could only be completed by himself. If there were other injuries on the spirit beast's corpse, he would fail the mission. There were many people going to Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chun casually chose a group and followed behind. He did not have to worry about losing his way. Everyone moved very quickly. They arrived outside of Evil Wind Valley in an hour. What made Xiao Chun somewhat surprised was that the outside of Evil Wind Valley was different from what he had imagined. The outside was like a marketplace. There were stalls set up everywhere. The stalls were very simple. There was a layer of ragged cloth on the ground. All sorts of herbs, spirit beasts, spirit cores, and flesh were displayed on the cloth. These people were all wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. Occasionally, there would be peddlers coming over to haggle. The scene was very bustling and noisy, selling the most complete map of Evil Wind Valley. The locations of all sorts of spirit beasts and herbs are marked. The lowest price here, definitely the lowest price here. A loud shout attracted Xiao Qin's attention. A map of Evil Wind Valley. Coincidentally, this was something he urgently needed. Xiao Chun walked over unhurriedly. He did not reveal any signs of impatience. This was a small trick when buying things. One must not let the other party see through one's true intentions. The stall owner was a young man wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. When he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly greeted him warmly. Xiao Chun took the map from him and looked at it carefully. After a while he asked, "Why is there no mark on this map of the location of a rank 5 spirit beast?" The young stall owner smiled and said, "You should be new here. There are no fixed locations for rank 5 spirit beasts in Evil Wind Valley. Furthermore, no outer disciple would dare to provoke a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just seeking death?" The outer disciples would not provoke a rank 5 spirit beast. Why was it different from what Gu Yunbin said? Xiao Chun put down the map and asked, "Didn't you say that the end-of-year exam for outer disciples is to kill a rank 5 spirit beast?" The stall owner revealed an astonished expression. "How can that be? The end-of-year exam is normally based on the number of rank 4 spirit beasts you kill. Once you reach a certain standard, you will pass. This number changes every year, depending on the spirit beast. However, no matter how much it changes, I have never heard of any end-of-year exam requiring you to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just sending yourself to death? Even if it is an inner disciple, if they meet a rank 5 spirit beast, the sect instructs them to stay as far away as possible." "Old bastard, you actually dared to lie to me," Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. He had not expected that this Gu Yunbin, who looked like a senior expert, would actually come up with such a vicious plan trying to kill him. "Brother, I think you might have been tricked by someone. The strength of a rank 5 spirit beast is comparable to a martial saint. How could we be a match for it? I advise you not to act rashly," that person said out of goodwill. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "I was just speaking casually. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I am called Yi Chun. May I know your name?" "Lu Chun, an outer disciple of Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Chun looked around at the other stall owners who were also outer disciples. He asked, "Brother Lu Chun, why are there so many people setting up stalls outside of Evil Wind Valley? Why are they doing business instead of cultivating?" Chapter 142. Lu Chun smiled bitterly and said, "The treatment an outer disciple receives is only 1 spirit stone and 1,000 silver taels. It is not enough for cultivation. Furthermore, the competition is too intense. Everyone wants to enter the inner sect. Without enough money, it is impossible to maintain the status quo." Xiao Chun was deep in thought. This was probably the tragedy of a loose cultivator. If he had not been fortunate enough to rob a few noble clan disciples of their belongings, he might have to set up a stall like these people. Suddenly Lu Chun said, "Brother Yi, actually, if you really want to find a rank 5 spirit beast, there are a few places on this map that you can definitely find." "What places?" Xiao Qin's interest was piqued. He still had to kill this rank 5 spirit beast. After all, he had made so many preparations. He could not return empty-handed. Lu Chun pointed to a spot on the map that was marked with a rank 5 herb. "This is where the rank 5 herb Yubing grass is located. If you continue forward, you will find the rank 6 herb, ice crystal flower. There will definitely be rank 5 spirit beasts guarding this rank 6 herb. There are also here and here." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but smile. The highest ranked herb on this map was only rank 5. It looked like this Luchan was hiding something. Excuse me for being nosy. I wonder why Brother Xiaochan wants to know about rank 5 spirit beasts? Luchan could clearly feel that Xiaochan was only a superior grade martial master. If he met a rank 5 spirit beast, he would not have any chance of surviving. Xiaochan smiled faintly. Nothing much, I was just asking casually. How much is the map? I'll buy it. Seeing that Xiaochan was unwilling to speak, Luchan tactfully did not continue asking. The map is very cheap, 200 silver taels. 200 silver taels for a map and you call it not expensive? You must be treating me like a fool. With such a small amount of money, Xiaochan could not be bothered to bargain. After he ransacked the Jiang clan's treasury, aside from the 20 million gold taels he spent on the Flying Snow Manor, there was still another 10 million gold taels and all sorts of spirit weapons and medicinal pills left in Xiaochan's hands. Luchan took out a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels from the universe ring, and took the map. When he saw the spatial ring on Xiaochan's hand, an undetectable look of greed flashed in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. The smile on his face did not change as he returned the remaining money to Xiaochan. He said enthusiastically, I wish Brother Xiaochan a good harvest. Let's continue working together in the future. When Xiaochan was far away, he looked at Xiaochan's back and did not hide the greed in his eyes. He quickly put away his stall and smiled at the people who came to take a look. Everyone, I'm sorry. I will not be doing business today. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Luchan quickly left. He ran to the outskirts of Evil Wind Valley, to a desolate forest. In the forest, there were a few youths wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. There was a corpse lying in front of them. Boss, this fellow is a pauper. He only has 2,000 silver taels on him. Furthermore, it is broken silver. The medicinal pills he has are all trash rank 2 medicinal pills. Someone cursed. The person leading the group was called Zhang Tuesday. He was an inferior grade martial grandmaster. He had an unfriendly expression on his face as he said in a sullen voice, there are still a few more months to the end of the year. If I do not advance to medial grade martial grandmaster, I will not be able to enter the inner sect. These people were all Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. They were loose cultivators. For the sake of cultivation resources, they would frequently ambush lone cultivators in Evil Wind Valley. Sometimes they would even attack their own sect members. When Zhang Tu saw Luchan running over in a panic, he said unhappily, What are you doing? Running for your life? Why are you running so fast? Luchan panicked and quickly told Zhang Tu what he had seen earlier. Zhang Tu revealed an expression of deep thought. He said, Are you sure he is alone? There is a spatial ring on his hand. He should be the young master of a large clan. How can he be alone? Luchan nodded and said, I am absolutely sure. Furthermore, this person seems to be new. He does not know anything and asked a lot of strange questions. His cultivation seems to be only peak superior grade martial grandmaster. To be able to spend 1,000 silver taels on a whim, this person is definitely not poor. Furthermore, he does not care about the price of his items. He is definitely a spendthrift from a young age. Boss, let's do it. Someone at the side said with a gleam in his eyes when he heard Lu Chen's words. Indeed, he is a superior grade martial grandmaster. Boss, you can deal with him alone. Furthermore, the few of us are at least medial grade martial grandmasters. There will not be any problems. Indeed, it is not like boss has not done it before. This person might even have spirit stones on him. Boss, you still have to continue. Zhang Tu revealed an uncertain expression. His rationality told him that something was wrong. A superior grade martial grandmaster going to inquire about a rank 5 spirit beast was definitely not simple. However, the greed in his heart was like a flood, slowly breaking his rationality. When he heard the word spirit stones, the greed in Zhang Tu's heart overcame his rationality. He consoled himself by saying, no matter what, he is only a superior grade martial grandmaster. After he made up his mind, he said, Lu Chun, you should have left some medicinal powder on that person, right? Lu Chun chuckled, that is for sure. I have already smeared some medicinal powder on the map. I can find that person at any time. When one was outside, the human heart was unfathomable. One should not expose one's wealth. This was a very simple principle, especially in the Tianwu continent. The battles between humans were much more bloody than those between animals. One had to pay even more attention to it. It was not that Xiao Qian did not understand this principle. Unfortunately, he did not have much experience and accidentally exposed himself. He thought that it was not important. However, in this evil wind valley, the human heart was sinister. How could he judge others by his own standards? Evil Wind Valley was surrounded by tall mountains. It was not appropriate to call it a valley, as it was simply too big. Not only was there a forest in the valley, there was also a river flowing around it. There were strange rocks everywhere. It was vast and boundless. There were many cultivators coming and going in the valley. After they crossed a river, Xiao Qian entered the dense forest in front. The forest was very big. The crowd immediately dispersed. As Xiao Qian continued to walk forward, he saw very few people. Who? Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade with a joyful cry. Aside from being in the house, Xiao Qian had not let it out for the past few days. The main reason was that it was too eye-catching. Its snow-white fur was not tainted by any impurities. It also had a pair of watery eyes filled with spirituality. With one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Within the forest, Bai was very excited. The moment it landed on the ground, it immediately ran far away. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and ignored it. With its speed, no spirit beast would be able to catch it. However, Xiao Qian still warned it not to run too far. It was not because it was afraid of those ferocious spirit beasts, but because he was afraid of being seen by other cultivators and attracting unnecessary trouble. Xiao Qian took out the map and looked at it carefully. In the end, he decided to go to the ice crystal flowers to take a look one by one. Regardless of what Gu Binyun was thinking, he had already made so many preparations. He had to give it a try. If Gu Binyun were to play tricks on him, he would fall out with him. Within Evil Wind Valley, Zhang Tu's group was following the route that Xiao Qian took. They followed behind him unhurriedly. Occasionally, Lu Qian would sniff the air. Lu Qian's martial spirit was an ordinary dog. It was not very useful in battle, but it was very strong when it came to tracking people. This was not the first time they had used such a method. They all had relaxed expressions and did not seem to mind. "Boss, he might be going to the ice crystal flowers," Lu Qian said after sniffing the air for a while. Zhang Tu frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. He muttered, "Could it be that he is really going to find a rank 5 spirit beast? He is just a superior grade martial master. Where does he get his confidence from?" Lu Qian, who was at the side, heard Zhang Tu's muttering. He said, "He might have some kind of secret treasure. This time he might have really caught a big fish." When Zhang Tu heard this, he went into deep thought. After a while, he said solemnly, "This should be the only reason. This brat is definitely not an ordinary superior grade martial master. We cannot follow our usual plan. Fourth brother, how many more times can you use that thing of yours?" Zhang Tu turned around and said to a skinny cultivator. That skinny cultivator took out a very ordinary piece of metal. He said in astonishment, 2 or 3 times should not be a problem. However, is there a need to use this thing to deal with a superior grade martial master? Zhang Tu took the piece of metal and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He said, "This brat is definitely not an ordinary person. You will not go wrong listening to me. I will personally make a move later. We will take a shortcut and set up an ambush. We will try to deal with him in one move and not cause any other problems." Although this map was very expensive, the locations of the spirit beasts marked on it were very accurate. Xiao Qian followed the directions on the map and successfully avoided some of the spirit beasts that lived in groups. Along the way, he only met a few wandering spirit beasts and dealt with them easily. Xiao Qian dealt with another rank 3 spirit beast blocking his way. Following the principle that even the smallest mosquito was meat, Xiao Qian extracted its spirit core and placed it in his universe ring. After everything that had happened the previous night, Xiao Qian took out the map again and looked at it carefully. At this moment, Bai came out of nowhere and leaped gently onto Xiao Qian's shoulder. When it saw the map in Xiao Qian's hand, it went over to take a look out of curiosity. "Pussy-eye." Before it got close, it sneezed. A layer of powder started to spread out from the map. Xiao Chen frowned and held his breath. He quickly threw the map in his hand to the ground. Xiao Chen took out a piece of white paper from the universe ring and collected all the dust particles one by one. The green spirit core in Xiao Chen's mind extended out along with his spiritual sense. It carefully analyzed the composition of the powder on the white paper. This green dot was a spirit core that only alchemists had. Xiao Chen had not used it for a long time already. This moment it came in handy. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen casually tossed the white paper away. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was just some powder with a special smell. Fortunately, it was not poison. If it was, he would have fallen for it already. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He picked up the map again and said indifferently, "The human heart is something that no one can understand." He extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings. As he walked, everything within 800 meters appeared in his mind. Everything appeared in his mind. A flower, a tree, and some martial artists who were fighting with the spirit beasts. None of them could escape. After a while, Xiao Chen sensed something on the path to the ice crystal flower's birth. 6 figures were hiding in the surrounding trees with a clear purpose. Lu Chen's figure was among them. Chapter 143. When the 6 people on the tree saw Xiao Chen approaching, they all became cautious. They held their breaths and became extremely quiet. Zhang Tu held the mysterious piece of metal in his hand. His palm was actually sweating. He could not help but curse in his heart. It is just a superior grade martial master. There is no need to be so nervous. His expression slowly eased up. As he watched Xiao Chen get closer, he could not help but slowly count down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7. Go. When he counted to 10, he tossed the piece of metal in his hand forward. The piece of metal immediately expanded with the wind. After a while it was the size of a small mountain. It pressed down on Xiao Chen's head. There was a loud rumbling sound as the piece of metal landed on the ground. The ground started to tremble, and some of the surrounding trees were toppled. Not good, Zhang Tu exclaimed. In the instant the piece of metal was about to be thrown, there was a flash of lightning. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Ah! There was a loud miserable cry. In the quiet forest it was very horrifying. Lu Chen's body was chopped in half, and he fell from the tree. Xiao Chen stood on the tree branch and looked at the piece of metal on the ground. He was startled. Fortunately, he had sensed Lu Chen's killing intent in advance. Otherwise, if he was caught off guard, Xiao Chen would definitely fall for it. With such a big thing pressing down, even a martial saint would not feel good. Zhang Tu quickly landed on the ground and put away the piece of metal. He wanted to take it out again. However, Xiao Chen did not want to give him the chance. He leaped into the air and flew down from the tree. He turned into a blue dragon and roared angrily. A cold light flickered and a saber light appeared. Xiao Chen's figure landed in front of Zhang Tu's day. He did not hesitate to quickly draw his saber, drawing the saber. The saber created a strong wind. However, the saber light was faster than the wind. This startled Zhang Tuesday. He quickly gave up on taking out the piece of metal and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chen saw him retreat, the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. There was a clap of thunder behind him, and the electric light passed through the ground to Xiao Chen's feet. Finally, it gathered on the lunar shadow saber. In an instant, the purple light shone brightly. Xiao Chen did not even have to release the power of the demonic core in the lunar shadow saber. The electric light was already so resplendent that it was dazzling. He took a step forward, and his saber drew a long purple arc in the air. On the arc, countless electric arcs flickered, bewitching and beautiful. Zhang Tu knew that he could not avoid this arc, so he used up all his essence qi, forming an essence qi barrier around his body. He wanted to take it head-on. However, after Xiao Chen refined the Thunder Crash Saber technique, its might was much stronger than before. The essence barrier that he hastily gathered could not block it at all. Poochie! The essence barrier on Zhang Tu's chest was sliced open, and the purple light tore through his clothes. It left a long gash on the yellow ranked battle armor he was wearing. After that, it left a scarlet wound on his chest, and blood spurted out. The horrifying electric light quickly entered his body. It swept through the meridians in his body like breaking dead leaves. The essence in his body instantly turned chaotic, and he temporarily lost control of his body. Rushing heaven chop! Xiao Chun shouted, and his body soared into the sky. The saber pierced forward without any fancy moves, and in the next moment, it was going to pierce through Zhang Tu's chest. No! Zhang Tu revealed an expression of extreme horror in his eyes as he said in despair. In that instant he thought of many things. He thought of the excitement he felt when he first came to Saber City. He thought of the oath he made when he entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect. One day he would become the strongest bladesman in the world. However, all this was soon buried in the merciless reality. Those people with similar talent to him relied on the resources of their clans, and their cultivations quickly surpassed his. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. His hopes of entering the inner sect became slimmer and slimmer. He did not know when it started, but he forgot his oath and fell to his current state. Suddenly, Zhang Tu was dispirited to discover that he was about to die. In this final battle, he did not even draw his saber. He only wanted to rely on unorthodox methods to deal with a superior grade martial master. He tried hard to control his right hand, wanting to pull out the long saber at his waist, but just as he touched the hilt. However, just as he touched the saber hilt, the lunar shadow saber pierced through the wound on Xiao Chen's chest. With a bang, his body shattered into countless pieces. The saber fell to the ground with a huangdang sound. Even when he died, he did not draw it. Xiao Chun turned around and quickly grabbed the piece of metal in the air. When the remaining 4 people saw that Xiao Chun dealt with them in an instant, the strongest among them, Zhang Tu, turned pale with fright. They turned around and ran. Dragon seizing hand! Xiao Chun shouted loudly and a huge black palm descended from the sky. With a loud bang, it smashed the 4 of them to the ground. Xiao Chun used the dragon seizing hand again. He did not move from his original position and controlled the huge black palm to form a fist with his right hand. Boom! A cultivator who was struggling to stand up was hammered down by the huge black fist. He cried out miserably and his body was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Boom! 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 There were another 3 loud sounds. The black fist carried an overwhelming force as it smashed down continuously. The huge force landed on the ground. The ground trembled continuously. The trees on both sides were swaying left and right. They swayed non-stop. After a long time they slowly stopped swaying. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and looked coldly at the 5 corpses on the ground. He searched the corpses clean and quickly left the place. The commotion earlier was too big. Many cultivators were attracted by it and were rushing over. Xiao Chun did not dare to stay any longer. Not long after Xiao Chun left, a Heavenly Saber Pavilion outer disciple rushed over. He carried a thick saber on his back and there was a long scar on the right side of his face. This made his originally young face look very sinister. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he did not seem too shocked. Zhang Tu's corpse had already been smashed into many pieces. It looked very disgusting. Blood dyed the ground red. It was impossible to make out this person's identity. He searched the ground for a while and found a black metal medallion. Zhang Tu's name was written on the front and the words Heavenly Saber Pavilion was carved on the back. Zhang Tu was actually killed by someone in Evil Wind Valley. The scarred man read it out slowly. His eyes revealed an expression of extreme shock. There was an undetectable sorrow in the depths of his eyes. Pooh! 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 A series of footsteps could be heard. Many Heavenly Saber Pavilion outer disciples heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were greatly shocked. It's Lu Chen's group. This is their metal medallion. Very soon, someone found their identity medallion. They were all outer disciples. Naturally, they recognized Lu Chen's group. When they saw their miserable deaths, they felt fear in their hearts. An outer disciple wearing embroidered robes walked over to the scarred man. When he saw the name carved on the metal medallion, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, I did not expect Zhang Tu to be dead as well. I thought he had escaped. Lu Mingfei and the others, were you the one who killed them? Zhang Tu was your biggest competitor when you entered the inner sect. He looked at the scarred man with a smile that was not a smile and asked in a mocking tone. He did not care about this person at all. Zhang Tu is actually dead. Out of the 10 spots to enter the inner sect, he was one of the hot favorites. It is such a pity that he died like that. I wonder who did it. They actually killed 6 outer disciples right under the nose of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They are too courageous. They do not care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at all. It is clear that the person who did it has a higher cultivation than Zhang Tuesday. This fellow must have met a tough opponent. He has been beating up a bird for a long time and finally got pecked by a bird. When the group of outer disciples heard the man in embroidered robes say Zhang Tu's name, they all burst into an uproar. Some shook their heads and sighed. Some rejoiced in their hearts. With this, they would have one less opponent for the year-end exam. The treatment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples was much better than that of the outer disciples. Just the spirit stones they received every month was 10 times that of the outer disciples. Furthermore, they had the opportunity to receive personal guidance from a martial king. They could also choose all sorts of high-ranked martial techniques and superior-grade medicinal pills. The mountain range was filled with spiritual energy. It was not something that Saber City could compare to. However, there were only 10 outer disciples who could enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion every year. This resulted in intense competition in the outer sect. When the many cultivators present heard the news of Zhang Tu's death, they all rejoiced in their hearts. Lu Mingfei stood up and grasped the metal medallion tightly. He looked at the youth in embroidered robes beside him and said coldly, "Yan Tunjing, you better pray that you are not in the same group as me during the year-end exam. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you." After Lu Mingfei said this, he left with large strides. Yan Tunjing looked at Lu Mingfei's back and mocked. "Just a commoner's disciple and he wants to fight with me for the right to enter the inner sect? Wishful thinking." On the other side, in a forest, Xiao Chun casually laid down a small, one-time use illusion formation. Then, he carefully studied the metal medallion in his hand. This metal medallion could actually grow with the wind. It instantly became the size of a small mountain. It was very similar to the growing soil that Yu the Great used to control the flood in ancient times. Could this be a secret treasure? Xiao Chun asked suspiciously as he looked at the metal medallion in his hand. However, when he extended his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun could not feel any formation patterns or Taoist rhymes on it. There was no trace of a secret treasure at all. Just as Xiao Chun was feeling puzzled, an idea flashed in his mind. He remembered that there was an extremely precious refining material in the compendium of cultivation. Astral iron. This was a natural treasure. According to legend, it was made from polished meteorites that came from the outer realm. After these meteorites were polished, they would have all sorts of strange effects. Some could summon boundless flames, ice, and hurricanes. Some could even create a small world. Some could even summon creatures from the outer realm. It was very strange. These star irons had been wandering in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. During such a long period of time, they had been exposed to the impurities in the universe and all kinds of strange rays. Therefore, it was not strange for them to have some strange special effects. This was definitely a piece of astral iron, Xiao Chun said joyfully. This was because there was a clear record of it in the compendium of cultivation. Although it was only briefly mentioned, it did indeed exist. Although the special effects of the astral iron were different, they all had a common use. That was to repair all sorts of divine weapons and secret treasures. Even the strongest divine weapons and emperor-grade secret treasures could be completely repaired. Chapter 144. Xiao Chun took out the exquisite copper bell from the universe ring. He looked at the severely damaged patterns on it and smiled faintly. These should be able to be repaired. As for the chaotic patterns inside, I can slowly sort them out in the future. He placed the copper bell beside his hand and his spiritual sense wrapped around the astral iron. The boundless purple flame in his right eye started to spin quickly. So, the purple flame leaped out from his right eye and burned the astral iron. The astral iron was extremely hard. Regular flames would not be able to melt it. Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire, which had formed its origin, needed to be extremely hot before it could barely melt it. Time slowly went by. For hours had passed unknowingly. The astral iron in the purple flame did not show any signs of melting. Sweat covered Xiao Chen's forehead. It dripped down continuously. The horrifying temperature of the flame made his face turn red. Bang! Xiao Chan tossed out another dull spirit stone. This was already the third inferior grade spirit stone that he had tossed out. The purple thunder true fire burned for a long time, exhausting a lot of essence. Actually, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he was too anxious to melt the astral iron. The ancient immortal cultivators on Earth only had the ability to melt the astral iron after they reached the Yuanying realm. After all, it was an item from the outside world. It was not an ordinary natural treasure. It was not that easy to refine. Xiao Chan gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was not too anxious in his heart. With his flushed face, he looked at the astral iron in the purple flame with a resolute gaze as it continued to burn. When Xiao Chan used up the 10th inferior grade spirit stone, the astral iron finally changed. A drop of scarlet liquid slowly dripped down into the jade bottle that Xiao Chan had prepared. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A faintly discernible evil spirit rushed out from the astral iron. It let out a horrifying wail and charged at Xiao Chan. This was a mysterious, ominous spirit in the universe. Almost every piece of astral iron had one. The ominous spirit did not have a physical body. It would only devour the souls of humans. No martial technique would have any effect on it. No one knew what was going on with the formation of the evil spirit. It was just like the strange special effects of the star iron. No one could understand it with common sense. Xiao Chan understood and did not panic too much. He had already expected the ferocious spirit to appear. Just as the ferocious spirit was about to charge into Xiao Chen's mind, his eyes suddenly shot out two rays of violet light that pierced through the ferocious spirit. A black mist spread out, and the ferocious spirit continuously howled before turning into nothingness. This purple light was something that Xiao Chan would shoot out every time he broke through a major realm. He had no idea what it was for. However, Xiao Chan had a feeling that this purple light could destroy the ominous spirit that specialized in devouring souls. This was because the same scene seemed to have appeared in his life before. When Xiao Chan was planning to melt the astral iron, he had already made up his mind. He would make use of this opportunity to advance to Martial Grandmaster and use the violet light to kill the ominous spirit. Although this was not the best time to advance, he had no other choice in order to eliminate this ominous spirit. The instant the ominous spirit disappeared, the astral iron had completely melted. Xiao Chan got up and stretched himself. He was not in a rush to check on the situation after his advancement. He picked up the porcelain bottle on the ground. After the astral iron, which was the size of a small mountain, was calcined, there were only 10 odd drops of scarlet liquid left behind. Dita! Xiao Chan slowly poured the liquid onto the copper bell. When the scarlet liquid landed on the copper bell, it instantly seeped in. It looked very strange. When the 10 odd drops of scarlet liquid entered the copper bell, it released a scarlet glow. With a schwa sound, it immediately flew into the air. Lines appeared on the surface of the copper bell. It was like an invisible hand was carving. The cracks and holes on the copper bell were slowly mended. A faint righteous chi came from the copper bell. When standing beside it, it made one feel very calm. Xiao Chan revealed an expression of joy. He leaned against the copper bell in the air and said, "It is indeed a secret treasure used by the ancient sages. I did not waste 10 odd inferior grade spirit stones in vain." Dang! The last line of lines on the copper bell was completed. A complete ancient bell appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. With a schwa sound, the copper bell became as tall as a person. A drawn-out bell chime resounded. This sound was very calm. Xiao Chen stood below the copper bell. He felt that his inferior grade martial grandmaster cultivation had stabilized significantly under the influence of this melodious bell chime. Xiao Chen looked up. The interior of the copper bell was pitch black. It was boundlessly deep. He could not help but feel excited. There seemed to be a small world inside. A secret treasure that can automatically materialize a small world. Could it be an incomplete king-grade secret treasure? Xiao Chan frowned slightly as he looked at the deep space. He felt suspicious. A black banner flew out from Xiao Chen's eyes. The banner carried Xiao Chen's spiritual sense and flew into that black space. Boom! The world before Xiao Chan suddenly changed. A space of nothingness appeared before him. The black banner under his feet continued to descend. Bang! After descending for an unknown period of time, the black banner stabbed into the air with a schwa sound. A piece of land immediately materialized. A small world started to spread out from the ground below the banner. A strong wind blew, dust flew everywhere, and the roars were like thunder. The scene that the small world materialized was that of an ancient battlefield. Countless humanoid creatures stood densely in the air. Some of these creatures had 3 heads and 6 arms. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands. Black chi lingered around them as they stood in the air. Some of them had wings that looked like that of a bird. They floated in the air and formed hand seals with their hands. Streams of destructive energy descended from the sky. Even further away, there were 7 figures that were hundreds of meters tall. Their heads reached the sky and their feet touched the ground. Boundless black clouds gathered above their heads, stretching out for thousands of kilometers. There was no end in sight, layer upon layer, vast and boundless. Among them, a human laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with a heroic spirit, causing one's blood to surge uncontrollably. A huge copper bell floated above his head. The sound of the bell was like a divine sound spreading out in all directions. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared and spread out into the sky. The countless humanoid creatures standing in the air instantly dispersed like they were breaking dry weeds. He stomped his feet, causing the ground to shake, the sky to tremble, and the mountains to shatter. He stretched out his hand and his 5 fingers became infinitely large. When he pressed them together, the figures in the air were crushed like ants. Xiao Chun stood where he was. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He said in astonishment, "This is the dragon seizing hand. Is this person the Yin clan's patriarch? What a horrifying power." He broke the laws of this space with just one palm strike. Standing in this battlefield, Xiao Chun was like a passerby. The demonic soldiers shrouded in black chi passed by him, as though they did not see him. They charged at the Yin clan's patriarch. However, the Yin clan's patriarch was like an undefeatable existence. The copper bell above his head shot down strands of yellow chi, blocking all the attacks. No one could get close to him. Finally, in the distance among the 7 huge figures, a cold voice came. "The strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race, the Eastern Emperor Bell?" The moment the voice sounded out, the 7 huge black figures rushed over. As they moved, the ground seemed to shrink to an inch. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the Yin clan's patriarch. The surrounding people immediately retreated. There were loud explosions and large holes appeared in space. The Eastern Emperor Bell rang out continuously. Even though the Yin clan's patriarch was fighting 1 against 7, he did not fall into a disadvantage. However, as the battle dragged on, cracks appeared on the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the end, it could not hold on any longer, and the Tao pattern shattered. With a boom, it turned into a small copper bell and fell from the sky, landing at Xiao Chen's feet. The Yin clan's patriarch vomited a mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. Then his body exploded. He had actually chosen the most decisive way to die. The instant he exploded, the ancient battlefield disappeared without a trace. In the boundless desolate land, there was only a small damaged copper bell left. This proved that everything that had just happened was real. Xiao Chun picked up the broken copper bell and wiped off the dust on it. He sent a strand of his divine sense into the copper bell, and discovered that there was no imprint left behind by the Yin clan's patriarch. This made things much easier. Xiao Chun left his divine sense inside and turned it into an imprint. Then, he slowly merged it with the Eastern Emperor Bell. After that, he controlled the black flag and broke through this space to retreat. The black flag rushed into Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's divine sense returned to his body. He looked at the Eastern Emperor Bell in the sky again. Xiao Chen already had a strange connection with it. Xiao Chun waved his hand and the huge copper bell shrunk to the size of a thumb and landed in Xiao Chen's palm. He muttered, "Eastern Emperor Bell, the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. I wonder how much of its might I can bring out now?" Xiao Chun placed the copper bell back into the universe ring, and walked out of this illusion formation. If someone passed by, they would find it extremely strange. Xiao Chen's body seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "Hey!" An indistinct sigh entered Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and he extended out his divine sense. Earlier, He had felt that there was a figure following him after he left the city lord's residence. However, this feeling was very vague. Now that he had advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster, his senses were more than twice as strong as before. This feeling was even stronger. Xiao Chun carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense a few times, but did not discover anyone. Xiao Chun said doubtfully, "Could it be that I overreacted? If there really was someone, my spiritual sense should have discovered them long ago." Shaking his head, Xiao Chun recollected his thoughts. He kept an eye on this as he continued forward. Just at this moment, Bai's figure ran over from afar. There were a few stalks of herbs in his mouth. He leaped over to Xiao Chun like he was presenting a treasure. Xiao Chun received it and took a look. He could not help but smile. It was a few stalks of rank 5 yubing grass. Xiao Chun originally did not intend to pick them. He did not expect Bai to help him obtain them. Chapter 145. He had already obtained the yubing grass, so the ice crystal flower should be in front. Xiao Chun carried Bai in his embrace. He was almost at the location of the ice crystal flower, so he could not let it run around blindly. After a while, Xiao Chun walked out of the dense forest. He took out the map and looked at it. According to the markings on the map, the ice crystal flower grew on a cliff in front of him. Due to the protection of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape, a regular outer disciple would not dare to come and snatch it even though they knew there was a rank 6 herb here. The instant he walked out of the forest, the sunlight shone on Xiao Chun's body once again. When he looked up, he could already vaguely make out a tall cliff. This was the border of Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chun patted Bai's head. Under its unwilling gaze, he placed it into the spirit blood jade. He extended his spiritual sense forward, but he did not see the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. Instead, he saw a few young ice apes. They were only rank 4, resting in a corner. Looks like I made a wasted trip. There are no rank 5 spirit beasts here. Xiao Chun sighed slightly and prepared to leave. However, he changed his mind. Since he was already here, it would not be too late to take a look at the ice crystal flower. After all, it was a rank 6 herb. Even if he did not need it, he could still sell it for a good price. After he thought of this, Xiao Chun quickly ran towards the cliff. Just as he was about to reach it, he heard a startled cry. Xiao Chun stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a tall and sturdy youth. He was holding a huge axe in his hand, blocking the attacks of 3 ice apes. On the cliff behind him, there was a petite figure carrying a basket on her back. She was nimbly climbing up the cliff. In a crevice above her head, there was a flower petal that was flickering with a cold light. Xiao Chun could not help but feel puzzled. He had clearly swept this place with his divine sense and did not find any cultivators. How could there be 2 more people for no reason? Xiao Chun looked at the 2 again and was shocked to find that the 2 of them had not condensed their martial souls. They were only at the soul refinement stage and were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. No wonder he did not notice them earlier. These 2 people were not martial artists at all. There was no fluctuation of essence in their bodies, so he directly ignored them. 2 commoners coming to chill Wind Valley. If this isn't courting death, then what is? Xiao Chun said with some blame in his heart. They really didn't take their lives seriously. The girl on the mountain wall had already climbed to the bottom of the ice crystal flower. She was only 1 step away from plucking it. Pooh! However, at this moment, a young ice ape broke through the defense of the tall and sturdy youth. With a few leaps, it arrived behind the girl. No! The eyes of the tall and sturdy youth guarding below turned bloodshot as he shouted. He threw the huge axe in his hand at the ice ape. The ice ape nimbly dodged the huge axe. It stretched out its huge hand and smashed it at the girl. When the girl turned her head to look, she was frightened pale. She lost her balance and fell down. Because the tall and sturdy youth no longer had a weapon, he was smashed to the ground by the 2 ice apes. In an instant, his body was covered with bloody wounds. It was a tragic sight. Lightning evasion. With a flash of lightning, Xiao Chun instantly arrived beside the youth. The lunar shadow saber glowed with a 2-meter saber light. This was the first time Xiao Chun had truly condensed a saber light. This was a martial technique that only martial grandmasters could use. Pu Ci. The saber light hacked violently at the ice ape that was beating up the tall and sturdy youth. With a "ka" sound, the ice ape's arm was chopped off. However, a layer of ice appeared on its body, preventing the saber from penetrating any further. Xiao Chan was somewhat surprised that he did not manage to chop it in half. The ice ape that had its arm chopped off let out a pained wail, just like the perfectly fine ice ape beside it. The ice ape gave up on attacking the youth lying on the ground. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes. The ice ape's sharp palm carried a cold wind as it ruthlessly smashed at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan took a step back. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and gathered on the saber. The lunar shadow saber moved in a purple arc. The arc flickered with electricity. In an instant, the saber cut open the chests of the two ice apes. The electricity shook violently and the two ice apes were immediately knocked back. Xiao Chan did not continue chasing. He looked at the petite girl that had fallen into the air. A silver warship flew out from his eyes and caught the girl in an instant. The ice ape on the mountain wall roared and dived at Xiao Chan. With a huang-dang sound, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. It carried an unparalleled force and smashed the ice ape into the mountain wall with a bang, turning palm into fist. The huge black hand clenched tightly. It seemed like it had the force of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed violently at the ice ape on the mountain wall. There was a loud rumbling sound. The mountain wall trembled and many rocks fell off. A large hole appeared in the mountain wall. The ice ape was smashed in violently. Blood leaked out from the corner of its mouth. Unexpectedly, its body was not smashed into mush. It was still in perfect condition. "It is really hard," Xiao Chan said indifferently with a frown. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and took out the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow. There was a graceful flash and a surging aura. It was like a meteor tearing through the night sky. The arrow was as fast as lightning. It struck the ice ape that was struggling to climb out with a hong sound. The essence light arrow pierced through the ice ape's neck and pinned it to the ground. With this, the ice ape could not be any more dead. The ice ape's intelligence was very high. When the other two young ice apes saw the situation, they quickly turned and fled. Xiao Chan glanced at them indifferently and knocked two essence light arrows on his bow. The arrows moved like a beam of light, tearing through the air and arriving in an instant. They pierced through the chests of the two ice apes and left a large hole. Then they fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." The stout youth on the ground, who was covered in wounds, got up and thanked Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan stood beside him. Xiao Chan was 1.8 meters tall, but he was actually shorter than him by a head. Looking at his face, he looked very honest. He was also not much older than Xiao Chan. However, Xiao Chan had some misgivings about the two of them entering Evil Wind Valley. Two cultivators who had not even condensed a martial spirit. What were they doing here? Xiao Chan waved his hand and the small silver boat flew over and slowly landed on the ground. The little girl on the boat quickly jumped off. Xiao Chan looked at the bloody wounds on the youth's body. Although they were not fatal, if they were not treated, he would have to recuperate for a long time. Xiao Chan took out 2 blood-replenishing pills and handed them to him. He said, "One for external application and one for internal consumption. It can treat your injuries." The youth shook his head and said, "There is no need. This medicinal pill should be very expensive. My minor injuries are not a problem." However, the little girl behind him received it. She had a gentle and weak look on her face as she said softly, "Benefactor, don't listen to Xiao Yang's nonsense. With such severe external injuries, if they are not treated, they will have to recuperate for a long time before they can fully recover." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and entered the silver warship. He did not say anything and left directly. They had met by chance and it was just a small matter. There was no need to be overly stubborn about it. The youth called Xiao Yang wanted to chase after Xiao Chan. However, he was stopped by the girl behind him. "Don't chase. When Xiao Chan returns, it will be troublesome if he cannot find us." The youth was helpless. He could only watch as Xiao Chan left. The girl crushed the blood-replenishing pill and slowly applied it to the wounds of the stout youth. Not long after Xiao Chan left, a youth in blue quickly arrived before them. When he saw Xiao Yang's injuries, he quickly asked what was going on. After he understood, he immediately chased after Xiao Chan. Xiao Chun felt a figure rushing towards him quickly. The aura of the figure was very dense. He was at least a superior grade martial grandmaster. Xiao Chun raised his guard and stopped. He slowly turned around. When the youth in blue saw Xiao Chun stop, he quickly went forward and said, "I am Lu Suifeng. I have not asked for your great name yet. You saved my two friends. I will definitely repay this favor in the future." This youth had regular features and an imposing appearance. He had a righteous expression on his face. His sincere words dispelled Xiao Chun's guard. He smiled faintly and said, "Yi Chun, it was just a small matter. There is no need to pay so much attention to it." While Xiao Chun was sizing up Lu Suifeng was also carefully observing Xiao Chun. After a while, Lu Suifeng was astonished. He was merely an inferior grade martial master, yet he was able to chase away 3 infant ice apes so easily. This person was definitely not simple. "Brother Yi, are you from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect? I don't think I have heard of this name before," Lu Suifeng asked. Xiao Chun glanced at Lu Suifeng's waist. He saw the silver identity token and understood. This person was an inner disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder he asked if he was from the outer sect. "No, I just came to Saber City not long ago." Xiao Chun felt there was no need to hide anything, so he answered honestly. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Xiao Chun finally understood why those 2 ordinary people wanted to enter Evil Wind Valley. The ice crystal flower bloomed once every 3 months. If it did not bloom, the 3 of them would come and pick the petals. All along, after Lu Suifeng lured away the adult ice apes, he would leave the 2 of them behind to pick the petals. In the past, there were only 2 infant ice apes. Xiao Yang was able to last until Lu Suifeng returned. However, he did not know why there were 3 this time. Xiao Chun obtained an important piece of information. There really was a rank 5 spirit beast here. Furthermore, Lu Suifeng did not injure him. He only lured him away. He could not help but rejoice. Before they parted, Lu Suifeng wanted to give Xiao Chun 3 inferior grade spirit stones. Originally, he thought Xiao Chun would gladly accept it. Who knew he would reject it? To Xiao Chun, this was just a small matter. He could not accept such a huge favor. Furthermore, he wanted to befriend this person. In the future, if he entered the inner sect, he might have to interact with this person. Seeing that Xiao Chun insisted on not accepting it, Lu Suifeng did not argue. He took his leave and said that if Xiao Chun had any problems in the future, he would do his best to help. After knowing the information about the rank 5 spirit beast, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. After the 3 of them picked all the petals of the ice crystal flower, Xiao Chun revealed himself. Seeing the ice ape nailed to the entrance of the cave, Xiao Chun thought for a while. First, he took out the spirit cores of the 2 ice apes on the ground and burned them to ashes. After doing all this, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and flew to the entrance of the cave on the mountain wall. He carried out the infant ice ape's corpse and carefully stuck several rank 3 lightning-attributed talismans on the back of the corpse. After that, he jumped into the cave and found a bush. He withdrew his aura and hid. Chapter 146. After a long time, heavy footsteps came from the distance. The cold qi in the air became even more horrifying. "It's here." Xiao Chun felt somewhat nervous. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, lowering his own aura to its limits. A 10-meter-tall ice ape appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. It had long white fur covering its body. It looked like a human walking upright. From a distance, one might mistake it for a white-haired old man. Roar! The adult ice ape quickly saw the young ice ape that had died a miserable death on the mountain wall. It roared angrily and its eyes turned bloodshot. It pushed off the ground and arrived at the cave in the mountain wall in the blink of an eye. What fast speed! Xiao Chun was secretly startled. The speed of this adult ice ape completely surpassed his imagination. Unexpectedly, he only saw a blurry white light. "I can't wait any longer." Xiao Chun jumped out of the bush and quickly formed a hand seal. Then he shouted, "Explode!" The instant that ice ape saw Xiao Chun appear, it immediately turned its head. Its heart burned with rage, and a baleful aura filled the air. However, just as it was about to make a move, a boundlessly resplendent light suddenly lit up the cave. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. More than 10 rank 3 lightning-attributed talismans exploded together. The might was already comparable to a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, the destructive power was even more horrifying. The ice ape's corpse was blasted into smithereens. An intense shockwave instantly tossed the ice ape high into the sky. The tall cliff collapsed with a loud rumble, and the ground trembled continuously. Countless rocks fell from the sky and shot out. Xiao Chan quickly retreated, dodging these extremely powerful rocks. Shua! A white figure descended from the sky and quickly landed beside Xiao Chan. It opened its palms and a boundless cold chi spread out. Its 5 sharp claws carried a dense cold chi as they swiped at Xiao Chan. When Xiao Chan saw the white figure, he was startled. He saw the layers of ice on its body slowly peeling off. More than 10 rank 3 talismans did not cause any substantial damage to it. Clang! Xiao Chan drew his saber and released the energy of the rank 6 demonic core in the lunar shadow saber without holding anything back. Boundless electricity flickered non-stop. Xiao Chan brandished his saber and the electricity crackled in the booth, blocking the sharp claws of the ice ape. Clang clang! The ice ape used its long arms and legs, jumping up and down. Its speed was extremely fast, turning into a blurry white blur as it continuously attacked Xiao Chan. The more Xiao Chan blocked, the more strenuous it became. Gradually, he felt that something was wrong. The surrounding cold air was getting heavier and heavier. Every step he took was incomparably difficult, as if his legs were stiff. Poochie! The ice ape let out a strange cry, and the surrounding cold air suddenly dropped by a lot. Xiao Chan was immediately hit, and both his legs were directly frozen. The ice ape took advantage of this opportunity to grab the lunar shadow saber with its right hand, ignoring the electricity flickering on the lunar shadow saber. Its other sharp palm tried to grab Xiao Chen's head. When that palm with cold chi spread out, it was about the size of a wash basin. In its eyes, Xiao Chen's head was like a baby's. With just a gentle pinch, his brain would burst. Pussy. Just as that sharp palm was about to grab Xiao Chen's head, a boundless flame gathered in Xiao Chen's right eye and gushed out. The flame immediately followed the ice ape's arm and spread to its entire body. In an instant, the ice ape cried out in pain, and the surrounding cold chi was instantly dispersed. The hot chi in Xiao Chen's body surged, and his body returned to normal. He quickly retreated. Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere and grabbed the fiery ice ape. In the instant he clenched his fist, Xiao Chan met with an extremely strong resistance, causing him to be unable to clench his fist. Xiao Chan immediately let go. He knew that the ice ape's body was incomparably hard, and there was no need to waste time with it. The huge black hand turned into a fist and hammered down with a rumbling sound. The sound did not stop, and the ground trembled. The ice ape was hammered into the ground. Xiao Chan withdrew his hand and stood upright. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. The consumption of this inherited martial technique was much greater than a regular martial technique. Although he managed to injure the ice ape by surprise, Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless. He took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light Arrow, drew the bowstring and concentrated. There was a kaz-kaz sound coming from the ground. It was the sound of ice breaking. Xiao Chan was horrified. Could it be that the purple thunder true fire is unable to break the layer of ice on the ice ape's body? There was a flash of white light, and the ice ape stood up again. It felt the aura of the Soul Slayer bow, and in the instant it stood up, it quickly turned around, creating a strong wind as it moved in an S-shaped trajectory. So, Xiao Chan released his hand, and the first thing he did was to mark the ice ape's chest with his spiritual sense. No matter how fast it would not be able to avoid being hit. The Essence Light Arrow flashed like a meteor, piercing through the strong wind created by the ice ape, and striking its chest. Kasie! A layer of ice appeared on the ice ape's chest, blocking the arrow. The Essence Light Arrow shattered the ice, but it could not advance any further. The ice fell with a dang-dang sound. The arrow carried a huge force, knocking the ice ape back by 5 steps. Xiao Chan looked at the ice on the ground, and he made up his mind. I don't believe you can create an unlimited amount of ice. After he made up his mind, he fired the Essence Light Arrows without caring about the exhaustion. For a moment the air was filled with the buzzing of the arrows. Regardless of whether the ice ape leaped from the sky or charged from the front or the side, There would always be an arrow knocking it back like a sudden clap of thunder. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had shot out more than 100 essence light arrows. Even with Xiao Chen's strong physical body, he still found it hard to draw the Soul Slayer bow, which he could only rely on his physical body. As for the ice ape, it seemed like nothing had happened to it. The ground was filled with ice fragments and essence light arrows, but the ice ape still charged at Xiao Chen with a high morale. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Xiao Chen had already used up all the essence light arrows. He put away the Soul Slayer bow and shouted. The light on his saber was withdrawn, and he sent a simple saber strike at the ice ape. Bang! The human and the beast both retreated a few steps. Xiao Chen was mildly astonished, and then he rejoiced. The force of the ice ape's palm strike was no longer as ferocious as before. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen took a step forward and leaped into the air. His figure moved rapidly in the air, and in an instant, his speed reached its peak. Countless saber lights flashed. The wind howled as the ice ape's palms struck out continuously. One human and one beast, one in the air and one on the ground, moved very quickly. Metallic sounds rang out continuously. The instant the saber and the palm clashed, they created a huge shockwave. The shockwave was accompanied by the sound of the wind, forming a huge shockwave in the surroundings. It kicked up dust and made it dance around chaotically. By the time Xiao Chen landed, he had already sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Ice continued to fall from the ice ape's body. When all the ice fell to the ground, there were bright red wounds on the ice ape's chest, arms, and back. The wounds were not deep, but they tore through the ice ape's flesh and dyed its snow-white fur red. Xiao Chen felt gratified. As long as he was fast enough, there would be places that the ice ape could not take care of. After fighting for so long, the ice that appeared on the ice ape's body was like a cheat. Could block all sorts of attacks. When Xiao Chen saw that it was injured, his fighting spirit soared. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. Xiao Chen did not give the ice ape a chance to catch its breath. He quickly used an inferior grade spirit stone and replenished his essence in an instant. Then he did not hesitate to execute flight on wings, the strongest move that he knew. The pitch-black night covered the sky, and a full moon slowly rose. A human figure holding a saber flew over from the horizon. Under the full moon he arrived gracefully, as though he was a celestial being. Although Xiao Chen could not understand the state of this sword, he had been using the changing character formula to simulate the dragon seizing hand for the past few days. He had already comprehended some things. Today he finally perfected moonbright like fire. Retreat! Xiao Chen shouted, and the human figure in the sky followed suit. The celestial voice was indistinct and vast. It resonated in the sky and on the ground, reverberating in the surroundings. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand pointed at the ice ape attacking him from the sky. The human figure in the sky did the same action. It was like a boundless energy tore through space and time. The ice ape in the sky paused for a moment. Then it was blasted away by a strange energy, rolling on the ground. It stabbed its claws into the ground violently, but it still could not stop. Its sharp claws made a ZZ sound, creating a few long marks on the ground. It only stopped after a long time. Before it could stand up, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky. This aura was like an immortal descending. Mortals were like ants trembling in fear. Immortal might was unfathomable. Immortal might could not be blocked. The sword of an immortal could break mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers. There was an earth-shattering sound. The human figure in the sky hacked at the ice ape. The ice ape crossed its palms and released a boundless cold chi, trying to block this saber strike. However, it was hacked into the ground with a loud boom. It sank for an unknown amount of meters, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the ground. The night disappeared, and the sunlight shone on Evil Wind Valley again. Xiao Chen took deep breaths and slowly walked to the hole. He felt a headache. If the ice ape died like this, how was he going to get its corpse out? Chi! Chi! Suddenly layers of cold chi appeared on the ground, instantly freezing it and forming a smooth ice surface. Seeing the ice spreading under his feet, Xiao Chen frowned and retreated. He thought in astonishment, could it be that this ice ape is not dead yet? Bang! 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 Countless cracks appeared on the ice surface before it exploded. Countless pieces of frozen soil flew in all directions. When they landed, they immediately shattered into a pile of ice shards. A huge pit appeared on the flat ground. The adult ice ape stood in the pit. Its originally snow-white fur was now covered in blood. It was in a sorry state. It roared angrily and pushed off the ground with its 4 limbs. Quickly crawled out. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent as it looked at Xiao Chun. The baleful aura on Xiao Chun's body rushed to the sky. He opened his huge mouth and a boundless cold chi poured into his mouth like a hurricane. A strong wind howled and a cold wind blew. Under the illumination of the sun, snowflakes drifted down. Chapter 147. The cold wind and snowflakes were like knives, cutting into Xiao Chun's face. It was incomparably painful. He had to squint his eyes to prevent the snowflakes from entering his eyes. Wuxia. A sharp killing intent locked onto Xiao Chun. The ice ape shot out a piercing ice line from its huge mouth. The ice line was extremely condensed. It was as thin as a needle. Xiao Chun felt the threat of death. In that instant he wanted to take out the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, when he thought of his earlier apprehensions, he did not do so in the end. Heavenly Lightning Shield. Electricity flickered around Xiao Chun. The lightning evasion wrapped around Xiao Chun. However, the needle-sized ice line pierced through the Heavenly Lightning Shield, leaving a tiny hole that the naked eye could not see. The Heavenly Lightning Shield slowly disappeared and blood spurted out from Xiao Chun's chest. Xiao Chun looked at the wound strangely. That ice line was too small. When it pierced through his body, he did not even feel any pain. The wound on his chest was very small. However, the blood that flowed out was like a faucet, gushing out violently. Xiao Chun's complexion was pale. He used the lunar shadow saber to support his body and knelt on one knee. He took out a blood-replenishing pill with his left hand and instantly swallowed it. After that, he took out another blood-replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on the wound. However, the blood-replenishing pill that had worked every time lost its effect this time. There was a cold chi lingering around the wound on his chest, preventing the flesh from closing up. When the ice ape shot out the ice line, it was like it had used up all its strength. It rested for a long time. Only then did it recover. It landed on all fours and leaped into the air, pouncing towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun revealed a determined expression on his pale face. He tossed out a golden wooden sculpture. The Golden Lion King appeared from nowhere. Its mountain-like body stomped heavily on the ice ape, crushing it to the ground. The Golden Lion King's thick front limbs trampled on the huge ice ape violently, twisting it around. After a long time, the ice ape finally stopped struggling. Xiao Chun sent out a strand of his divine sense and felt that the ice ape was indeed dead. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The wound on Xiao Chun's chest was still slowly bleeding. The blood-replenishing pill alleviated the bleeding, and it was not as turbulent as before. Tearing off a piece of cloth from his clothes, Xiao Chun wrapped it around the wound and went to the frost ape's side. Seeing the frost ape covered in wounds, Zhao Fu took out a sharp knife and cut open its body from the side. He found that the frost ape's internal organs had been badly damaged, and there were still traces of electricity in them. Looks like the dozen or so grade 3 lightning attribute talismans were the cause of its death, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Then he took out the top grade ice attribute inner core. At this moment there was a piercing sound in the air as a dazzling sword chi shot over. Xiao Chun unhurriedly placed the spirit core into the universe ring. He smiled faintly to himself. He finally could not resist making a move. Earlier, although he had scanned the area with his spiritual sense many times, he did not find anyone following him. However, Xiao Chun had kept an eye on him. He knew that someone was following him. Thus, even at the most crucial moment of the battle with the ice ape, he did not use some killing moves. If it were not for the situation being dire, the Golden Lion King would not have used them. Dang! The Eastern Emperor bell rang softly and flew out of Xiao Chun's body. It floated above his head, and strands of mysterious yellow chi fell from his head. The sword chi that flew behind him was blocked by the heaven and earth chi, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and leaped onto the Golden Lion King's head. He looked quietly at the person who arrived. An old man slowly walked out with waning steps. This was the martial saint that the Zhang clan head had ordered around. His name was Chong Siyuan. and he was the top guest of Yunyang City's Zhang clan. He was already a consummation medial grade martial saint. After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, their strength would increase exponentially. A medial grade martial saint could fight against 10 inferior grade martial saints. Chang Siwen looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiao Chen's head. Then he looked at the huge golden lion king under his feet. His expression was somewhat cautious. Along the way, the youth in front of him had given him too many surprises. If Chang Siwen had not cultivated a martial technique to hide his aura, he would have been discovered by this person several times. Chang Siwen was already very shocked when he saw Xiao Chan take out the Golden Lion King. He did not expect Xiao Chan to take out a strong defensive secret treasure. Is this where your confidence comes from? Chang Siwen's voice was very soft but very clear. As he stood there quietly, he had an overwhelming aura. This aura spread out involuntarily. Even with the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Golden Lion King, Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless. Hu Qi. In terms of aura, Xiao Chan was at an absolute disadvantage. He did not want to waste time with him. With a thought, the Golden Lion King spat out a golden flame at Chang Siwen. Qi. A sword qi streaked across and the golden flame was sliced in half, flying to the sides. Shua. Chang Siwen's figure flashed. He was like a ghost flying to Xiao Chen's side. A sword light flashed, and his sword appeared before Xiao Chan. Dang! Another strand of yellow qi slid down from the Eastern Emperor bell like glass. Before Xiao Chan could react, it automatically blocked this sword strike. Dang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Chang Siwen sent out several hundred sword strikes. His speed was extremely fast. However, every time he did so, he was blocked by the yellow qi from the Eastern Emperor bell. The Eastern Emperor bell was indeed the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. Even though its Dao patterns were completely shattered, it still had such might. Xiao Chan revealed a calm expression as he shouted. Dang! 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 The Eastern Emperor bell gave off a long chime, and a ripple spread out in all directions. Chang Siwen bore the brunt of it and was immediately knocked back. When the bell chime spread out, Xiao Chan felt dizzy. He could not help but feel astonished. He quickly stopped the bell chime. In the end, he could not use an incomplete secret treasure. Xiao Chan controlled the Golden Lion King and leaped into the air, causing the ground to tremble. Its mountain-like body pressed down on Chang Siwen. Chang Siwen's figure spun rapidly, changing his position very quickly. As he dodged the attacks, he sent out strands of resplendent sword qi at Xiao Chan. However, Xiao Chan, who had the Eastern Emperor bell, was in an invincible position. Streams of yellow qi descended from above, blocking all the attacks. Mountain-breaking chop. Suddenly, Chang Siwen shouted. The light on his sword was withdrawn. An earth-ranked martial technique, a peak strike, struck the yellow qi violently. The might of an earth-ranked martial technique, executed by a medial-grade martial saint, was much stronger than Xiao Chen's dragon-seizing hand. Furthermore, all the attacks were focused on one point. A ripple appeared on the yellow qi, and a huge force was transmitted. Xiao Chan, who was on the back of the Golden Lion King, was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Chan was startled. A fiery light flashed in his right eye, and a purple flame spewed out at Chang Siwen. The flame turned into a whirlpool, spinning continuously. Chang Siwen spread his arms wide and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the spinning purple thunder true fire. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiao Chen's head. He was deep in thought, but he could not figure it out. Xiao Chan controlled the Eastern Emperor bell and the Golden Lion King at the same time. The essence in his body was like an open dam, leaking out. He could not help but feel very anxious. Shua. Just at this moment, for some unknown reason, the Eastern Emperor bell above his head made a dang-dang sound and turned back into a small, exquisite bell. It fell into Xiao Chen's hands. What's going on? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It was clearly repaired, it was just that the Dao patterns were not complete. I also placed my imprint on it. Why can't I use it now? A bright light flashed in Chang Siwen's eyes. His figure moved again, and a sword light soared into the sky, hacking down at Xiao Chan. The situation was critical. There was no time to think. Xiao Chan collected his thoughts, and a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. He executed the rushing thunder saber techniques, drawing the saber. The saber gave off a bright light as it clashed with this sword strike. Bang! Xiao Qin's body was knocked flying, and he landed heavily on the ground. He rolled back continuously, and the wound on his chest reopened again. It was incomparably painful. It looks like there is no more chance. An inferior grade martial master challenging a medial grade martial saint is simply seeking death. Xiao Qin, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly to himself. He originally thought that by relying on the Eastern Emperor Bel and the Golden Lion King, he might have a chance. Only when he truly fought did he realize how wrong he was. His opponent's speed and strength were much higher than his. The Golden Lion King could not even touch him. Just like that, he was already in an undefeatable position. However, now that I know someone is following me, I have achieved my goal. Xiao Qin thought to himself. This person does not have a Saber City identity token on him. The most important thing is that this person uses a sword. That is to say, this person was not sent by Gu Yunbin. At the very least, it is not the worst-case scenario. Berserk! Xiao Qin gave an order in his heart. The Golden Lion King on the ground immediately gave off a boundless, baleful aura. Its speed increased significantly, and it entangled Chang Xiyuan, preventing him from chasing after Xiao Qin. Lightning descend. Xiao Qin used another inferior grade spirit stone. His essence was immediately replenished. Before he left, he summoned out bolts of lightning, continuously annoying Chang Xiyuan. To a medial grade martial saint, the might of this lightning descend was negligible. However, when it struck the body, it was hard to avoid pain. At this moment, he was entangled by the berserk Golden Lion King. Xiao Qin did not have the time to dodge the bolts of lightning. Not long after, he was struck by a few bolts of lightning. His skin was charred black, and all his hair was standing on end. He was in an extremely sorry state. Chang Xiyuan was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. However, he could not do anything to Xiao Qin. At this moment, the speed of this Golden Lion King, which was the size of a small mountain, had increased significantly. It entangled Chang Xiyuan, and he had no way to deal with Xiao Qin. It's about time. The berserk Golden Lion King will not be able to last much longer. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. A silver warship appeared, and he leaped off gently, drifting away. Before he left, he gave the Golden Lion King a deep look. He felt that it was a pity. After the Golden Lion King went berserk, there was no way to use it a second time. It would be very difficult to find good materials for it. Back in Saber City, Xiao Qin returned to his courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. There was a small wound on his chest that could not be healed. There was always a cold qi lingering on the wound. If he could not expel the cold qi, Xiao Qin would die from blood loss sooner or later. Chapter 148. After Xiao Qin advanced to Martial Grand Master, the clear spring in his body had turned into a gushing river. The tiny blue dragon had also grown significantly larger, and was churning in the river. Xiao Qin could clearly feel that the gushing river had not only much more essence than before, but it was also more ferocious, surging, and pure. The essence in his body circulated for a great cycle. Finally, under Xiao Qin's control, he carefully washed the wound on his chest. A trace of cold qi drifted out from the wound. Xiao Qin's face lit up with joy. This cold qi could be expelled. Otherwise, Xiao Qin would not be able to do anything about it. He might even bleed to death. However, what Xiao Qin did not expect was that the cold qi contained in this tiny wound was much more than he had imagined. Xiao Qin did not eat or drink. He circulated his essence for 2 days and 2 nights before the cold qi was completely expelled. Xiao Qin got up and felt like his entire body was about to collapse. He walked to the wooden bed step by step and collapsed on his back, falling unconscious. Xiao Qin slept for 20 hours. When he woke up, he felt much more refreshed. Xiao Qin's stomach was rumbling from hunger. After he washed up, he quickly found a restaurant to satisfy his craving for good food. Inside the restaurant, Xiao Qin started to think about the details of this mission. Firstly, this mission did not make sense. Furthermore, he was sure that the mysterious martial saint was not one of Gu Binyun's men. When Xiao Qin thought of the intense competition for spots in the inner sect, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that because the spots were limited, Gu Bingyun wanted Xiao Chan to back off? However, some people could not hold back and wanted to deal with Xiao Chan once and for all. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiao Chan smacked the table heavily and smiled coldly in his heart. I want to see who is playing tricks behind my back. After settling the bill, Xiao Chan walked quickly to the city lord's residence. The cultivator guarding the door recognized Xiao Chan's appearance. After he reported his arrival, he brought Xiao Chan in. The city lord was still receiving guests and could not see him for the time being. He could only ask him to wait in the side hall. Xiao Chan smiled indifferently and did not say anything. After that person left, he immediately took out a small bird sculpture from the universe ring. After executing the life bestowal spell, the little bird flapped its wings and flew out the door. Xiao Chan attached his spiritual sense to it, controlling the bird to fly around the city lord's mansion. He finally found Gu Bingyun in the main hall. In the great hall, Gu Bingyun was speaking with the Yunyang city's Zhang clan head. The Zhang clan head smiled faintly. City Lord Gu. This immortal cloud life extending pill of mine is not an ordinary immortal cloud life extending pill. It contains the extremely rare Yellow Springs grass. It can extend one's lifespan by 40 years. My cultivation has long been stuck at the peak of the martial highness realm. However, City Lord Gu, you are at the peak of the martial king realm. With another 40 years to live, your chances of becoming a martial emperor will increase by leaps and bounds. Once you become a martial emperor, your lifespan will increase by another 100 years. Zhang clan. Xiao Chen frowned. Could it be that Yunyang City's Zhang clan? With a thought, Zhang Xian carefully controlled the bird to fly a little further forward. When Gu Bingyun heard this, he smiled faintly and said, Old Zhang, don't worry. He will know when to retreat. With his strength, he will not be able to complete the mission I gave him. The Zhang clan had muttered to himself for a while before saying, I received news that that person has already completed the mission City Lord gave him. Gu Yunbin's expression changed. He placed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table and said sullenly, Old Zhang, you have to be clear about this. This is someone that Miss Feng recommended. Do you dare to mess around with him? Old Zhang smiled gently. City Lord, don't worry. Naturally, I would not dare to mess around with someone that Miss Feng recommended. Many of my Yunyang City's businesses have dealings with the Feng clan. How could I dare to ruin my own livelihood? Gu Yunbin's expression relaxed and he slowly said, It's good that you know. However, this makes things difficult for me. The inner sect has always been very strict. This is because the distribution of resources is very standard. If it were not for Long Tianyue's mistake, there would not be a spot for Tianyue Peak. Gu Yunbin's eyes lit up as he looked at the peak grade immortal cloud life extending pill on the table. He was already 120 years old and did not have much lifespan left. This immortal cloud life extending pill held a fatal attraction for him. He had been stuck at peak martial king for many years. If he could not advance to martial monarch, he would turn into a pile of dust and stop advancing on the path of cultivation. To the people of the world, a martial king was an existence that they could only look up to. If a regular person could become a martial saint in their lifetime, they would already be praying to Buddha and the gods. However, Gu Yunbin knew that this was nothing. The higher one stood, the more insignificant one would feel. The more one was reluctant to part with this world, the more stubborn one was on the path of cultivation. They were not willing to turn into a pile of dust and be forgotten by the world after 100 years. Gu Yunbin's face sank. After thinking for a long time, he sighed and finally said, I can only let this person enter Qingyun Peak. I will leave the spot for Tianyue Peak for your grandson. When the Zhang clan head heard this, he revealed an expression of joy. He smiled and said, In that case, I will have to trouble City Lord. I will take my leave first and wait for your news. After the Zhang clan had left, Gu Yunbin picked up the jade bottle containing the immortal cloud life extending pill. He rubbed it repeatedly with a smile on his face. He stood up and left the hall. Xiao Chan quickly controlled the small bird to follow behind him silently. After a while, Xiao Chan arrived at his own bedroom. He opened the jade bottle and examined it carefully. City Lord, the person that Miss Feng introduced has been waiting in the side hall for a long time. A cultivator's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chan cursed in his heart. So I have been waiting here for so long. To think that I only report this now. When he thought about how long it took the previous time, he could not help but feel even angrier. Gu Yunbin frowned slightly. I just started appraising it. To think that he picked this time to come. I can only appraise it later. He placed the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill on the table and opened the door. Let's go. After Gu Yunbin left, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense detected the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill in the room. Perhaps it was because Gu Bingyun was in a hurry to leave. He did not bring it with him. Should I just take it away? Damn it, this fellow nearly caused me to die. Why should I be polite to him? Xiao Qin made up his mind. He did not hesitate and controlled the small bird to fly into the room through the ventilation hole. After the small bird entered, it immediately grabbed the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill on the table and flew out. Xiao Qin was somewhat nervous. He was afraid that someone would see him, so he controlled the small bird to fly high. After a while, the small bird flew safely into Xiao Qin's hands. Xiao Qin quickly withdrew his spell and placed the wooden bird and the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill into his universe ring. Just as he finished doing all this, the door to the side hall opened. Gu Yunbin walked in with a smile on his face. He said, "Nephew Yi-chan, have you completed your mission?" Xiao Qin was mildly astonished, but his expression did not change. He stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Senior City Lord." This junior was fortunate enough to not fail the mission and managed to kill a rank 5 ice ape. After Xiao Qin spoke, he took out the corpse of the ice ape. Gu Bingyun's expression changed slightly. Although he had heard this news from the Zhang clan head, he still could not believe it when he saw it for himself. A superior grade martial master actually killed a rank 5 spirit beast. This was unbelievable. He looked at Xiao Qin again and his eyes lit up. Xiao Qin had actually advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster. My eyes were actually blind. Only now did I discover that nephew has advanced to martial grandmaster. Congratulations. Gu Yunbin looked at Xiao Qin and smiled faintly. However, he felt it was a pity in his heart. This person might really be a talent. Xiao Qin's etiquette was not bad. He said humbly, "I still have to thank Senior City Lord. If it were not for the battle with this rank 5 spirit beast, I would not have been able to advance to martial grandmaster so smoothly." Gu Yunbin's expression froze. Even for someone as smart as him, when he saw Xiao Qin's serious expression, he could not tell if Xiao Qin was mocking him, or if he was sincerely thanking him. Xiao Qin smiled embarrassedly. "There is no need to thank me. Being able to advance is your own good fortune. You can continue keeping the corpse of this spirit beast. Later, I will send someone to bring you to Lingyun Mountain Range." Xiao Qin's emotions were somewhat complicated. He did not inspect the spirit beast's corpse carefully. He called someone over and said, "Bring this little brother to Lingyun Mountain Range and send him to Qingyun Peak. Bring my identity token there." When this person heard the words Qingyun Peak, his expression was clearly stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. After he received Gu Yunbin's pure gold identity token, he reacted and said, "All right, Brother Yi, please follow me." This was the second time Xiao Qin had heard of Qingyun Peak. Previously, he had guessed it in his heart. Now that he saw this person's expression, he was sure that this Qingyun Peak was not a good place to go. However, it was not convenient for Xiao Qin to question him. He followed that person and started chatting along the way. Xiao Qin knew that this person's surname was Tang, and his given name was Dingtian. He was the deputy chief steward of the city lord's residence. He had a lot of authority in Saber City. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was below only one person and above tens of thousands. However, he was very humble. Along the way, he explained to Xiao Qin the things to take note of in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect was split into 7 branches. There were 7 main peaks in the Lingyun Mountain Range. These 7 branches were stationed on top of them. Every main peak had different requirements for their disciples. The saber techniques and movement techniques they learned were also different. Aside from the Pavilion Master, who had the most authority in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the peak masters of the various main peaks were next. Aside from them, there was also the Law Enforcement Hall, the Elders' Assembly, and various other organizations. Tang Dingtian made it clear that there were many forbidden areas in the inner sect. Xiao Chan should never enter them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. No matter how powerful one's background was, the law enforcement hall would not show any mercy. Xiao Chan saw that the two of them were somewhat familiar with each other. So he asked the question in his heart. Chief Manager Tang, can you tell me more about Qingyun Peak? This was because Xiao Chan discovered that Tang Dingtian spoke a lot. However, he intentionally or unintentionally avoided the topic of where Xiao Chan was going next. Qingyun Peak. Tang Dingtian suddenly stopped speaking. After a while, he smiled awkwardly and said, "The city lord probably did not tell you. It is not convenient for me to tell you directly. Let's put it this way. Qingyun Peak is the weakest of the 7 main peaks. However, the competition there is less." The weakest? Xiao Chan smiled faintly in his heart. That is nothing much. Looking at the situation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Peak Master should be at least a martial king. He should be more than capable of giving pointers to Xiao Chan. Chapter 149. What about Tianyue Peak? How strong is it? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Tang Dingtian answered without hesitation. Among the 7 peaks, Tianyue Peak should be the strongest. Furthermore, the competition is also the most intense. As expected, Xiao Chen smiled to himself. Otherwise, it would not be worth an immortal cloud life-extending pill. However, now that this life-extending pill is in my hands, I wonder what expression Gu Yunbin will have. In the backyard of the city lord's residence, Tang Dingtian slowly stopped. He took out Gu Yunbin's identity token and shone it at the empty ground. After a while, under Xiao Chen's surprised gaze, a sparkling and translucent jade ship appeared on the ground. Layers of mist spread out, and spiritual energy assaulted the nose. Ceremonial music rang out, and the sound of celestial music lingered in the ears. This was actually an ancient secret treasure that had its hull and dais preserved in perfect condition. Although it was not an offensive secret treasure, it was still very shocking. The ancient secret treasure was over 20,000 years ago. For it to be preserved in such perfect condition, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a miracle. When Xiao Chan thought about his Eastern Emperor bell, he felt very depressed. Even now, he still did not know what went wrong with it. Tang Dingtian was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's surprised expression. He said, "Let's go." The two of them boarded the jade ship. Tang Dingtian casually threw the golden identity token in his hand. The identity token floated above the jade ship. After that, it stopped quietly and started spinning in the air. A golden aura was emitted from it. The jade ship was not Gu Yunbin's personal possession. Hence, it was not as convenient to control as Xiao Chen's silver warship. After a while, the formation on the jade ship activated. The body of the ship flashed with a multicolored light. The melodious sounds of various musical instruments rang out once again. The jade ship soared into the sky with a so sound. Tang Dingtian brought Xiao Chan into the interior of the ship. The rooms inside were all made of white jade. The tables and stools were all made of white jade. There were already prepared dishes and wine inside. Xiao Chan picked up the jade wine cup and thought of walking into the barren silver warship. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This difference was not ordinary. The two of them drank and chatted. After flying for a long time, Xiao Chan suddenly felt as though he had passed through a restriction. A massive pressure came over and he quickly circulated his energy to resist it. Seeing this, Tang Dingtian quickly stopped him and said, "Relax, don't resist. This is only the first restriction. There are still 19 more, and each one is stronger than the last. If you resist, you will be shocked to death." Xiao Chan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stopped resisting. After a while, he finally felt a little better. After passing through a dozen more restrictions, Tang Dingtian stood up and said, "Let's go. We're here." The two of them walked out of the cabin and stood on the bow of the ship, surrounded by fluttering white clouds. Xiao Chan looked down, and a magnificent scene appeared before his eyes, causing him to exclaim in admiration. The surroundings were filled with towering mountain ranges. Occasionally, birds would fly by in the clouds. When Xiao Chan looked carefully, he noticed that many of the birds were carrying people. Those who recognized Tang Dingtian would smile and greet him when they passed by. When Xiao Chan looked around, There were mountains and forests on the majestic peaks of the clouds. The mountains were filled with lush greenery, and there were exquisite ancient buildings. There were also lone peaks that rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. It was unknown how tall they were. It was a very magnificent sight. There was a smooth platform directly below the jade warship. It was a huge mountain that looked like it had been shaved off by someone. There were countless palaces on the platform. The size of this place was comparable to a small city. Tang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, "This is the heaven viewing platform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall is here as well. It can be considered the core of the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I will go and register your information now." The jade warship slowly descended, bringing the two of them towards the west side of the heaven viewing platform. The scene on the platform was very lively. When they got closer, Xiao Chan could clearly feel how huge the heaven viewing platform was. The jade warship stopped in front of a pavilion. Xiao Chan looked forward and saw an ancient wooden sign above the pavilion. There were 3 bold words on it: Returning Cloud Hall. The two of them jumped off the jade warship. After Tang Dingtian showed Xiao Chan Gu Yunbin's golden identity token, he led Xiao Chan in without any obstructions. The people inside all recognized Tang Dingtian. Tang Dingtian had a gentle smile on his face as he greeted everyone. The pavilion was very spacious. The crowd was sparse. It was very cold and cheerless. Xiao Chen followed behind Tang Dingtian. He curiously looked at the layout of the returning cloud hall. There were many martial scriptures carved on the surrounding wooden walls. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. There were many superior-grade profound ranked martial techniques carved on the wooden walls. There were even a few earth-ranked martial techniques. "Brother Tang, are you here to spar with me again? You lost the last time and have yet to pay for the wine you owe me." A carefree voice came from the front. A man dressed in green walked over slowly. Tang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Lu Chen's memory is really good. I am here on official business. City Lord Gu is here to recommend someone." After Tang Dingtian spoke, he handed Gu Yunbin's golden identity token to Lu Chan. In Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the identity token not only represented a person's identity, but also their status. The ordinary people of Saber City had a wooden identity token. The outer disciples had an iron identity token, the inner disciples had a silver identity token, and the inner core disciples had a platinum identity token. As for the golden identity token, only people of the peak master level would have one. The effect of the identity token was very big. Many times it would even recognize the identity token and not the person. When Gu Yunbin handed his identity token to Tang Dingtian, it was equivalent to him coming personally. Tang Dingtian's words could be considered his words. "Oh." Lu Chan received the golden identity token and looked at it carefully. After a while he looked at Xiao Chan, who was behind Tang Dingtian, and said, "Is this the little brother I am recommending?" Tang Dingtian nodded and introduced, "This is Lu Chan, the hall master of this place. He is also the youngest hall master in the history of the returning Cloud Hall. This is Yi Chan, a cultivator recommended by the Feng clan." Xiao Chan stepped forward and looked at Lu Chan. He was somewhat astonished. Lu Chen's handsome appearance did not look more than 30 years old. However, the feeling he gave Xiao Chan was very terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. "Yi Chan greets Hall Master." Lu Chen smiled and nodded gently. He asked, "City Lord is recommending him to Tianyue Peak, right? It seems like only Tianyue Peak has a vacancy recently. Come over here and register with me." Tang Dingtian's expression froze for a while. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "This City Lord Gu is recommending Qingyun Peak, not Tianyue Peak." When Lu Chan heard this, the smile on his face froze. However, he immediately reacted and said, "Qingyun Peak? That's not bad. Senior Sister Ruyue came to me a few days ago to rush me." Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he followed behind the two of them. They arrived at a room filled with rows of bookshelves. These bookshelves were much taller than ordinary bookshelves. They were at least 4 meters tall. There were all sorts of numbers carved on the bookshelves. Lu Chen walked inside and casually opened a book. A black book slowly floated down. Tang Dingtian handed over Xiao Chen's information. Lu Chen took a look and smiled. To be able to become an inferior grade martial grandmaster at the age of 16, your talent is pretty good. I believe senior sister Yueru will be satisfied this time. After they finished registering, Lu Chan led the two of them to the top floor of the returning Cloud Hall. He said to Xiao Chan, "The creation of the identity token will take another 2 days. I will send someone to deliver it to Qingyun Peak." On the top floor, Lu Chan sent out a messenger pigeon. Tang Dingtian explained to the side that this was to inform the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak to send someone to receive Xiao Chan. The three of them were very patient. They waited quietly. After a while, a green bird flew over from the horizon. On it was a graceful girl. As Xiao Chan stood below, he could only see a blurry figure. However, he could feel the beauty of the girl. Lu Chan looked at the sky and smiled faintly. "They're here." There was a melodious bird cry and the green bird slowly stopped at the top of the building. A girl wearing green, tight-fitting robes nimbly jumped down from the green bird. The tight-fitting cultivator's robes made the girl's fiery figure and exquisite figure very obvious. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was as warm as jade. She had the charm of a mature girl, without any hint of the inexperience of a young girl. When Xiao Chan saw the girl walking over leisurely, he praised her in his heart. Based on her figure and face, she would definitely be a top-tier older sister in the hearts of the otakus in his previous life. What astonished Xiao Chan was the identity token on the girl's waist. It was an eye-catching golden identity token. However, based on her age, she was definitely not more than 20 years old. Although she was a medial grade martial saint, she was still far from being a peak master. However, no one dared to wear an identity token in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Could this girl really be the peak master of Qingyun Peak? Just as Xiao Chan was feeling suspicious, the girl had already walked over quickly. After she glanced at Xiao Chan, she went to Lu Chen's side and took a look at Xiao Chen's information. Yi Chan, 16 years old, inferior grade martial grandmaster. The girl's melodious voice read out slowly. After that, she said to Lu Chan, "Junior brother Lu Chan, are you trying to deceive me? Every time I come to you to ask for someone, you try to fool me." Lu Chan smiled. No, senior sister Ryua definitely did not do that this time. This time, he is someone recommended by the Feng clan. City Lord Gu arranged for him to be in Qingyun Peak. Recommended by Feng Feishua? Lu Ryua said softly. A light flashed in her clear eyes as she carefully sized up Xiao Chan. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sharp killing chi heading towards him. This killing chi was very straightforward and direct as it rushed towards him. Shua! There was a flash of saber light. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, Lu Ryua's 2-finger-wide, 1-meter-long saber was suddenly unsheathed. It gave off a cold light as it quickly chopped towards him. Lu Ryua's speed was very fast. Xiao Chan only saw a flash of a cold light, and the saber was already in front of him. Without any time to think, Xiao Chen did an iron plank bridge stance. He bent his legs and leaned back. The saber moved in front of Xiao Chen's face, and a few strands of his hair were easily cut off. Then they slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Chan pushed his feet off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body flew backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly pulled out the lunar shadow saber. When Lu Ryua saw Xiao Chen's quick reaction, a trace of astonishment flashed in the depths of her eyes. She shouted softly and the small saber in her hand gave off a buzzing sound. The sound was extremely joyful, reverberating in the air. Chapter 150. On the roof, everyone's weapons could not help but shake. Xiao Chan grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly, trying to struggle free. Xiao Chan thought to himself in astonishment, listening to the sword and communicating with it. It's listening to the sword and communicating with it again. This was the second person that Xiao Chan met who grasped this state since he came to Shiha province. However, it was clear that Lu Ryua's listening to the sword and communicating with it was much stronger than Lung Liusu's. Back when he fought with Lung Liusu, his weapon did not have such a reaction. While Xiao Chan was astonished, Lu Ryua's figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Chan. The saber in her hand chopped mercilessly at Xiao Chan. Dang! 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 Xiao Chan brandished his saber to block. When the weapons clashed, it gave off a metallic sound. Lu Ryua's speed became faster and faster. Soon, Xiaochan could only see a blurry saber image. He could only rely on his intuition and continuously execute drawing the saber. What a fast saber! Xiaochan was astonished. This should be the result of Lu Ruyue suppressing her strength. The force of the saber was controlled to a level that Xiaochan could endure. Xiaochan had never seen such a fast saber before. The other party was not using any exquisite saber techniques. It was just a simple sweep, hack, push, slice, skim, chop, chop, and pierce. These were the 8 movements of the basic saber techniques. However, they caused Xiaochan to be unable to retaliate. He could only continuously execute drawing the saber to block. However, to continuously execute drawing the saber required constant concentration. Furthermore, every time he executed drawing the saber, it would be blocked. Before the momentum of the rushing thunder saber could rise, it would be extinguished. This was a great taboo in the rushing thunder saber technique. Like this, Xiaochan's stamina was depleting quickly. On the other hand, Lu Ruyue did not seem to know fatigue. She did not stop her saber for even a moment. Huang! After a while, Lu Ruyue sheathed her saber. Her charming face revealed a satisfied smile. She said, "Your reaction is not bad. However, your fundamentals are not solid enough. I can tell that you have not practiced for long enough." After she spoke, she walked over to Xiaochan. Her lily-white hands pinched Xiaochan's face. Xiaochan was already very tired. When he saw this, he was startled. He did not know where he got the strength to take a big step back. He was so fast that he did not seem exhausted at all. Lu Chan and Tang Dingtian, who were next to him, could not help but laugh out loud when they saw that. They said immediately, "Little brother Yi Chan, don't worry. I'm just testing your bone age." Testing one's bone age was something that many sects would do. It was mainly to prevent people from falsely reporting their age and practicing fraud. Xiao Xiao from Xiao 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 Chen. Tichin. To say. From Xiao Xiao Chen. Chin. Chan to Chan Chan started to test his age from to his chins to Xiao Xiao. They started to test Xiao Chen's bone age. This time Xiao Chan did not dare to move. He just stood where he was. Lu Ruyue started to rub her hands rhythmically. The bones in Xiao Chen's upper body were so close. The faint fragrance from the girl entered Xiao Chen's nose. It caused Xiao Chen's heart to be in a mess. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Lu Ruyue withdrew her hands. She revealed a faint smile and said, "You are indeed 16 years old. A 16-year-old inferior grade martial grandmaster. You are slightly weaker than me back then but still passable. You are Yi Chun, right? Call me master." Xiao Chen sweated profusely. He felt a headache coming. Since he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he must have thought of taking a master. However, even if Xiao Chen was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that his master would be such a girl who did not look much older than him. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Lu Ruyue raised her eyebrows. She said fiercely, "Are you not willing? Since you are not willing, then don't choose my Qingyun Peak. If I make a wasted trip, the consequences will be severe. Even Feng Feishue will not be able to protect you." Lu Ruyue's right hand grasped her saber hilt. Her face revealed a murderous intent. She was prepared to draw her saber at any moment. Xiao Chun was speechless. This girl is too intrepid. Lu Chun had a gentle smile on his handsome face. He slowly walked over and said, "Yi Chun, you don't have to worry. If you enter Qingyun Peak, your stipend will not be lower than that of the other peaks. Furthermore, with senior sister Yulan's strength, it should not be a problem for her to teach you. In the future, if you become a core disciple, you can enter the Divine Saber Camp as well. The most important thing is that senior sister Yulan is now the acting peak master. If you become her disciple, your seniority will be the same as Brother Tang." Xiao Chan smiled bitterly in his heart. There were quite a lot of benefits. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. This Lu Ruyue was only a few years older than him. It was hard for him to get over this hurdle in his heart. He could not help but lower his head. He glanced at the lunar shadow saber in his hand from the corner of his eye. His heart could not help but tighten. It had been almost half a year since he left Mo City. Didn't he come out to undo the seal on Ao Jiao in advance? This was a great opportunity. Coincidentally, Lu Ruyue had grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it. Taking her as his master was clearly the best choice. After thinking this through, Xiao Chan knelt on one knee and said decisively, "Disciple Yi Chan, today I sincerely come to take Qingyun Peak's Peak Master Lu Ruyue as my master. I hope Master will grant me this wish." Actually, Xiao Chan already had a plan in his heart. After all, he was currently using an alias. Furthermore, he had changed his appearance. He could just fall out with her at any time. The murderous intent on Lu Ruyue's face slowly disappeared. Her charming face revealed a gentle smile. She said seriously, "Qingyun Peak's Regeneration's Peak Master Lu Ruyue will accept Yi Chan as my disciple today. I will do my best to teach him seriously." After Lu Ruyue spoke, she helped Xiao Chan up. She said to Lu Chan and Tang Dingtian, "The two of you have to be my Qingyun Peak's witnesses." Lu Chan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I will immediately change Yi Chen's identity. I will also make a new identity token." Tang Dingtian took out a short saber from the universe ring and handed it to Xiao Qian. "Congratulations, Brother Yi, on becoming a disciple of Qingyun Peak. Take this short saber as my gift to you for taking you in as my disciple." Xiao Chan received the short saber and slowly pulled it out. A cold light flickered on the saber. It was actually an earth-rank spirit weapon. This Tang Dingtian was really willing to part with it. Lu Ruyue smiled at Lu Chan. "Junior brother Lu, shouldn't you do something as well? Chief Steward Tang gave you an earth-rank spirit weapon." Lu Chan took out a book and smiled faintly. "I can see that the aura in your body is unstable and abnormally chaotic. You must have learned too many things and are unable to unify them. When you have time, read this flowing cloud scripture. It will be beneficial to you." Xiao Chen quickly gave his thanks and received it. This flowing cloud scripture was really good stuff. He had heard of it before. It was derived from the ancient martial scriptures and Taoist scriptures. It was very famous. Xiao Chan did not expect that he would be able to obtain a handwritten copy of the flowing cloud scripture from Lu Chan after taking Lu Yueru as his master. This was a pleasant surprise. Lu Yueru brought Xiao Chan onto the green bird and bid farewell to the two of them. After that, the green bird flapped its wings and created a huge shockwave, bringing the two of them into the air. Tang Dingtian watched the two of them leave and said, "I say, Brother Lu, you are really generous. Normally, when I ask you to borrow the flowing cloud scripture, I have to spend a lot of effort. Today you are very straightforward, directly giving it away." Lu Chen turned around and smiled at him. "You are not much better off than me. That dagger is called Magatama. It came from the hands of a Haotian. It is not an ordinary earth-ranked spirit weapon." Tang Dingtian sighed. "I feel pity for this youth's talent. He had Miss Feng's recommendation letter and even hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast before he could obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Gu Yunbin allowed him to enter Qingyun Peak. I really don't know what he was thinking. It is very strange." Lu Chan revealed an astonished expression. "He hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast by himself? He is only an inferior grade martial master. How is this possible?" Tang Dingtian withdrew his gaze and said, "I'm afraid you will be even more astonished. When he hunted down the rank 5 spirit beast, he was only a peak superior grade martial master. He only advanced after that." Lu Chen's expression immediately changed. However, after a while he laughed carefreely. Tang Dingtian did not understand. Lu Chen replied, "Let's go and have a drink later. My treat today." High up in the sky, the green bird soared in the sky. Xiao Chan sat behind Lu Ruyue and asked, "Master, can I ask you a question?" Lu Ruyue smiled gently. "When there is no one around, just call me elder sister Ruyue like Feng Feishue does. I am not that much older than you, so I cannot bully you." Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why Lu Ruyue dared to accept him as her disciple the first time they met. A large part of the reason was probably because he was acquainted with Feng Feishue. "I would like to ask, how many inner disciples does our Qingyun Peak have? How many elders are there? And how many disciples does elder sister Ruyue have?" Xiao Chen had been curious about this question for a long time. Now that he had an opportunity, he could not help but ask in one breath. Lu Ruyue turned her head and asked in a strange tone, "Don't you know? Don't tell me that you came to Qingyun Peak without knowing anything?" Suddenly, Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He smiled bitterly. "I really did not know anything before I entered Qingyun Peak. Lu Ruyue felt a headache coming on. She said in a very grave tone, "Before you came, the answers were all zeros. After you came, they were all ones." Xiao Chun felt dizzy. Although he already knew that Qingyun Peak was the weakest, he did not expect it to be so weak that there was not a single person there. Lu Ruyue smiled. "This is also the reason why I accepted you as my disciple. In this Qingyun Peak, there is no one to teach you. However, you don't have to think so much. There are benefits to having fewer people. With this Peak Master giving you special treatment, not many people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have such treatment. A Peak Master who is not even a martial king? It had to be known that the strength of the Outer Sex Sect Master, Gu Yunbin, was already a Peak Martial King. How could the strength of the Inner Sex Peak Master be low? However, Xiao Chun did not mind in the end. After all, he was here to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. Listening to the sword and communicating with it was not related to strength. It did not mean that one would be able to grasp it just because they were strong. In the end, it was still about talent and comprehension. To Xiao Chun, having a master who knew listening to the sword and communicating with it was enough to make up for all of Lu Ruyue's disadvantages. After a while, a sharp lonely peak appeared in front of Xiao Chun. Pierced the sky. There were clouds surrounding the peak. It was boundlessly hazy, making it hard to see clearly. Chapter 151. The forest on the peak was lush and verdant. Occasionally, there would be groups of buildings hidden in the greenery. The green bird carried the two of them and landed halfway up the mountain. Lu Ruyue was the first to jump down. Then she said to Xiao Chun, "This is Qingyun Peak. In the future, you will be one of my Qingyun Peak's people. Later, I will find someone to bring you around." Xiao Chun nodded his head and started to size up his surroundings carefully. There were tall trees all around him. There was a small platform in front of him and there was a stretch of buildings. A young man quickly floated over from the front. His figure was strangely fast and soon, he arrived before the two of them. "Lu Suifeng, why are you here?" Xiao Chun exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this person's face. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chun, he was astonished as well. "Yi Chun, why are you here?" When Lu Ruyue saw that the two of them knew each other, she was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "It's great that you know each other. Suifeng, bring Yi Chun around Qingyun Peak. At the same time, help him find a place to stay. This is the disciple that I just accepted." Lu Suifeng had an expression of disbelief in his eyes. "That can't be. Sis, you can actually accept a disciple? This is too illogical. Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and do something for me." Lu Ruyue frowned and scolded jokingly. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Never mind, Brother Yi. Let me bring you around first. There are very few people on this Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, if you get lost, you might not even be able to find your way back." Lu Suifeng did not expect Lu Ruyue and Lu Suifeng to be siblings. It was such a coincidence. Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Chun and started to wander around. The two of them chatted along the way. Lu Suifeng did not hide anything about Qingyun Peak and told Xiao Chun everything honestly. 20 years ago, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion suffered a calamity. Even the pavilion master at that time died in that calamity. Among the 7 peaks, Qingyun Peak suffered the greatest loss. Almost all the elders of the previous generation of Qingyun Peak died. Furthermore, the Peak Master, who was Lu Suifeng's father, lost his martial spirit in the calamity and became a cripple. Just like that, the entire Qingyun sect had completely declined. Without the older generation to hold down the fort, the younger disciples had almost all left in recent years. The disciples that joined the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all knew about Qingyun Peak. Naturally, no one would choose to go to a peak that did not even have a martial king. Some of the weaker cultivators wanted to fish in troubled waters and get close to Qingyun's sect. As for Lu Ruyue, she did not think much of them. This resulted in the number of Qingyun Peak guests dwindling over the past 20-odd years. There was not a single official disciple. Xiao Chun felt suspicious as he asked, "What kind of calamity is it?" All the older generation of Qingyun Peak died. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master passed away. This is too horrifying. Lu Suifeng hesitated for a while before saying, "There is no harm in telling you. After all, it is not a secret. Every big sect in the Great Qin nation has a large spatial crack sealed within. Originally, these seals were unbreakable. However, 1,000 years ago, the Thunder King, Sangmu, came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and fought with the Pavilion Master at that time. At that time, the two of them, Sangmu and the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Pavilion Master, were peak martial sages. The shockwaves from their battle could easily flatten a peak. The shockwaves from their battle affected the seal left by the three holy masters. The seal was damaged. Every once in a while, we have to invite the people of the three holy masters to repair it. However, 20 years ago, it was the divine martial gate's turn to repair it. In the end, something unexpected happened and they arrived late. Lu Suifeng paused for a while before continuing. You should be able to guess what happened after that. All sorts of demons from the demonic world came out. There was even a demon master. I heard from the older generation that the sky of the entire Lingyun mountain range was covered in demonic qi. After the battle, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion became like this. Actually, Lu Suifeng did not know much. 20 years ago, he was not even born yet. All this was what he heard from the older generation. Hence, there were some parts that he was not clear about. Xiao Chun looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand and his heart tightened. No wonder the old man outside the city said that if people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion knew that he was the successor of the Thunder King, he would not have a good ending. So that was the reason. If it were not for the Thunder King's arrival, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have suffered such a calamity. Suddenly Xiao Chun thought of something. He said, "That's right, where is your father now? Is he not at Qingyun Peak anymore?" Lu Suifeng pointed to the summit and said, "He spends most of his time at the summit of Qingyun Peak. They say he is in closed-door training. I only see him a few times a year." Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The old man outside the city also did not have a martial spirit. It was easy for people to associate him with that. However, it seemed like that was not the case now. After the two of them walked for a distance, a loud shout came from the front. Xiao Chun looked forward and discovered that it was the tall and sturdy youth that he had seen before. His arms and legs were bound with metal blocks, and he was practicing his fist techniques. Beside him, there was a delicate-looking girl practicing some kind of interesting fist technique. Her speed was very slow, but it looked very charming. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he discovered that it was similar to the Wing Chun fist of his previous life. Lu Suifeng explained, "This is Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. They are the descendants of an old friend of my father. They grew up with me. However, their physiques are special. They are unable to condense a martial spirit." "What martial technique are they practicing? I don't think I have seen it before." Xiao Chun asked suspiciously. Without a martial spirit, one was equivalent to a cripple. Back then, he was mocked by the Xiao clan for many years because he was unable to condense a martial spirit. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "It is passed down in the family. Don't underestimate them. Even if that Xiao Yang was a regular martial master, he would not be a match for him." When Xiao Yang heard the voices of the two of them, he took a careful look. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. He removed the metal from his arms and legs and quickly ran over. "Elder brother Suifeng, has our benefactor already entered the inner sect?" Xiao Chun felt a little uncomfortable. He smiled gently and said, "It is just a small matter. Xiao Yang, you really don't have to take it to heart. Just call me Yi Chun. We are all of the same age. There is no need to be so reserved." Xiao Yang's honest face revealed a simple smile. He said seriously, "You saved my life and Xiao Meng's. It is definitely not a small matter." Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, said, "Yi Chun has already been accepted as a disciple by my elder sister. In the future, he will be staying at Qingyun Peak." When Xiao Yang heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Is that so? In that case, Xiao Meng and I will go help out and tidy up the room. In the future, if elder brother Chun has any matters, you can instruct us at any time." After Xiao Yang spoke, he brought Xiao Meng and rushed forward. Lu Suifeng could not stop them at all. He could not help but smile bitterly. Why do I not feel that these two fellows are usually so hard-working? The two of them continued to walk towards the peak. Along the way they saw many tall buildings. However, they were all empty. There was not a single person in them. Finally, Lu Suifeng brought Xiaochan to a pavilion halfway up the mountain. There was a small stream flowing slowly beside the pavilion. The stream was boundlessly green, and there was the sound of splashing water. There was a cool breeze in the pavilion. After walking for a long time, the two of them were already sweating. When the cool breeze blew, it was very refreshing. Lu Suifeng said softly, "If we go further up, we will reach the important places of Qingyun Peak. Some of the library halls in Qingyun Pavilion are up there. There are people from the main hall standing guard there. If there is nothing important, it is best not to go there." "That's right, Yichen. I feel something is strange. Of the 7 inner sects, why did you choose Qingyun Peak? With your talent, you should be able to enter the other sections." Xiaochan thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. "I came to Qingyun Peak mainly for the sake of learning listening to the sword and communicating with it." "Listening to the sword and communicating with it? You chose the right place. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only my elder sister and Lung Liusu know listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, listening to the sword and communicating with it is somewhat ethereal. It is too much of a test of comprehension and talent," Lu Suifeng said in astonishment. He did not expect Xiaochan to come to Qingyun Peak for this reason. Xiaochan thought, Lu Suifeng is Lu Riyue's younger brother. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it would definitely be better than others. So he asked, "I heard people say that listening to the sword and communicating with it is innate. If you are not born with it, no matter how talented you are, you will not be able to learn it. Is that true?" Lu Suifeng smiled gently. "Nonsense. My elder sister grasped it on her own. However, no one knows how she learned it." A light flashed in Xiaochan's eyes. Lu Riyue's listening to the sword and communicating with it was actually grasped by herself. However, he felt that it was much stronger than Lung Liusu's. However, listening to the sword and communicating with it is something that can only be chanced upon. If you focus on it, you will not be able to comprehend anything in your entire life. It is best not to be too stubborn about it. Otherwise, it will delay your cultivation. Xiaochan smiled faintly, indicating that he understood. If he grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be of great help to the weapons he learned in the future. A normal person might need to learn a martial technique for a few days or even a few months. However, a person who grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it might be able to learn it in a day. Furthermore, they would be able to understand it more thoroughly. However, this kind of state was too ethereal. Many people pursued it bitterly. In the end, not only did they not learn it, they even delayed their cultivation. There were many such examples. Xiaochan grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. He did not know if he would end up like these people, obtaining nothing in the end. However, for the sake of his oath, he had to give it a try. If he did not even have the courage to try, he would seem too weak. After that, Lu Suifeng brought Xiaochan back to his residence. There were very few people in Qingyun Peak. Xiaochan was allocated a large courtyard. Xiaoyang and Xiaomeng were helping him clear up the rubbish and dust in the courtyard. By the time everyone left, it was already dusk. As the sun set, it looked very different from the mountain. Xiaochan did not rest for long. After he returned to his room, he immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist, pouring into his body in an endless stream. What a dense spiritual energy! Xiaochan sighed in his heart. The spiritual energy here was at least twice as dense as at the foot of the mountain. It was even denser than the strange cave at the source of the Zhuang River at the edge of Savage Forest. No wonder the competition between the outer sect and the inner sect was so intense. Cultivating here, the environment was much better than at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 152. Xiaochan had just advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster not long ago. He needed to stabilize his cultivation. The surging spiritual energy circulated in his body for a great cycle. Finally, it all flowed into his dantian. It was like a surging flood. The river instantly swelled up. The tiny blue dragon swam freely in the river, occasionally creating splashes. These splashes were the purest essence. With just a thought from Xiaochan, the river immediately surged with a huge wave. A huge amount of essence poured out from his dantian and flowed into the various meridians in his body. The essence permeated his meridians and entered his skin, flesh, and bones, nourishing Xiao Chen's strong physical body. When the essence was exhausted, the spiritual energy that he absorbed from the surroundings flowed back into his dantian, repeating this process over and over again. Time passed very quickly while Xiao Chen was cultivating. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. After stretching his legs, Xiao Chen felt refreshed, filled with boundless energy. Knock! 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 There was a series of knocks on the door. Lu Ryue's melodious voice could be heard. Little disciple, stop sleeping in. It's time to wake up. Just as Lu Ryue was about to continue knocking, the door to Xiao Chen's room suddenly opened. Lu Ryue looked at the energetic Xiao Chen and said, "You are in good spirits. Let's go. In the future, remember to go to the dueling grounds punctually at this time. If you don't go, you will be punished." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It seems like I have not eaten breakfast yet. It's best not to. Otherwise your stomach will spoil," Lu Ryue said casually with a smile on her face. "That's serious?" Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He followed Lu Ryue and arrived at a vast dueling ground. This dueling ground was very large. It was completely made of the hard heavenly mountain stone. Just the ceiling alone was 100 meters tall. When standing in the middle, one would feel very small. The area of the dueling ground was very obvious. There were all sorts of equipment. However, there was only Lu Suifeng in the huge dueling ground, practicing his saber alone. It seemed very spacious. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen, he smiled faintly as a greeting. "Elder sister Ryue, do you have any powerful saber techniques to impart to me?" When they arrived at the dueling grounds, Xiao Chen felt much more relaxed. He said with a smile on his face. Lu Ryue mocked. "You want to learn a powerful saber technique with your foundation? Not to mention a heaven-rank saber technique, even if it was an earth-rank saber technique, you would not be able to learn its essence." This was not the first time Lu Ryue said that Xiao Chen's foundation was weak. Xiao Chen was not convinced, even though he only learned saber techniques halfway through. However, ever since he started cultivating, he had been diligent and had never slacked off. Why did he always say that his foundation was weak? When Lu Ryue saw Xiao Chen's expression, she was not convinced. She smiled. "If you are not convinced, then show me your most powerful saber technique. I guarantee that it will not exceed the strength of a martial grand master." Xiao Chen also wanted to test Lu Ryue's strength. Back in the returning Cloud Hall, because of Lu Ryue's sudden attack, he was not convinced in his heart. It could be said that he was waiting for this opportunity. Holding the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "In that case, watch carefully. I will only execute the fastest saber technique in the world once. I will definitely convince you." Kase. A cold light flashed and the lunar shadow saber was instantly drawn from its scabbard. The instant the saber light was drawn, there was a clap of thunder behind Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electricity. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chen's aura slowly rose. The saber light was extremely fast as it hacked at Lu Ryue. At such a close distance and making the first move, Xiao Chen was absolutely confident that he could force Lu Ryue back. As long as Lu Ryue retreated, the rushing thunder saber technique would instantly unleash a chain of attacks. His aura would slowly rise to the peak. Even if he could not defeat her, she would not dare to underestimate him. Dang! A melodious metallic sound rang out. Xiao Chen did not even see how Lu Ryue drew her small saber. He discovered that the small saber in Lu Ryue's hand was even faster. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first and hacked at the lunar shadow saber. A huge force came from the saber. Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the saber, felt numb. He felt an urge to throw the lunar shadow saber away. The huge force was transmitted into Xiao Chen's body. He took 2 steps back before he could stand stably. Lu Ryue's swift saber strike was still in his mind. That was just an ordinary saber strike. It was not like drawing the saber, which was a martial technique. However, its speed was boundlessly fast. However, Xiao Chen was still unconvinced. He had not executed the rushing thunder saber technique yet. If he had the opportunity to execute it, Lu Ruyue would definitely look at him in a different light. Xiao Chun shouted and took a ferocious step forward. Thunder roared again, and the gushing river in his dantian splashed up. It turned into a strand of vast essence and poured into the saber. Saber lights appeared everywhere as Xiao Chun executed drawing the saber again. However, the result did not change. Lu Ruyue did not move from her original position. The small saber in her hand arrived first and easily broke the saber strike. Seeing Xiao Chun flying back, the corner of Lu Ruyue's lips curled up. A faint smile appeared on her charming face. This is the fastest saber technique in the world? It is merely eso. After being ridiculed by a girl who was only a few years older than him, Xiao Chun became anxious. He executed drawing the saber again, but the result did not change. Xiao Chun moved back again and waved his hand. No way, you cannot block this move of mine. Otherwise, I will not be able to execute the more powerful moves. Lu Ruyue burst out in laughter. A rare mischievous expression appeared on her face as she said, "As you wish. Let me experience the fastest saber technique in the world." A gleam flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. The moment Lu Ruyue said that, he immediately executed drawing the saber. Lu Ruyue flew back and Xiao Chun quickly executed the arc-light chop. Dang! Xiao Chun's hand was still in the stance of the arc-light chop. However, a cold light flashed and struck the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. This saber strike was fast and accurate. It struck the hilt of the saber. The space between Xiao Chun's fingers and the hilt of the saber did not injure Xiao Chun's fingers at all. Lu Ruyue sheathed her saber. Her pretty face was solemn and she emitted a killing intent from her body. The fastest saber technique in the world. I will only use one saber strike. I will show you what is the true drawing the saber. Right after she spoke, Lu Ruyue had already drawn the small saber in her hand. The instant the saber left the scabbard, a strong wind appeared out of nowhere. The saber light was extremely resplendent and dazzling. The dazzling saber light caused Xiao Chun's eyes to hurt. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the strong wind had already stopped. Lu Ruyue sheathed her saber and stood there motionlessly, as if everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. However, Xiao Chun felt a chill on his neck. He extended his hand to touch it and felt a faint pain. It was unknown when a small wound had appeared on his neck. He could not help but be startled. If this wound was any deeper, he would have died. However, he did not react at all. The resplendent saber light lit up and in the blink of an eye, he was struck. Furthermore, in the instant she drew her saber, Lu Ruyue had controlled her strength to the extreme. The so-called withdrawing and releasing as one wished, killing in the blink of an eye, was a description of Lu Ruyue's current state. Xiao Chun could not help but find it funny. In the past, he thought that he was already very fast when he drew his saber. Today, he was completely convinced. Lu Ruyue smiled faintly. Little Yi Chun, do you still dare to doubt Master's strength? Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. I don't dare anymore. I will listen to elder sister Ruyue in the future. Can you start teaching me now? A beautiful smile appeared on Lu Ruyue's face. However, when Xiao Chun saw this, he trembled in fear. There are some training blocks over there. Tie 100 kilograms of metal to me, and run 20 laps around the dueling ground. You are not allowed to use essence. If I discover you using essence, I will seal your acupoints and double the punishment. Xiao Chun looked at the huge dueling ground. If he ran one lap around it, it would be at least 1,000 meters. He could not help but feel a headache. This? Elder sister Ruyue, isn't this a little too much? Lu Ruyue smiled faintly. First you tease master. Now you contradict me. Add another 10 laps. Damn. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. This Lu Ruyue looks like a gentle big sister. I did not expect her to be so heartless when she becomes ruthless. When one was under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their head. Xiao Chun helplessly walked to the side of the dueling ground and slowly tied the metal to his body. Then he started to jog. Fortunately, his physical body was not weak, so he did not find it too difficult. Lu Suifeng looked at the jogging Xiao Chun with a smile on his face. He walked to Lu Ruyue's side and said, Sis, this rushing thunder saber technique has been used by Xiao Chun to create thunder with every saber strike. It is very imposing and can be said to be pretty good. Why do you still want to deal a blow to him? Lu Ruyue revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. This fellow is too arrogant. He should have a lot of combat experience. If you do not deal a blow to him, he will not be convinced by you. Furthermore, his foundations are indeed too weak. He needs to be trained properly. The potential of the rushing thunder saber technique can still be dug out. Lu Suifeng thought of something and said, "That's right, sis. What do you think about the matter I told you yesterday? Listening to the sword and communicating with it?" Lu Ruyue revealed a contemplative expression. Since Yi Chan was recommended by Feng Feishue, and he saved Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng earlier, there should not be any problems with his character. If he wants to learn, there is no harm in teaching him. However, this listening to the sword and communicating with it is too vague. I will temporarily suppress him. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen's back and said, I feel that Qingyun Peak might have a chance in this year's end-of-year competition. When Lu Ruyue heard this, there was a trace of melancholy in her eyes. She said indifferently, all these years I have always wanted to prove myself. However, there has never been a suitable successor for Qingyun Peak. I hope you will not disappoint me this time. Xiao Chan ran 30 laps for 4 hours before he finished. The first few laps were nothing much. After all, he had the strength of his physical body. Even if he did not use his essence, there was no pressure. However, after running for a while, Xiao Chan felt that something was wrong. There was definitely some special material under the dueling ground. He felt that his stamina was being depleted very quickly. Chapter 153. In the end, with every step he took, his bones felt like they were going to fall apart. He breathed like a bull, and every step he took was extremely arduous. There were a few times when Xiao Chan felt like lying down and not running anymore. However, when he looked at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field and saw the expression in her eyes, he could not help but feel proud. I must not collapse in front of her. That would be too embarrassing. When the final lap was over, Xiao Chan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He did his best to suppress the urge to collapse. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. When a person was tired and their body reached its limits, entering a state of cultivation would allow them to bring out their full potential. In the past, Xiao Chan understood this principle. However, there was no one to supervise him, so he had never entered such a state. Now that he had this opportunity, there was naturally no reason for him to give it up. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. When the essence circulated once in his body, it seeped into his skin, flesh, and bones. Xiao Chan felt a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. His body felt extremely comfortable. The sweat on his body slowly evaporated into white smoke. Lu Ruyue stood at the side and saw all this. She revealed an apologetic smile, and a look of reminiscence flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was like she was looking at herself from the past. After a while, Xiao Chan slowly stopped circulating the essence in his body. He opened his eyes and happened to meet Lu Ruyue's gaze. He smiled gently and stood up. Xiao Chan said indifferently, Elder Sister Rue, you can teach me now, right? Lu Ruyue smiled gently. Not bad, the saber technique you used earlier should be the rushing thunder saber technique. I practiced this saber technique when I was young. However, it did not suit my style, so I gave up on it. A look of doubt flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Ruyue practiced the rushing thunder saber technique before? This was very strange. Didn't Feng Feishue say that the saber technique came from the Heavenly Qin school? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chen's heart, Lu Ruyue explained, don't be too surprised. Aside from some inherited martial techniques, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has most of the saber techniques in their collection. I once gave up on this saber technique because of its style. Let me ask you now, what do you think the style of the rushing thunder saber technique is? Do you think it suits you? What is the style of the rushing thunder saber technique? Xiao Chan had never considered this question before. Even more so, he did not consider whether this saber technique was suitable for him. However, after practicing the rushing thunder saber technique for so long, Xiao Chan had some understanding of the style of the rushing thunder saber technique. After thinking for a while, it was not difficult for him to answer. Fierce and fast, imposing and forceful. It is like a gushing river. After it is unleashed, it will flow unceasingly, advancing forward with an indomitable will. Lu Riyue nodded and said, "It looks like your understanding is pretty good. However, the words you used earlier were to describe the characteristics of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique, and not its style. Style is the last sentence. Move forward with indomitable will, and never retreat. Taking a step back is the difference between life and death. Putting yourself on the edge of death to fight and forcing yourself into a dead end. Do you think you are suited for this style?" Hearing this, Xiao Chun felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. It was as if he had been enlightened. Some of the problems that he had been unable to figure out in the past suddenly became clear. In the past, he always felt that his understanding of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique was lacking something. Today he finally understood what he was lacking. What he was lacking was that kind of decisiveness. That kind of overwhelming decisiveness, to not retreat even in the face of death. However, am I really suited for this style? Xiao Chun could not help but ponder this question. After a while, a resolute look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He thought of the past and said seriously, "I understand now. I am suited for this style. Even though I am still lacking now, I will not give up on it in the future." Lu Riyue smiled faintly. "I feel that you are not suited for it. When we exchanged moves earlier, you actually wanted me to let you have one move first. You wanted to take advantage of the situation. That is definitely not the style of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique." Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, "However, you have already broken my saber technique. How can I not retreat? That is impossible. If I were to face an opponent of equal strength or a similar cultivation realm, I would definitely not retreat." "You are really stubborn. The strength I used earlier definitely did not exceed that of a martial grandmaster. If you don't believe me, you can try again." Lu Riyue's pretty face was filled with smiles. She had an eager look on her face. When Xiao Chun thought of the situation earlier, he smiled embarrassedly. "I think it's better not, I'll just believe you." Lu Riyue felt it was a pity as she said, "Never mind, I will not tease you anymore. It is too early to tell you all this. It is normal that you do not understand. You should practice the 8 basic saber techniques first." "Let me see." Xiao Chun revealed an embarrassed expression. "I don't think I have learned the basic saber techniques before. When I was young, my family only required me to learn the basic palm techniques and fist techniques. The basics of the saber and the sword were optional. At that time, I did not think of practicing the saber, so I did not practice them." When he was young, Xiao Chun was unable to condense his martial spirit. He focused all his attention on it and did not have the time to practice the basic saber techniques. Later on, after Xiao Chun successfully condensed his martial spirit, he did not pay attention to the basic saber techniques because he learned too many things. Although he did not dare to slack off when he cultivated, he did not practice the basic saber techniques. Lu Riyue felt a headache coming on. "Suifeng, come and die." Lu Suifeng, who was practicing the saber at the side, stopped what he was doing. He quickly walked over and asked, "Sis, what's the matter?" "I was defeated by this fellow. Come and teach him the 8 basic saber techniques. I will give you 1 day. I will check on him tomorrow." Lu Riyue rubbed her head, feeling a headache coming on. "I will take my leave first. I will check on him tomorrow." "That's right, don't remove the metal block in his hand." After Lu Riyue spoke, she left the place. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chun and asked in disbelief, "Yi Chun, have you really not practiced the basic saber techniques before?" Xiao Chun countered with a question, "Is that important? I really have not practiced it before." Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly. "I really have to hand it to you. Fortunately, you did not enter from the outer sect. The basic saber techniques are the foundation of all saber techniques. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a rule long ago. If one has not practiced the basic saber techniques to the small perfection, one cannot learn any martial techniques. Thus, people like us, as well as those cultivators who want to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, have to practice the basic saber techniques to the small perfection at the very least. Most of them would practice it to the medial perfection. Only a few people would persevere and practice it to the great perfection like my sister." Xiao Chun did not expect the basic saber techniques to be so important. He could not help but ask, "In that case, what realm have you practiced the basic saber techniques to?" Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. "I do not have the perseverance. I just reached the small perfection, so I stopped practicing it. Let's not talk about this anymore. It is not too late for you to practice it now. Xiao Chen nodded. As he spoke, he was about to remove the piece of metal in his hand. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he quickly stopped him. Xiao Chen could not help but say, "Don't tell me you are really making things difficult for this brother." Lu Suifeng had a serious expression as he said, "I am really not making things difficult for you. You are able to practice the rushing thunder saber technique to the point where it sounds like thunder. This proves that you have put in a lot of effort. Even in the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not many people have been able to do this. My sister thinks very highly of you. Otherwise, she would not have given you pointers on some of the styles of the rushing thunder saber technique." The rushing thunder saber technique was created by a saber emperor. Although it is only a superior grade profound ranked martial technique, its potential is limitless. If you really want to improve further, you have to practice the basic saber techniques to the great perfection. If you want to learn it in a short period of time, aside from putting in a lot of effort, there is no shortcut. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could only stop what he was doing. Lu Suifeng started to explain and demonstrate the basic saber techniques. The basic saber techniques only had 8 moves: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, and pierce. They were also known as the 8 basic saber techniques. Since it was a basic saber technique, it was naturally easy to understand. Xiao Chen only needed to look at it once to understand it. After that, he started to practice by himself. Because he had 100 kilograms of metal strapped to his body, every movement was very difficult. Lu Suifeng shook his head continuously at the side. "Do not move your feet carelessly. You have to raise your arms higher. Do not stop when you are sheathing your saber." When Xiao Chen started to practice, he discovered that there were a lot of rules and regulations. There were clearly 8 simple movements, but he kept making mistakes. The morning slowly went by like this. During this period, Lu Suifeng continuously gave pointers. Occasionally, he would demonstrate it himself. He did not show any signs of impatience, causing Xiao Chen to feel very touched. "It is time to eat. Elder brother Suifeng and elder brother Yi Chan." Xiao Meng's sweet voice came from the dueling grounds. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were carrying food in their hands as they slowly walked over. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he smiled faintly. "Let's stop here for the morning. Don't listen to my sis. Back then, I spent 2 years practicing the basic saber techniques to the small perfection. It is impossible to grasp it in one day." Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded to indicate that he understood. The 8 moves of the saber were the foundation of all saber techniques in the world. As the saying goes, no matter how it changed, it would not deviate from the original. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion stipulated that one had to learn it to the small perfection, there would naturally be a reason for it. Xiao Chen was able to understand this point. Xiao Ming personally made lunch. First, she took out 2 bowls of porridge and placed them in front of Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. Afraid that Xiao Chen would not understand, she said, "This is the rule set by elder sister Ruyue. After a large amount of exercise, you have to drink a bowl of porridge first. It will nourish your stomach before you can eat the main course." When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled faintly. He thought to himself, this girl is quite meticulous. According to the diet of earth, there is such a saying. Pu Tong. Just at this moment, Bai suddenly leaped out of the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest. After it came out, it looked at Xiao Meng with its large, watery eyes. "What a cute little fox." Xiao Meng revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Lu Suifeng glanced at the red jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest and revealed a strange expression. He said, "Is this the spirit blood jade?" Xiao Chen nodded. He had not let the little fellow out for the past few days. Earlier, when Bai smelled the food, it strongly requested to come out. After Xiao Chen interacted with the people here, he found them to be kind-hearted, so Xiao Chen did not stop it. "Is there any more porridge? This little fellow is hungry," Xiao Chen said as he looked at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng smiled and nodded. She took out a small bowl and filled it with porridge before handing it to Bai. Bai revealed a cute smile on its face. It rubbed its head happily against Xiao Meng, causing her to laugh gently. Chapter 154. After they finished their porridge and had lunch, Lu Suifeng pulled Xiao Chen to the side. If I am not wrong, your little spirit fox should have the bloodline of a six-tailed spirit fox. Xiao Chen nodded. Is there a problem? Lu Suifeng said seriously. If there is no need, do not bring this little fellow out of Qingyun Peak. As the saying goes, do not reveal your wealth. Yichun, you should understand this. Xiao Chan felt it was strange. Could it be that there are no rules in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Suifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Naturally, this Qingyun Peak is a pure land. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with all sorts of people. It is not the pure land that you think it is. The strong preys on the weak. This happens every day. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and could not help but think about Lu Chan and the other outer disciples. If the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with such people, then Lu Suifeng's words are really thought-provoking. After lunch, Bai left the dueling grounds with Xiao Meng without any conscience. Xiao Chen knew it did not like to stay in the Spirit Blood Jade. Since there was no danger in Qingyun Peak, he did not bother with it. Yichun, I have something to do in the afternoon. I cannot accompany you. Sorry. Lu Suifeng said apologetically to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded. Lu Suifeng did not impatiently guide him for the entire morning. He was already very grateful. There was no need to force him to continue guiding him in the afternoon. Furthermore, the 8 basic movements of the saber did not require any guidance. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen nod, he smiled and said, You are a good friend. I will take my leave first. Remember not to remove the metal bars on your body. If my sister sees it, I will be in trouble. Seeing Lu Suifeng leave, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was not in a rush to practice the basic saber techniques. He warmed up his body and waited for the food in his body to be completely digested. Xiao Chen started to run along the dueling grounds. He relied on the strength of his physical body to slowly run. After jogging in the morning, Xiao Chen had already felt the benefits of cultivating after his body reached its limit. The effect was several times better than usual. After a while, Xiao Chen slowly ran 5 or 6 laps. This time he could clearly feel that the rocks on the ground seemed to have a mysterious suction force. With every step he took, he would expend a lot of energy. This feeling was a little familiar. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen finally remembered where he had encountered this feeling before. Back in the sage remnant in Savage Forest, Xiao Chen had exhausted a lot of essence with every step he took toward the stone platform that towered into the sky. There was a huge difference between the two. One absorbed physical strength while the other absorbed vitality. However, they both achieved the same result through different means. With every step he took, he would immediately consume a bit of energy. It was just that he did not know if the two were related. Sweat slowly covered his forehead. Xiao Chen wiped it away. He could feel his stamina being depleted. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen continued to run forward. Round after round, Xiao Chen ran tirelessly step by step. Relying on his tenacious willpower, he endured the boundless loneliness. In the vast dueling grounds, he ran forward courageously. Run, run, run. I have not reached my limit yet. I have to continue persevering. After running 30 laps, Xiao Chen felt slightly dizzy. However, he knew that this was not his limit. Just like that, Xiao Chen ran 50 laps before he slowly stopped. He resisted the urge to lie down immediately. He slowly sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He slowly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Essence slowly flowed through the various meridians in his body. It was unknown when, but Lu Ruyue was already standing there quietly, watching Xiao Chen silently. When she saw Xiao Chen's desperate appearance, it was like she saw her younger self in his eyes. Because the older generation had left, the originally bustling dueling grounds became very quiet. However, she still dragged her young body and ran continuously, step by step, just like Xiao Chen was doing today. Enduring the boundless loneliness and relying on his tenacious willpower, he finally made it to this stage step by step. The essence passed through the meridians and entered Xiao Chen's flesh and bones. That numbing feeling came again. The sweat on his body evaporated continuously, giving off white smoke. The cells in his bones, skin, and flesh started to undergo this intense activity. Under this extreme state, his physical body was continuously tempered by the essence, becoming stronger. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and got up to stretch himself. A series of crackling sounds came from all the bones in his body. Every crisp sound made him feel energized. Elder Sister Ru, why are you here? Xiao Chun heard footsteps and turned his head to take a look. He discovered Lu Ruyue, who was still wearing her tight-fitting long robes, slowly walking towards him. Lu Ruyue smiled faintly, revealing a gentle smile. She perfectly displayed the charm of a mature woman. That brat Suifeng always goes to Jade Maiden Peak in the afternoon. I was worried, so I came to take a look. You should have learned the 8 basic movements of the saber, right? Show me now. Xiao Chun nodded and drew the lunar shadow saber with a huangdang sound. He focused and calmed himself down. Xiao Chun took a step forward with his right foot, and the saber created a strong wind as it swept through the air. This was the first move of the basic saber technique, sweep. The saber paused in the air for a moment. Xiao Chun stepped forward with his left foot and brought his legs together. He shouted and chopped down with the saber. This was the second move, chop. The instant the saber descended, when it reached the bottom, Xiao Chun did not take a step back. Instead, he pulled the saber up. This was the third move of the basic saber technique: draw, chop, sweep, hold, chop, and pierce. Xiao Chun executed the remaining 5 moves together with his footwork without stopping. Although it was somewhat shaky, he managed to do it in one breath. Lu Ruyue nodded gently at the side. She smiled and said, "Not bad. At least your basic movements and footwork are correct. However, you still lack some momentum and consistency. However, you just have to take it slow. You can use the 8 basic movements of the saber to exchange moves with me. I will slowly guide you and you will understand in the future." This basic saber technique was refined by our ancestors after tens of thousands of years. It is very important to a bladesman. When Xiao Chun heard that Lu Ruyue wanted to use the basic saber technique to exchange moves with him, he was overwhelmed by the favor. A medial-grade martial saint was willing to exchange moves with him and teach him the basic saber technique step by step. No one had ever received such treatment before. Elder Sister Ruyue, this is not appropriate. It is just a basic saber technique. I can practice it myself. There is no need to waste your time. Xiao Chun rejected. An impatient expression flashed on Lu Ruyue's pretty face. She said, "Stop wasting time. As a man, can you be more direct? Being so wishy-washy is even more annoying than a woman." Xiao Chun did not dare to disobey. He sheathed his saber and stood opposite of Lu Ruyue. Only then did Lu Ruyue reveal a smile. "That's more like it. I will make the first move." Right after Lu Ruyue spoke, a cold light flashed. The small saber in Lu Ruyue's hand moved forward and pierced towards Xiao Chun's chest. This was the basic saber technique's pierce formula. It was a simple stab, but Lu Ruyue's aura was like a rainbow. No one dared to underestimate it. Xiao Chun remembered their agreement. He could only use the 8 basic saber techniques to break this move. He quickly executed the pull formula and swung his saber upwards, blocking Lu Ruyue's move. This was not a true battle. They were just exchanging moves. Thus, there was no killing intent. During the exchange, Lu Ruyue would occasionally give Xiao Chun pointers, telling him of his mistakes. Then, she would make her own move and demonstrate the correct saber technique to him. Her expression was extremely serious. Xiao Chun's talent was high in the first place. After exchanging moves, he improved very quickly. Slowly, he found the feeling. The days of Qingyun Peak passed peacefully like this. Lu Ruyue insisted on coming every afternoon to exchange moves with Xiao Chun. Aside from practicing the basic saber techniques, Xiao Chun would take time out during the day to run a few laps around the dueling grounds. Every day, he would push his body to its limits. Then, he would immediately start cultivating, tempering his body at his limits. Now Xiao Chun could easily run 100 laps around the dueling grounds. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chun would lie on his bed and read the flowing cloud scripture that Lu Chun gave him. He would sort out the meridians in his body that were in a mess due to cultivating the battle sage origins. This was one of the rare peaceful days he had since he left Mo City. He could systematically sort out the martial techniques and knowledge that he had learned. Normally, if he had any questions regarding martial techniques, he could ask Lu Ruyue for guidance. She would always give him a satisfactory answer. Although his cultivation realm did not increase by much in the past few days, his combat prowess had reached an unprecedented peak. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed just like that. Xiao Qin's basic saber techniques had made great progress. He had already reached the peak of small perfection. After practicing the basic saber techniques to this level, Xiao Qin could clearly feel that when he used the rushing thunder saber technique again, its might was much stronger than before. Furthermore, he was able to integrate it better. He was just one step away from the fusion that he had not completed in the past, and he would be able to reach a perfect state. In the end, there were still some unfortunate matters. Even when he tried to ask her about learning listening to the sword and communicating with it, he was rejected by Lu Ruyue. She said that it was not the right time yet. Since he had a favor to ask, Xiao Qin could not be too forceful. The most important thing was that Lu Ruyue had treated him very well in the past 2 months. On this particular day, Xiao Qin woke up very early as usual, preparing to rush to the dueling grounds. The instant he opened the door, he discovered Lu Ruyue, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng standing outside with smiles on their faces. Xiao Qin asked with some doubts, "What day is it today? Don't we have to go to the dueling grounds? Why are you all here?" Lu Suifeng giggled. "You are right. There is no need to go to the dueling grounds today. I was afraid that you would not be able to meet anyone and miss us. So I came to tell you this news in advance." Lu Ruyue smiled warmly and continued the topic. "Today is the day the Supreme Elder of the Divine Saber Camp is giving a lecture at the Heaven Ascending platform. That is a true Supreme Elder. He is a martial monarch. So I decided to go with all of us." A martial monarch's Supreme Elder. A fervent light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. His calm heart actually started to fluctuate. However, this was not surprising. Martial monarchs were already the strongest cultivators in the Great Qin nation. Chapter 155. There were 10 known martial monarchs, each of them guarding an area. It was impossible for an ordinary person to listen to his lecture. Xiao Qin had not expected a martial monarch to personally lecture everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Although it was not a one-on-one lecture, listening to his words or watching from afar might be of great help to his cultivation in the future. Lu Ruyue whistled softly and a green bird slowly flew in front of the group. Lu Ruyue took the lead and leaped onto it. After that, she said to Xiao Qin, "Yichen, come on. Come with me." Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Sis, can you not be so biased? No matter what, I am still your biological younger brother. Don't give me that. If you had half of Yichen's willpower, you would not go to Jade Maiden Peak and fool around with those female disciples. Naturally, I would not let you walk to the Heaven Ascending platform." Lu Ruyue lectured him from the green bird. When Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng heard this, they could not help but laugh gently. Under Lu Suifeng's envious gaze, Xiao Qin sat on the green bird and followed Lu Ruyue to the horizon. High up in the sky, clouds lingered. Xiao Qin sat behind Lu Ruyue, riding the green bird as they traveled through the clouds. Occasionally, flying beasts flew by. The people on them were cultivators heading to the Heaven Ascending platform. The green bird was only so big. It was unavoidable for Xiao Qin to bump into Lu Ruyue from time to time, causing him to feel restless. A gentle breeze blew, and Lu Ruyue's hair occasionally hit Xiao Qin's face. The unique fragrance of a girl flowed into his nose from her hair. As a novice in certain areas, Xiao Qin did his best to control his body's normal reactions. This was something that made one's heart beat faster, and was incomparably exciting. However, one had to do their best to control it. This made Xiao Qin feel very uncomfortable. The fire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a magnificent ship flew over from behind the two of them. The hull of the ship was covered with all sorts of golden decorations, making it look extremely majestic. A black flag fluttered on the hull of the ship. The word "Song" was written on the flag in a flamboyant style. This was a warship belonging to the Lingyun Mountain Range's Biyun Peak. On the bow of the ship, the youngest son of the Biyun Peak's peakmaster, Song Qianhe, was dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked very handsome, and his hands were placed on the railing. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an indescribable elegance. There were also a few men and women on the deck. They were all disciples of Biyun Peak. They were like stars surrounding the moon, standing behind Song Qianhe, making him look even more noble. "Senior Sister Lu, the Heaven Ascending platform is still some distance away. Why don't you board my ship?" that youth said loudly as he looked at Lu Ruyue's figure. Xiao Chun turned his head back to take a look. He felt that the scene in front of him was very familiar. After a while he thought about it. This was exactly the same situation as the rich second generation who drove Mercedes-Benz BMWs and wore branded clothes. He could not help but smile to himself. Tall, rich, and handsome people exist everywhere. Lu Ruyue acted like she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head back as she continued to control the green bird to fly forward. That youth could not help but feel anxious. He thought that Lu Ruyue did not hear him, so he raised his voice and shouted again. However, Lu Ruyue was even more direct this time. She controlled the green bird to double its speed, leaving this person in the dust. When Song Qianhe saw the situation, he smacked the railing violently. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was behind Lu Ruyue, and revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Who is that brat behind Lu Ruyue? Why have I not seen him before?" The person beside him replied, "That is the disciple that Lu Yueru recently accepted. His name seems to be Yi Chan. He is 16 years old and is already an inferior grade martial grandmaster." The person who replied was called Zhang Jin. He had the nickname of Know-It-All in Biyun Peak. His personal strength was not much, but he loved to listen to gossip. Thus he was very clear about these matters. Song Qianhe frowned slightly. He was somewhat astonished in his heart. Lu Ruyue actually accepted a disciple. Is she still not going to give up? This brat is actually so close to Lu Ruyue. She even let him ride the green bird with her. He had been eyeing this position for a long time. However, Lu Ruyue did not care about him at all. She did not care about him at all. When she saw Xiao Chun sitting on his seat, she wanted to kick him down immediately. Does this brat have any background? How did he enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Song Qianhe continued to ask. Zhang Jin quickly said. He used Feng Feishua's recommendation letter to enter Qingyun Peak. However, this person does not seem to have any background. If he did, he would not have entered Qingyun Peak. A gleam flashed in Song Qianhe's eyes. He smiled coldly. It is easy to deal with him if he does not have any background. Lu Ruyue, I will make you give up. No matter what, Qingyun Peak will become history. On the green bird, Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, Elder Sister Ruth, that person invited you to board. Why did you ignore him? A cold light flashed on Lu Ruyue's face. She said in a cold voice, Don't mention that person. He is just scum, the same as his father. If I board his ship, I am afraid I will not be able to resist killing him. Xiao Chun quickly shut his mouth. He knew he asked something he should not have asked. Suddenly, a melodious bird cry came from above. Lu Chun was also riding a green bird, slowly descending from above. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the blue dragon he was riding was exactly the same as Lu Ruyue's green bird, be it its size or color. Senior Sister Rue, are you going to the Heaven Ascending platform? How about we make a bet to see who gets there first? The loser will give the other party 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Lu Ruyue rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Cut the crap. Can't you see that I am carrying another person? Lu Chun smiled gently and did not mind. He said, Never mind, let's get down to business. A few days ago, I went to Saber Prison to see Leng Tanyue. He specifically said that he wanted to see your disciple. Xiao Chun was startled. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Back then, he had saved Leng Liusu from Leng Tianyue's hands. After he was locked up, he did not change his appearance. Lu Ruyue smiled coldly. Leng Tianyue, who does he think he is? Wait until he comes out. Is my disciple someone he can meet whenever he wants? I have conveyed the message. Whether you want to go or not will depend on little brother Yi Chan. I will take my leave first. After Lu Chan spoke, he rode on the green bird and soared into the sky, disappearing from the two of them. Xiao Chun was very surprised at Lu Ruyue's reply. He did not expect her to be so straightforward. Especially the last sentence, it made Xiao Chun feel touched. The green bird rode on the two of them for a while. Soon, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain peak was like the heaven viewing platform. It looked like it had been chopped in half by someone, revealing a huge platform. That was the Heaven Ascending platform. The heaven ascending platform was different from the heaven viewing platform. It was completely bare. There were no buildings at all. There was only a tall stone platform. On the empty ground below the stone platform, there was a sparse crowd of people who had arrived earlier. As they were about to arrive, Xiao Chan could not help but ask, "Elder Sister Rue, don't you want to know why Lin Tongwei wants me to meet him?" Lu Rue smiled gently. "I don't care what your identity was in the past. You just have to remember that you are my disciple now. Lung Tianyue made a huge mistake and is locked up in Saber Prison. He will never be able to come out in this lifetime. If he wants to meet you, it is definitely not a good thing. Curiosity kills the cat. Don't let me know that you are secretly going to meet him." As the two of them spoke, Lu Rue had already controlled the green bird and slowly landed on the empty ground of the heaven ascending platform. Lu Rue took the lead and jumped down. Then she brought Xiao Chan to a secluded corner to rest. Most of the people on the platform were like Xiao Chan, riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. There were even more people below the mountain peak, rushing over quickly. At this moment, a sparkling and translucent jade ship slowly flew over from the horizon. There was the sound of ceremonial music coming from the jade ship. There were faint clouds surrounding it. It was like the legendary Immortal ship. The moment the ship appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the platform, and they all looked up. They looked up and saw all sorts of girls standing on the bow of the ship. They were all as beautiful as flowers and had graceful figures. Melodious laughter resounded continuously. "The Jade Maiden Peak ship is here. I heard that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyun, will be coming as well." "Is that true? This Chu Xinyun usually stays in Jade Maiden Peak. Although she is famous, I have never had the chance to see her in person. I wonder if she is as beautiful as the rumors say. She is one of the 3 golden flowers of our heavenly saber pavilion. Aside from Lu Rue and Lung Liusu, there is no other girl in Heavenly Saber Pavilion who can compare to her." Xiao Chen's ears were very sharp. He heard everything that these people said. He looked at Lu Rue's charming face, which was filled with the charm of a mature woman. Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun could not help but look forward to this girl who was as famous as her. The jade ship slowly descended. One by one, beautiful women slowly walked down from the bow of the ship. In the Lingyun mountain range that was filled with spiritual qi, these women were all extremely beautiful. At first glance, they were extremely pleasing to the eyes. After a while, a girl dressed in white walked down under everyone's gazes of anticipation. Her eyes were intelligent. They were as deep as the stars. Her hands were soft, her skin was smooth, her collar was smooth, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like that of a moth. There was a faint smile on her delicate face. With just one glance, Xiao Chan felt like his soul was being hooked away. "Is she smiling at me?" All the men on the platform had the same question as Xiao Chan. They felt their heartbeats speed up. "Is Chu Xinyun pretty?" Suddenly, Lu Rue's smiling question came from the side. Xiao Chen answered subconsciously, "Pretty. Is she as pretty as me?" "Pretty much. Pretty much your head." Lu Rue ruthlessly smacked Xiao Chen's head. "This little vixen has already hooked away Su Weifeng's soul. If you get hooked away by her again, I will throw you off Qingyun Peak." Xiao Chan recovered his wits and rubbed his slightly swollen head. He cried out in pain and sighed in his heart, "What an undeserved calamity. It looks like no matter where I am, I should not talk about another girl in front of a beauty. This was especially so when that girl was even more beautiful than her. All the more reason not to talk about it. Her current state was the best proof." Chapter 156. Lu Rue. Just as Xiao Chan was letting his imagination run wild, a delicate voice entered his ears. He looked towards the figure and was startled. The person who came was Lung Liusu. He subconsciously hid behind Lu Rue. Lu Rue also saw Lung Liusu. She frowned slightly and a cold expression filled her face. When she saw Lung Liusu in a red dress walking over quickly, she smiled coldly. "I thought you were killed by Lung Tianyue. I did not expect you to appear in front of me alive and kicking. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, I even advanced to Martial Saint," Lung Liusu retorted, not backing down at all. What a strong smell of gunpowder. Could it be that all the pretty girls in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not on good terms with Lu Rue? Xiao Chun thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Furthermore, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Indeed, Leng Liusu saw Xiao Chun hiding behind Lu Ruyue. He looked familiar and she said, "Who is the one hiding behind you? Is he your new disciple? Don't tell me you are too ashamed to face others." When Lu Ruyue heard this, she looked at Xiao Chun with a strange expression. She casually pushed him to the front and said, "What is there to be ashamed of? What are you afraid of?" Xiao Chun wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What he was afraid of had happened. He originally thought that he did not have to see Leng Tianyue and everything would be fine. He did not expect to meet Leng Liusu, who he did not want to meet even more than Leng Tianyue. "Turn around and let me see." Leng Liusu found him more and more familiar as she stared at Xiao Chun. "Damn it, I'm throwing caution to the wind." Xiao Chun turned around and smiled faintly. "Miss Leng, we meet again." "It's you." Leng Liusu paused for a while and said simply. Just when Xiao Chun thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. "Damn pervert, you dare to appear in front of me again. I'll chop you to death." Leng Liusu drew her saber with a huangdang sound and quickly chopped at Xiao Chun. The saber lit up with a resplendent light and a saber chi left the saber. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly dodged. The saber chi flew towards Lu Ruyue, who was behind him. Lu Ruyue snorted coldly and drew the small saber in her hand. With a schwa sound, she chopped the saber chi into nothing. When Leng Liusu saw Xiao Chun dodge, the saber in her hand buzzed, reverberating in the air. Xiao Chun felt like the lunar shadow saber was going to run away by itself. Buzz! The small saber in Lu Ruyue's hand started to buzz continuously. She flew forward and blocked in front of Xiao Chun, blocking Leng Liusu's attack. Bang! When the two sabers clashed, there was a clanging sound. Lu Ruyue did not move at all, but Leng Liusu took 3 steps back before she slowly neutralized the force from the saber. The swords in their hands buzzed continuously. Lu Ruyue and Leng Liusu executed listening to the sword and communicating with it at the same time. Instantly, the shockwave spread out in all directions. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everyone's weapons started to tremble. The sabers of some of the weaker cultivators flew out and stabbed into the ground in front of Lu Ruyue and Leng Liusu. Very quickly, hundreds of sabers appeared on the ground. The surrounding cultivators all surrounded them. However, the identities of the two people fighting were not simple. For a moment, no one dared to stop them. "Lu Ruyue, are you going to stop me from killing this perverted thief?" Leng Liusu said aggressively as she looked at Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue smiled coldly and did not give in. "You keep saying that my disciple is a perverted thief. Do you think I will believe you just because you say so? I can even say that you are a perverted thief. Since you say that, then tell me, what did he do to you?" Lu Ruyue's words were very ruthless. Leng Liusu stammered for a long time. Her face turned red. However, how could she say such an embarrassing thing in front of everyone? Leng Liusu stomped her foot and said angrily, "Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will kill you." After she spoke, she glared at Xiao Chun before quickly leaving the place. The commotion died down just like that. When the surrounding people saw that there was no more commotion to watch, they picked up their weapons and left. Before they left, they all gave Xiao Chun a meaningful look. Their meaning was clear. How powerful! He even dares to molest the daughter of the previous pavilion master. Xiao Chun would not be able to defend himself. Even if he wanted to explain himself, he would not be able to do so. It looked like the reputation of this perverted thief was going to spread throughout the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Ruyue sheathed her saber and circled around Xiao Chun a few times. She sized him up with a faint smile on her face, making it hard for people to understand her intentions. Xiao Chun felt uncomfortable from being stared at like that. He explained, "Elder Sister Rua, actually this is all a misunderstanding. I really did not do anything." Lu Ruyue smiled gently like a flower blooming. It was very beautiful. She patted Xiao Chun's shoulder and said, "There is no need to explain. Little Yi-chan, I understand. I really could not tell that a refined person like you had such capabilities." Xiao Chun was very depressed. He finally understood the difficulties that Fatso faced back then. Just as he was about to explain, another warship flew over from the horizon. This was a warship made entirely of black mysterious iron. A flag with the word Zhong on it was fluttering on the bow of the ship. A man dressed in black stood at the bow of the warship. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the platform. The people that he looked at felt like their hearts were pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely unbearable. Qianhuan Peak's Zhongxian is here. There is going to be a good show to watch. I wonder what expression he would have if he knew what happened earlier. He has been chasing after Lung Liusu for many years. He has not even touched her hand yet. This is going to be interesting. The people below discussed. There were many gazes directed at Xiao Chan. Their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. This made Xiao Chan feel extremely uncomfortable. The black warship shook for a while and stopped. Zhongxian led the Qianhuan Peak disciples to a corner. There were people in the crowd that Zhongxian was familiar with. They quickly went over and told him what happened earlier. Zhongxian stopped and his face immediately turned gloomy. He took heavy steps and led the Qianhuan Peak disciples towards Xiao Chan. He was filled with killing intent. Yichun, right? Zhongxian stopped about 3 meters away from Xiao Chan. He released all his aura and locked onto Xiao Chan with killing intent. He enunciated every word clearly. He looked at Xiao Chan, who was standing behind Lu Ruyue, and said indifferently, "Do you dare to take a step forward?" His words were filled with killing intent. He did not hide it at all. As long as Xiao Chan took a step forward, a sharp attack would immediately be launched at him. This is undisguised mockery. We have not even started yet, and you already want to kill me. Xiao Chan was enraged. A strand of killing intent slowly appeared in his heart. His right hand quickly grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. "Do you dare to say that again?" Just as Xiao Chan was about to make a move, Lu Ruyue suddenly spoke. There was a cold look on her pretty face. It was as cold as ice. Zhongxian thought about Lu Ruyue's deeds and could not help but curse in his heart. "I was too rash today. With my strength as a superior grade martial saint, I am not strong enough in front of Lu Ruyue. However, at this moment, if he retreated miserably in front of everyone, he would become a laughing stock. Furthermore, there were many Qianhuan Peak disciples behind him. If they fought, he might not be a match for Lu Ruyue." Thinking of this, Zhongxian could not help but smile coldly. Why not? Bang! A cold light appeared and a saber light flickered. Just as Zhongxian spoke, the saber was already right in front of him. A few strands of hair on his forehead were all cut off and slowly fell to the ground. Zhongxian was greatly startled. He pushed off the ground and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ruyue was faster than him. Lu Ruyue swung her saber downwards and a crack immediately appeared on the battle armor on his chest. Blood spurted out from the crack. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the battle armor, Zhongxian might have been chopped in half. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Ruyue's move was the chop character formula of the basic saber techniques. He did not expect it to be able to display such might in her hands. Blood spurted out from his chest. It was incomparably painful. Zhongxian was infuriated. He stretched his right hand to his waist, wanting to draw his saber. However, when he drew his saber halfway, it was blocked by Lu Ruyue's left hand. Lu Ruyue's right leg carried the sound of the wind as she kicked at Zhongxian's chest with lightning speed. There was a loud bang as her foot landed on his chest. Lu Ruyue controlled the force of this kick very well. Zhongxian did not get sent flying. Instead, he fell to the ground. There were ka-ha sounds coming from his back. It was unknown how many of his bones were broken. Zhongxian struggled to stand up. Lu Ruyue mercilessly continued to stomp on his chest. Zhongxian groaned in pain and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as he lay back down. Although all this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, it actually happened within a few breaths. The two of them had only exchanged one move. The Qianhuan Peak disciples did not even have the time to react. By the time they reacted, Zhongxian was already severely injured by Lu Ruyue. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Zhongxian's position in Qianhuan Peak was no lower than the grandson of the first elder, the Peak Master. He was also a true inheritor of Qianhuan Peak. If anything happened to him in front of everyone, no one would have a good time. The Qianhuan Peak disciples drew their sabers and rushed at Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue smiled coldly and her aura soared. The surrounding people could not help but tremble. This is the aura of a superior grade martial saint. She actually reached the strength of a superior grade martial saint. This is too horrifying. No wonder she only used one move to defeat Zhong Xian. The difference in strength is too great. Under this horrifying aura, the Qianduan Peak disciples all stopped in their tracks. They looked at Lu Ruyue in horror, not daring to move even half a step. Zhong Xian, who was on the ground, was also shocked. He could not believe it. How can this be? 2 months ago, you were only a medial grade martial saint. How did you improve so quickly? After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, there would be a world of difference in their strength. It was extremely difficult to advance further. Some people with poor talent might not even be able to take a step forward even after 10 years. Lu Ruyue reached superior grade martial saint at the age of 24. There were probably not many people with such talent in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Ruyue withdrew her foot and looked at Zhong Xian on the ground. She said coldly, "Scram. Don't put on such airs in front of me in the future. Otherwise, even if I kill you, your father would not dare to say anything." Chapter 157. The disciples of Qianduan Peak quickly helped Zhong Xian up and applied medicine on him. Then they lifted him up and left in a hurry, as though they were fleeing for their lives. At this moment, 3 more warships flew over from the horizon. The banners on the bows had the words Lu, Yu, and Feng written on them. The people from Wanren Peak, Beiqin Peak, and Gongyu Peak are here. What a coincidence. The true inheritors of these 3 peaks are also pursuing Lung Liusu. I wonder how they will react, someone below said with a smile. Damn, I almost have a personal guard already. Xiao Chun felt a headache coming on. He finally understood the saying of Confucius, women should not be offended. He could not bear it. How many pursuers does this woman have? I wonder if there is no end. When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Chen's frustrated expression, she smiled gently and said, "If you were the young pavilion master of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, these men might come and pursue you." Xiao Chen's face darkened. He said, "This joke is not funny. Speaking of which, elder sister Ruyue, a natural beauty like you, do you not have many pursuers? If there are, they can help me block them." Lu Ruyue's pretty face did not show any expression. She said casually, "If I had such a brainless pursuer, I would just kill him with my saber. I would not be able to afford to lose face." The 3 warships slowly landed. Someone immediately told them what happened earlier. The true inheritors of the 3 peaks glanced at Xiao Chun. In the end, they feared Lu Ruyue and did not come over. After a while, the cultivators from the foot of the mountain rushed to the platform. The huge platform was quickly filled with people. It looked like the teachings of a martial monarch had a fatal attraction to cultivators. When Lu Suifeng and the others saw Xiao Chun, they quickly went over. However, Lu Suifeng only greeted Xiao Chun before he rushed over to where the Jade Maiden Peak disciples were. Lu Ruyue snorted coldly, "Useless. Bo." Just at this moment, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared in the surroundings. Ripples could be seen spreading out in the air. This was a sign that a martial monarch was coming. When a cultivator reached the realm of martial monarch, they would have a basic grasp of the laws of space. Traveling 1,000 kilometers in an instant was not a difficult task for them. They would be able to evolve their own laws and become a martial sage in one step, possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had been very few martial sages in the Great Qin nation. Suddenly, the ripples moved quickly and a tiny spatial crack appeared on the high platform of the heaven ascending platform. An old man's figure appeared out of nowhere. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and his body was very lethargic. However, his eyes were as bright as the stars, deep and distant, as if they contained a boundless universe. A powerful aura instantly spread throughout the entire mountain peak. Everyone felt a huge pressure, and the noisy heaven ascending platform instantly fell silent. Xiao Chun looked at the cultivator on the platform and felt astonished. This was probably the strength of a peak martial monarch. He was just one step away from becoming a martial sage. That was if the old man could last that long. I have not come out for a long time. I do not know if I will have the chance to in the future. I will not speak too much nonsense. I will only speak about my past experiences. However, everyone has their own style. Do not blindly follow others. You have to consider your own situation and not bite off more than you can chew. The old man's somewhat hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. It was not loud, but it seemed to imprint itself in their minds, making it impossible to forget. When I was young, I harbored a dream. I brought my beloved saber to the heavenly saber pavilion. I wanted to become the strongest bladesman in the world. I wanted to learn the unblockable saber techniques, the fastest saber techniques in the world. When I grew old, I realized how laughable I was back then. There was the saying, biting off more than you can chew, wanting to reach the heavens in one step. This was the principle. By the time I understood, I had already wasted several decades. Everyone thinks that the saber is tyrannical and ferocious. However, they do not know that every saber has its own emotions. It can be gentle like water, free and unrestrained, or direct. Every bladesman has their own personality. I remember that in the past I met a few demonic geniuses. The saber that accompanied me for many years broke on the spot. I switched to a few sabers and trained bitterly for many years, but I was still no match for those geniuses. Some people are blessed by the heavens. Everyone will meet such geniuses. No matter what, you can change your saber, but the heart of the bladesman cannot be shaken. This old man spoke very slowly. The content of his speech was very different from what Xiao Chun expected. Xiao Chun originally thought that the old man would be talking about a powerful martial technique. Who knew? He only talked about some of the old man's comprehensions and experiences. The old man's tone was extremely calm. He did not cite any classics or make up a long story. The old man only spoke about the problems he faced in every cultivation realm back then. The old man's ordinary experiences, coupled with his ordinary speaking speed, were very calm. However, everyone present had some sort of comprehension. This was because the experiences the old man spoke about were experienced by all the cultivators of different cultivation realms. Many of the problems they had were answered by the old man's words. When the old man spoke about the problems and setbacks he faced when he was a martial grandmaster, Xiao Chun listened very carefully. After that, he combined it with his current situation. Many of the problems he faced were suddenly cleared up. After that, when the old man spoke about the martial saint realm, it was like a beacon for Xiao Chun. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours. Not only did the old man talk about his experiences, he also talked about some of his unique understandings of saber techniques. Every understanding he had would be combined with his own experiences, using practical examples to illustrate. It did not make anyone feel empty. Everyone present could easily understand it. Xiao Chun could not help but admire the old man. This was what a true grandmaster was. He was not pretentious, not talking about big but empty things, not deliberately mystifying things. This was because even if he said it, no one would understand it. It would only confuse the people listening. A person's talent determines how fast they can go. As for a person's perseverance, it determines how far they can go. One cannot give up on oneself because of talent, belittling oneself. Perseverance is the most important thing. After saying this, the old man silently left. His voice was still echoing in everyone's ears, so no one noticed the old man's departure. After a long time, everyone came to their senses. Only then did they realize that the old man had already left for a long time. The stone platform returned to its bustling state. Cultivators walked in groups of 2s and 3s, heading down the mountain and discussing their earlier experiences. Xiao Yang said somewhat excitedly, "As long as I have perseverance, I will become a martial monarch one day." Earlier, the old man talked about how he once met a strong cultivator who cultivated the physical body. That cultivator was as strong as a martial monarch and was extremely strong. Hence Xiao Yang was very encouraged. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything. He agreed with the old man's last sentence. No matter how talented one was, without perseverance, one would not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Lu Riyue looked into the distance at Lu Suifeng, who was smiling as he followed Chu Xinyun. She shook her head and said, "Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng don't go to pick the ice crystal flowers today. Leave it to Yi Chun and Suifeng. I already spoke to Suifeng this morning. You just have to wait for him." Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "Elder Sister Ru, I feel a fire burning in my heart. Let me go." "Burning your head? Lu Rua used the scabbard and knocked heavily on the stout Xiao Yang. Do you really think that you are an expert after listening to a few words? Calm down first. Xiao Yang felt the pain and immediately shut up. He did not say anything else about his blood burning. He followed Lu Rua to the bottom of the mountain. Xiao Chan did not leave. He stood where he was and waited for Lu Suifeng. After a while, Lu Suifeng walked over to Xiao Chan. What made Xiao Chan surprised was that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyun, also followed. Xiao Chan frowned slightly. What is this? This brat Lu Suifeng is too reckless. He is going out to do proper business, but he still brings a girl with him. Lu Suifeng quickly walked over. His handsome face was filled with smiles as he introduced her to Xiao Chan. This is Miss Xinyan from Jade Maiden Peak. This time she is going to Evil Wind Valley with us. Hello, I am Chu Xinyun. Suifeng mentioned you to me before. Chu Xinyun smiled faintly and took the initiative to greet Xiao Chan. When Xiao Chan stood so close to Chu Xinyun, that kind of unforgettable beauty nearly suffocated him. However, Xiao Chan had seen many beauties. He was somewhat immune to them. His expression did not change as he smiled gently. I wonder why Miss Chu is going to Evil Wind Valley with us? Before Chu Xinyun could say anything, Lu Suifeng spoke first. Aside from being a cultivator, Xinyun is also an alchemist. Although she can obtain some herbs in the sect, it is very taxing on her contribution points. Thus she picks most of them herself. Chu Xinyun nodded, tacitly agreeing with Lu Suifeng's words. Xiao Chan was speechless. Looking at their attitudes, Xiao Chan was sure that Lu Suifeng had never even held Chu Xinyun's hand before. Never mind, as long as I can obtain the ice crystal flower, it will be fine. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Chan thought helplessly. The three of them started to descend the mountain. Along the way, Lu Suifeng was very lively. He talked about all sorts of topics. Occasionally, Chu Xinyun would smile gently. She was extremely beautiful, making Lu Suifeng feel very satisfied. Xiao Chan shook his head, but there was nothing he could do. After the three of them descended the mountain, they did not leave Lingyun Mountain Range. Instead, they went to the Spirit Beast workshop of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The journey to Evil Wind Valley was very long. Although the three of them were not slow, they did not want to waste their essence on the journey. Thus they planned to rent a few fast horses. Using their inner disciple identity medallions, the three of them could rent the lowest ranked horses for free. If they wanted to rent spirit beasts, they would have to pay extra money. There were all sorts of spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast workshop. If you had enough spirit stones, you could rent some high-rank spirit beasts to fight for you. However, the three of them could only look at these spirit beasts. Renting them was very expensive. Although Xiao Chan was not lacking in money, it was not good for him to expose himself. Chapter 158. After choosing their horses and registering them, a discordant voice came from behind them. Brother Lu, stop. Xiao Chan turned his head to take a look. It was indeed Song Qianhe riding a 3-meter-tall flame cloud colt towards the crowd. A few Biyun Peak disciples were riding flame cloud colts behind him, slowly following behind him. This flame cloud colt was a rank 3 horse-type spirit beast. Its fur was like a red cloud of fire. It looked very beautiful. Furthermore, when it galloped, it was very fast, like a cloud of fire. When Lu Suifeng saw Song Qianhe, the smile on his face disappeared. He immediately turned his head and said, "Ignore him, let's go." After he spoke, he rode off on his horse. Xiao Chan and Chu Xinyun followed behind. Soon they disappeared from Song Qianhe's vision. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and stroked the horse he was sitting on. He said, "Wait until I take care of your sister. Let's see how angry you are then." Zhang Jin, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Senior brother Song, it was not easy for that brat to leave Qingyun Peak. This is an opportunity. If we are fast, we will be able to catch up to them quickly." Song Qianhe smiled faintly. "I'm free to make my own decisions. Today is the day the ice crystal flower blooms. That sickly man on Qingyun Peak needs to use the ice crystal flower as medicine to prolong his life." It seemed like there was a big conflict between Biyun Peak and Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, the expressions of the Lu sisters would not change immediately when they saw Song Qianhe. Although Xiao Chan was curious, it was obvious that Lu Suifeng did not want to talk about this topic. Thus, Xiao Chen did not ask for a rebuff. The three of them galloped on their horses, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although they were not riding horses like the flame cloud colts, they were still much faster than ordinary horses. After traveling for 4 hours, the three of them finally arrived at Evil Wind Valley. Like before, the area outside of Evil Wind Valley was bustling. This might be the first time Chu Xinyun came to such a place. She was very curious and looked around. However, for an absolute beauty like her, if she did not keep a low profile when she went out, she was destined to be the center of attention. Soon, she attracted the attention of all the cultivators outside the valley. Xiao Chan could even hear some people swallowing their saliva. It was as wretched as one could imagine. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart, hoping that there would not be any trouble. Fortunately, the silver tokens on their waists clearly indicated their identities. These outer sect disciples could only look at them and did not dare to do anything improper. Even the most ordinary disciple in the inner sect could easily crush 3 outer sect disciples. This was caused by the strict elimination system of the last place. At this moment, Lu Suifeng's complexion had already recovered. He familiarly found a place to store the horses, then the three of them quickly entered Evil Wind Valley. Xinyun, I'm afraid something might happen. How about we go pick the ice crystal flower first? Lu Suifeng asked Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun smiled faintly. I have no objections. After all, I am not in a rush for my medicinal pill. Just treat it as going down the mountain to take in the scenery. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he smiled. He quickly walked towards the place where the ice crystal flower was. There was a senior in Qingyun Peak who needed the ice crystal flower as an ingredient to prolong his life. Thus, every once in a while, Lu Suifeng would come to pick it. Fortunately, that senior was almost fully recovered. After picking it this time, he should be able to make a complete recovery. There would not be any more trouble in the future. Lu Suifeng led the way in front. He had come to this place more than once or twice. He was much more familiar with it than Xiao Chan. As they walked, they passed through the river and the forest. They did not meet any spirit beasts before they arrived at the cliff. Something's wrong, there's a problem. The three of them had just walked out of the forest when a strong smell of blood came with the cool breeze. Lu Suifeng's expression turned cold as he rushed forward. Below the tall cliff lay the corpses of 2 young ice apes. Their chests were torn open and the valuable internal organs and spirit cores had all been taken away. Looking at the cliff, the place where the ice crystal flower used to be was now empty. The ice crystal flower, even its leaves, had been pulled out by someone. This was a medicine that could be used to save lives. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by someone. Lu Suifeng revealed a blank expression as he muttered, "How can this be? Who is so wicked to pull out the roots?" Xiao Chan looked at the corpses of the young ice apes on the ground. The blood had yet to coagulate and the jagged teeth on the wounds were still very clear. This meant that this group of people had not left for long. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and spread it out continuously. In an instant, the surrounding 2,000 meters was imprinted in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen eliminated the cultivators one by one. Finally, 2 medial-grade martial grandmasters were stared at by Xiao Chen. The silver medallions on their waists were very eye-catching. Retracting his spiritual sense, he turned it into a line and scanned the 2 of them. Indeed, he saw that one of them had an entire ice crystal flower wrapped in his bosom. After the 2 of them walked for a long time, they stopped in a dense forest. A group of cultivators riding on flame cloud colts had been waiting there for a long time. The person leading them was Song Qianhe. He received the ice crystal flower and revealed a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Lu Rua, let's see how you are going to reject me this time. When I completely subdue you, Qingyun Peak will naturally be annexed by my Biyun Peak." Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He felt a rage in his heart for no reason. He revealed a heavy killing chi on his face and his expression became very sharp. Beside this group of people, there was an outer sect cultivator dressed in luxurious robes. It was the man with the scar, Yan Tianjing, who had mocked Xiao Chan previously. Yan Tianjing smiled faintly. "Elder brother Song, I did a pretty good job, right? I have the most spies in the outer sect. If you want me to keep an eye on someone, I will definitely be able to find out everything about them." This Yan Tianjing was the second young master of the Shihe province's Yan clan. He had a very strong background. Song Qianhe did not dare to slight him. He smiled slowly and said, "Brother Yan, you must be joking. How can you say that you are doing me a favor? Song owe you a favor. I can give you a spot in Biyun Peak at any time." Yan Tianjing smiled in satisfaction. He had worked so hard for Song Qianhe for this result. If he could enter Biyun Peak, his position in the clan would immediately rise. Xiao Chan could not be bothered to continue listening. He placed a spiritual mark on Song Qianhe's body before quickly withdrawing his spiritual sense. Lu Suifeng still had a confused expression. Chu Xinyun, who was beside him, did not know how to persuade him. Xiao Chan thought for a while before saying, "This ice crystal flower was taken by Song Qianhe." Song Qianhe? Lu Suifeng was stunned when he heard this. He immediately said, "Yi Chun, how did you know?" Of course Xiao Chun could not tell him this. He could only lie. "I have a secret treasure that can sense things very strongly. Earlier, I saw 2 inner disciples hand the ice crystal flower over to Song Qianhe." "How hateful!" Lu Suifeng said angrily. His right hand hammered down on the mountain wall violently. Cracks appeared on the stone wall and pieces of rock fell down. "This Lu Suifeng must be trying to use the ice crystal flower to threaten my sister. Previously, his father wanted to use the excuse of marriage to invade my Qingyun Peak. After my sister rejected him, he did not give up. Now, he is using this despicable method." Chu Xinyun's thoughts were more meticulous. She said to Xiao Chan, "Yi Chan, how many people did Song Qianhe bring? What are their cultivations like?" Xiao Chan replied, "Including him, there is a total of 10 inner disciples. The one with the highest cultivation is Song Qianhe, a peak martial grandmaster. Aside from that, there is an outer disciple, Yan Tianjing, an inferior grade martial grandmaster. He was the one who found out Lu Suifeng's whereabouts and reported it to Song Qianhe." When Chu Xinyun heard this, her pretty face revealed a worried expression. The weakest inner disciple was a medial grade martial grandmaster. Adding in Yan Tianjing, they had a total of 11 martial grandmasters. On her side, there were only 3 people. The difference in strength was too great. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. He said coldly, "I don't care about anything else. We have to obtain the ice crystal flower. Otherwise, my sister might really fall into that bastard's hands. Yi Chun, lead the way. We have to intercept them before they leave the valley." Xiao Chan nodded his head and felt for the spiritual imprint he had obtained. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and circled around the small path towards that group of people. His figure leaped across the ground, moving as fast as lightning. Along the way, Xiao Chan kept thinking of countermeasures. The inner disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion were all elites. Within the same cultivation realm, ordinary cultivators were far from being a match for them. Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless. Suddenly Xiao Chan stopped and said, "The distance is too far. Furthermore, they are riding flame cloud colts. We will not be able to catch up to them." After Xiao Chan spoke, he did not care about the two's shock. A silver warship shot out from his eyes and he quickly said, "Quickly get on." The situation was urgent. Although Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng were shocked, they did not have the chance to ask. They jumped on without saying anything else. After the 2 of them got on, Xiao Chan activated the formations on the silver warship with all his might. He turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flew forward. After a short while, Xiao Chan arrived in front of Song Qianhe and the others. Xiao Chan quickly descended and leaped onto a big tree. "They should be passing by here. Don't show any mercy, kill them all." Xiao Chen's words did not contain any emotions. They were incomparably cold. Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng trembled in fear. Chu Xinyun said, "Yi Chun, killing a fellow disciple is a huge crime in Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If you are discovered, you will be tortured to death. We can discuss this with Song Qianhe." "How naive," Xiao Chan smiled coldly. "Do you think everyone is as pure as you? If you are afraid, you don't have to participate. Being soft-hearted will only ruin things. This matter has nothing to do with you in the first place." When Chu Xinyun heard this, she was stunned. She frowned slightly. She was so angered by Xiao Chan that she choked. She did not expect Xiao Chan to be so direct. There was no man in Heavenly Saber Pavilion who dared to speak to her like that. Lu Suifeng also advised from the side. This time it might really be a fight to the death. Xinyun, you better stay back. Dong! 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 The sound of horses galloping came from the front. There were slight tremors on the ground. Xiao Chun was hidden on top of a tree, and he could feel the tree shaking slightly. He took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrow. He focused and drew the bowstring. There was nothing else in his eyes, he just stared straight ahead. Chapter 159. So, when Song Qianhe and the others appeared in Xiao Chun's vision, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to release the Essence Light arrow. The Essence Light arrow turned into a beam of light, carrying a boundless killing chi as it flew forward rapidly. This arrow was not aimed at Song Qianhe. This battle was too dangerous. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless and wanted to kill him in one strike. This arrow was aimed at the weakest person in the group, Zhang Jin. As the horses galloped, dust billowed. Suddenly Song Qianhe, who was on horseback, felt a killing chi. When he saw a cold light flying in front of him, he quickly jumped off his horse and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly dismount!" Xiao Chun was astonished in his heart. Fortunately, he did not aim the Essence Light arrow at this person. Looking at his reaction speed, this arrow might not be able to do anything. Zhang Jin was preparing to dismount when the Essence Light arrow pierced his throat with a so sound. The arrow carried a huge force and instantly pulled him off his horse. His body flew backwards and knocked into a cultivator. The flame cloud colt he was riding on was startled and jumped around frantically. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Amidst the chaos, another Essence Light arrow flew by gracefully. The flame cloud colt under him was immediately startled and jumped around wildly. The scene instantly turned chaotic. In the midst of the chaos, another Essence Light arrow flew by gracefully. A Biyun Peak disciple was pierced through the throat and pinned to the ground. When Xiao Chun saw that there were no more opportunities, he put away the Soul Slayer bow and took out the Lunar Shadow Saber. He said, "Make your move. Remember to help me delay Song Qianhe." Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chun kill two people from Biyun Peak in the blink of an eye. After all, these were fellow disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chun attack as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, he had killed two Biyun Peak disciples. After all, these were fellow disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Xiao Chun descended from the sky and landed beside Song Qianhe. Behind the flame cloud colt, Song Qianhe saw Xiao Chun's appearance clearly. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "It's you, Lu Ruyue's disciple. You actually dare to kill the people of my Biyun Peak. You are truly seeking death." The moment he spoke, the remaining 8 cultivators all poked their heads out. When they saw that Xiao Chun was alone, their initial fear instantly vanished. They surrounded Xiao Chun aggressively. "Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being merciful. Kill him," Song Qianhe said with a cold expression. Clank clank. The sound of a saber being unsheathed could be heard. The saber light rose up and the wind howled. 8 silhouettes rushed towards Xiao Chun quickly. Boundless killing intent swept towards Xiao Chun. Song Qianhe did not make a move. In his eyes, Xiao Chun was already a dead man. There was no need to pay any attention to him. He looked into the distance and saw 2 figures rushing over quickly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. "That's good as well. It gives me an excuse to make my move on you." Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chun's expression was calm as he executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A strong gust of wind rose from his body. His figure was already in the air, continuously changing his position. Saber lights shot out in all directions and energy flew everywhere. There were clanging sounds. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, left behind a series of afterimages. In an instant he sent out countless saber strikes. Even though he moved later, he arrived first, attacking the 8 people first. His figure flickered. It was hard to tell which was the real one. The people of Biyun Peak looked at Xiao Chun, who was in the air. They could not figure out his figure at all. They could only passively block when the saber light flashed by. In an instant, Xiao Chan single-handedly dealt with these 8 people. Furthermore, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Xiao Chan even held the upper hand. The boundless saber lights seemed endless. Combined with the afterimages in the air, it was dazzling. After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Chen's body paused in the air. The blue dragon in the river in his body leaped up ferociously. Xiao Chen's feet pushed off the air as though he was on flat ground. His body quickly flipped backward. When they landed, the 8 cultivators all had a few wounds on their bodies. Yan Tunjing, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted angrily, "I'll smack you to death!" Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It covered the sun, as though it covered the sky, and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this Yan Tianjing to be a Yan clan disciple with an inherited martial spirit. He pushed off the ground and quickly dodged. The remaining 7 people did not stop moving. They quickly rushed at Xiao Chen. Saber lights flashed wantonly. The 7 of them used their martial techniques, taking turns to attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not panic in the face of danger. He brought out all the comprehensions he had gained in the past few days. Using only the basic saber techniques, he broke the martial techniques of these people one by one. There were 8 saber techniques: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. Xiao Chen made use of every opportunity he had. He continuously executed them as he fought with the 7 people. Occasionally, he dodged the huge black palm descending from above. The heaven-ranked movement technique, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, allowed Xiao Chen's body to be as nimble as a flood dragon. Although the situation was dangerous, he was not injured at all. These 7 people were Biyun Peak disciples. Normally, they trained together. Now that they worked together, their movements were perfect. Xiao Chen could not find any openings in a short period of time. Both sides could only fight in a stalemate. On the other side, Lu Suifeng knew that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. He did not hesitate to draw his saber and fight with Song Qianhe. The 2 of them had grasped the martial techniques of Qingyun Peak and Biyun Peak. Their fight was very intense. However, Song Qianhe's cultivation realm was higher than Lu Suifeng's. He had the upper hand. If it were not for Chu Xinyun helping him, he would have been in danger. Chu Xinyun, have you forgotten the rules of Heavenly Saber Pavilion? They dared to attack their fellow sect members. They have already committed a capital offense. If you continue to fight, you will be considered an accomplice. Song Qianhe saw that the fight was not going to end, so he used psychological tactics and shouted at Chu Xinyun. These words struck Chu Xinyun's weak point. Her hands could not help but pause for a moment. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and took advantage of the opportunity. 3 saber lights appeared in the air. His body was like flowing water and his speed doubled. This was Biyun Peak's 3 flowing cloud images. Lu Suifeng, who had been working together with Chu Xinyun, was caught off guard. He was struck by 3 saber lights, and 3 bloody wounds appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed out. Seeing Lu Suifeng injured, Chu Xinyun quickly recovered and blocked Song Qianhe's killing move. The 2 of them worked together to block Song Qianhe's attack once again. However, it was clear that they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen easily dealt with the saber lights of the 7 people. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh to himself. At the crucial moment of life and death, Chu Xinyun is still in a daze. This little girl is unreliable. Shua. Noticing that Xiao Chen was distracted, one of them took the opportunity to increase his speed. The saber in his hand left a small wound on Xiao Chen's arm. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. After fighting for so long, they finally managed to injure Xiao Chen. Their morale could not help but increase. The cold light on their sabers became even sharper. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. When he saw the huge black hand descending on him again, he purposely slowed down his pace. Xiao Chen was struck by the shockwave from the huge black hand. He stumbled and fell to the ground. After that, he quickly got up in a sorry state. Xiao Chen's back was facing the crowd, and he immediately revealed an opening. A few more saber lights landed on Xiao Chen's body. By the time Xiao Chen turned around, his body was already covered in wounds. He had a pained expression on his face. He looked very miserable. There is no need to waste time. Everyone, put in more effort and kill him quickly. Yan Tianjing, who was at the side, sent out another black hand image as he said excitedly. The 7 Biyun Peak disciples became excited as well. Whoever killed Xiao Chan first would be rewarded greatly. At that time, Song Qianhe would definitely reward them handsomely. Their essence was rapidly depleting as they continuously executed all sorts of killing moves. Their originally well-coordinated footwork was now in disarray. They only wanted to kill Xiao Chun quickly. However, these people did not notice that although there were many wounds on Xiao Chen's body, they were not fatal. Furthermore, the wounds were not deep. They were only superficial wounds. Although it looked like a bloody mess, it was actually all superficial wounds on his body. For the past 2 months, Xiao Chan had been tempering his body every day. Regular attacks could no longer leave behind any fatal wounds on his body. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely unsightly as he quickly retreated. His footsteps were very disorderly. Facing the attacks of the torrential rain, he was like a floating leaf swaying left and right. He was surrounded by danger. It seemed like as long as there was one final strike, Xiao Chan would immediately die without a complete corpse. Just at this moment, a Biyun Peak disciple had already left the group far behind because he was in too much of a hurry. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He stopped moving and a boundless flame started to burn in the depths of his right eye. When that person saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he rejoiced. He leaped into the air and hacked at Xiao Chen's head with his saber, creating a strong wind. When the saber was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chen's forehead, a flame as thick as a pinky suddenly spewed out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Its speed was extremely fast and it pierced through that person's chest. A hole appeared in that person's chest. He revealed an incredulous expression. When he saw the hole in his chest rapidly expanding, he was incomparably horrified. That person wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing he could do to stop the spread of the flame. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of ashes and fell to the ground. Xiaojiu. The sudden turn of events caught the Biyun Peak disciples off guard. 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were on good terms with Xiaojiu lost their rationality. They roared angrily and leaped into the air. 3 saber lights, each about 6 meters long, hacked down at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan revealed a disdainful smile. Although this irrational attack looked ferocious, it was actually full of openings. If he used some skill, he could easily receive it. He took a small step back with his right foot and tilted his body slightly, using the 8 steps of the pull formula. He executed the 8 moves of the saber technique, and with a huang-dang sound, the lunar shadow saber easily blocked the 3 saber strikes. The huge black hand in the sky condensed again. It wanted to make use of this opportunity to smash down on Xiao Chun. You are really never-ending. Xiao Chan snorted coldly and pointed his left hand to the sky. Using his fingers as a sword, a similarly huge black hand appeared. The 2 fingers of the huge hand were like a sharp sword, instantly breaking Yan Tianjing's dragon-seizing hand. Chapter 160. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He opened his left hand and the huge black hand turned into a huge mountain with 5 fingers. How can this be? My Yin clan's dragon-seizing hand does not have an inherited martial spirit. It is impossible to execute it. How could he learn it? Under Yan Tianjing's disbelieving gaze, the huge hand smashed down and pushed him to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and the blue dragon martial spirit in his body roared ferociously. A boundless essence poured into his right hand. Xiao Chun swung the lunar shadow saber ferociously, creating a strong wind. He flung away the 3 people in the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The saber lit up with a resplendent electric light. He quickly executed drawing the saber. This was the rushing thunder saber technique that was close to great perfection. This saber strike was as fast as lightning. It brought with it a bone-chilling cold wind. It directly chopped the person who was preparing to sneak attack him in half. When the 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were flung to the ground saw their companion chopped in half at the waist by Xiao Chen, the huge visual impact caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. They stood there blankly for a moment before rushing over again. Xiao Chen smiled gently and took a step forward. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Xiao Chen's aura slowly rose. Facing the 3 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him, Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt tightly with his right hand. He casually pulled and drew a resplendent arc in the air. The arc flickered with electric light. "Explode!" Xiao Chun shouted, and the electric light on the arc trembled violently, giving off a loud sound. It created a sharp shockwave. The air exploded like flowing water, and the three people were immediately knocked back. Footsteps came from behind. The remaining three people had already surrounded him from behind. Xiao Chun ignored them. Accompanied by a bolt of lightning, his body soared into the sky. This rushing heaven chop had already been executed to perfection by Xiao Chun. His body seemed to tear through space as he streaked across the sky like a beam of light. The rainbow light disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a long distance, there was a loud explosion. A cultivator's body was pierced through, exploding into pieces. Hovering in the air, Xiao Chun's body strangely paused in the air. Thunderclaps continued to explode behind him. The sound waves shook the surroundings, causing the leaves in the dense forest to fall. Because he was afraid of being distracted, Song Qianhe had not been paying attention to the battle at the side. Now that Xiao Chun had caused such a huge commotion, he had no choice but to look. In the end, Song Qianhe turned pale with fright. Originally, he thought he could easily take down Xiao Chun. However, he had already killed 3 Biyun Peak disciples. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were astonished at Xiao Chun's strength. They quickly delayed Song Qianhe, preventing him from helping. The battle between the three of them became even more intense. Song Qianhe was very anxious. His attacks became heavier and heavier, forcing the two of them to retreat. However, after Chu Xinyun used her true strength, the two of them had no problem blocking Song Qianhe's attacks. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chun shouted, and his saber gave off a bright glow. It was like lightning descending from the sky. Xiao Chun landed on the head of a Biyun Peak disciple. The lunar shadow saber quickly chopped down, and a ka sound rang out. The spirit weapon that person used to block was instantly split in half. The lunar shadow saber did not stop as it continued to descend, chopping that person in half from head to toe. Looking at the two people at the side, Xiao Chun did not stop at all. His movements were like flowing water as he executed the rushing thunder second chain chop, taking advantage of the situation. Xiao Chun's aura rose to its peak. The feeling he gave off now was like the god of thunder. The rushing thunder second chain chop that he had accumulated energy for 4 moves was executed. The force contained in the saber had reached its peak. Its speed was also at its peak, making it impossible for anyone to block it. Shua! The two people at the side were cleanly cut into 2 halves. The flickering electric light on the blade charred the 2 corpses black from the electric shock. There are still 3 left. Xiao Chun withdrew his saber and stood upright. The aura on his body slowly dissipated. At this moment, the 3 people were already scared out of their wits. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They were afraid that Song Qianhe would settle the score with them later. If that happened, they would not have a good time in Biyun Peak. His essence should be almost exhausted. There is no need to be afraid. The 3 of them comforted each other and rushed at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and his body suddenly became blurry like flowing water. The lunar shadow saber in his hand split into 3 afterimages, and his speed instantly doubled. This is the 3 flowing cloud images. How does he know it? This was a secret technique that only the true inheritors of Biyun Peak could learn. After it reached great perfection, it had the might of an earth-ranked martial technique. Now that Xiao Chun executed it, the 3 of them could not understand. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun moved like flowing water. He left a horrifying wound on each of them, causing blood to flow. Interesting. Xiao Chun thought to himself. He did not expect the 3 flowing cloud images to have such might when imitating it with the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. It was as gentle and silent as flowing water, but it had the momentum of a surging river. It flowed without end and could move at will, making it hard to grasp. This was the essence of the 3 flowing cloud images. After executing the 3 flowing cloud images, Xiao Chun suddenly comprehended something. Sudden comprehension was a wondrous state that could only be discovered and not sought. Xiao Chun completely forgot about the situation and his surroundings. He was immersed in the state of the 3 flowing cloud images. Using the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, Xiao Chun continuously simulated the 3 flowing cloud images. His entire body seemed to have turned into a small trickling river, flowing continuously. The river water slowly became turbulent, turning into a gushing river. It surged forward and created countless waves. That's not right, this is not the feeling that the three flowing cloud images want. Xiao Chan shook his head and his footwork started to change. The gushing river slowly calmed down, turning into a pool of calm seawater. There were no ripples on the surface of the sea. It was as smooth as a mirror. The clouds in the sky moved quickly in the sea. It was like there was another sky here. The water under the sea flowed slowly. The huge rocks that were as tall as mountains were silently eroded by the water, turning into small depressions. Xiao Chen suddenly woke up. When he looked at his surroundings, he could not help but be startled. He had actually walked 100 meters without realizing it. The three Biyun Peak disciples were also dragged over by Xiao Chan. There was not a single part of their skin that was unscathed. They were covered in wounds of varying depths. They could not be any more dead. Wherever Xiao Chan passed by, a 1-meter-wide gully appeared. It was like flowing water had flowed through it. It was so smooth that there were no ripples at all. Song Qianhe looked at all this in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered, "This is the state of perfection like water. Even my father has not reached this state." Taking advantage of the moment Song Qianhe was distracted, Lu Suifeng shouted and the saber light on his saber sword. As the saber light approached, Song Qianhe felt a dangerous aura. He quickly recovered his wits and swung his saber to block this attack. Xiao Chan took a step forward and stared at Song Qianhe, who was fighting. Yan Tianjing, who was beside him, had already recovered and was struggling to stand up. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chan did not even bother looking at him. A huge black palm appeared from nowhere. He clenched his fingers and turned them into a huge fist. The ground trembled and Yan Tianjing was smashed into meat paste. Xiao Chan had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Song Qianhe. He used his spiritual sense to form a huge deity in the air. That deity opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a torch as it tore through the air and stared at Song Qianhe. This was a deity that was once imitated by an ancient sage. Naturally, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was not as strong as a sage's. However, it was more than enough to deal with Song Qianhe. Song Qianhe, who was fighting with Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun, felt a formless pressure. It was like a pair of eyes pierced through time and entered his mind. As Xiao Cheng got closer, the pressure slowly increased. He felt like his heartbeat was synchronized with Xiao Chen's footsteps. Bang! 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 The sound of his heartbeat became louder and louder, like it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. Song Qianhe thought to himself, what's going on? That person is just an inferior grade martial master. There is no need to panic, I need to remain calm. Although he was doing his best to remain calm, it was like his limbs were bound by something. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to leave many wounds on Song Qianhe's body. Xiao Chan did not make a move. He simply stood quietly at the side and continuously focused his spiritual sense on that deity. Golden halos appeared behind the deity that could not be seen with the naked eye. The golden light was very dazzling and resplendent. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the deity's eyes. The golden light seeped into Song Qianhe's soul. Song Qianhe's body trembled and his eyes opened wide. His body was actually temporarily restricted. After the deity shot out this golden light, it immediately shattered. Xiao Chan took advantage of this opportunity and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body turned into a flood dragon and soared into the sky. He created a cloud of dust as he passed by Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. In an instant, he arrived before Song Qianhe and hacked at his chest. Boom! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. This fellow actually wore a superior grade earth-ranked battle armor on his chest. Xiao Chen's saber strike did not kill him in one strike. However, the huge force gathered on the saber sent Song Qianhe flying. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had suffered significant internal injuries. Song Qianhe came to his senses. Seeing that he had lost the upper hand, he turned around to leave. Trying to run? Leave the ice crystal flower behind. Lu Suifeng roared angrily and flew up. The small saber in his hand spun continuously in his palm. He casually tossed it out, and the spinning small saber caused the surrounding air currents to blow up an intense hurricane. The hurricane rose from the ground and instantly engulfed Song Qianhe. Miserable cries came from within. When the hurricane stopped, Song Qianhe fell heavily from the sky, his body covered in wounds. Xiao Qian went forward and removed the universe ring from his hand. Xiao Qian gently touched it, and a large number of inferior-grade spirit stones fell out. There were also many good quality medicinal pills and gold notes. Xiao Qian found the ice crystal flower and handed it to Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng revealed a faint smile and happily received it. Seeing at least 100 inferior-grade spirit stones on the ground, the smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He asked Xiao Qian, "What do we do with these spirit stones?" His meaning was very clear. He wanted to split the spoils. However, Chu Xinyun was here, so Lu Suifeng could not say it out loud. He wanted Xiao Qian to say it. Chapter 161. How could Xiao Qian not know what he meant? He cursed in his heart and smiled faintly. What else can we do? Split it among the three of us. When Song Qianhe, who was severely injured by Qingyun Peak's secret technique, saw that Xiao Qian wanted to split his spirit stones, he scolded angrily. "You bunch of paupers trash. Don't touch my spirit stones, otherwise I..." Xiao Qian could not be bothered with him. He stepped on his face and interrupted him. After that, he stomped on his face a few times. Withdrawing his foot, Xiao Qian slowly placed the lunar shadow saber on Song Qianhe's throat. The danger of death frightened Song Qianhe until he turned pale. "Don't kill me, my father is the Peak Master of Biyun Peak. He is already a Peak Martial King. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape," Chu Xinyun advised. "Young Master Yi, we cannot kill Song Qianhe. If we kill him, we will have no way out." Xiao Qian found it funny. Even at this moment, she is still talking about not killing Song Qianhe. If I let Song Qianhe go, could it be that I am waiting for him to recover and seek trouble for me? Just as Xiao Qian was deep in thought, a dagger flashing with a cold light suddenly appeared in Song Qianhe's sleeves. He got up and stabbed at Xiao Qian. Song Qianhe seemed to have prepared this move for a long time. It was incomparably fast. Although Xiao Qian was deep in thought, he kept his guard up. Just as the cold light was about to reach him, he quickly dodged to the side, dodging the killing move that Song Qianhe had prepared for a long time. Pusiai. Seeing Xiao Qian dodge, Song Qianhe instantly changed his target. His right hand moved quickly and the dagger stabbed into Chu Xinyun's body. It dyed her pure white clothes red. Song Qianhe did not stop and quickly let go, pushing Chu Xinyun away. There were still a few flame cloud colts there. It was an opportunity for him to escape. Xiao Qian's expression turned cold. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Just as Song Qianhe was about to mount a flame cloud colt, it grabbed him tightly. Xiao Qian pulled back with his right hand, causing Song Qianhe to scream as he was pulled back. With a loud bang, Song Qianhe landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Qian went up and stepped on Song Qianhe's face, continuously stepping on it. After a while, Song Qianhe's handsome face was badly mutilated from being stepped on. He groaned in pain. "Don't kill me." Xiao Qian could not be bothered with him. A cold light flashed on the lunar shadow saber and he hacked at Song Qianhe's neck. When Chu Xinyun, who was in Lu Suifeng's embrace, saw this, she said weakly, "Yi-chan, don't kill him, you can't. Were all women so narrow-minded? You nearly died, yet you still say not to kill me." Xiao Qian smiled coldly to himself. He paused for a moment before continuing to chop down. Every true inheritor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a trace of qi stored in the main hall. If you kill him, they will investigate your identity immediately. The Divine Saber Camp will chase you to the ends of the world, Chu Xinyun said anxiously. There is such a thing? Xiao Qian knew a little about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. It represented the most elite force of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Everyone in there was an expert and they had a lot of combat experience. Xiao Qian felt very depressed. He spun his saber and the back of the lunar shadow saber hacked at Song Qianhe's neck, knocking him out. When Chu Xinyun saw the situation, her pale face relaxed. She took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Qian. "There is a medicinal pill in there. Feed it to him later, and it will erase all his memories of today." Xiao Qian was slightly stunned. He received the medicinal pill and pried open Song Qianhe's mouth. Then he ruthlessly shoved the medicinal pill down Song Qianhe's throat. Lu Suifeng looked at the wound on Chu Xinyun's chest. He did not know what to do. He said anxiously, "Yichan, what should we do? The dagger is still stuck in Xinyun's body. Should we pull it out?" Xiaochen frowned slightly. He lowered his body and looked at it carefully. Song Qianhe's move was very ferocious. It was very strong. Song Qianhe had stabbed the entire dagger in. Fortunately, the situation was urgent and he did not injure any vital points. The dagger was stuck in Xinyun's left shoulder. Lu Suifeng had already sealed a few acupoints nearby, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "Put this medicinal pill in first. I will try to see if I can pull it out now." Xiaochan took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun received the blood-replenishing pill and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She was not in a rush to put it in. Instead, she asked, "Yichan, did you refine this yourself?" Xiaochan was currently trying to figure out how to pull out the dagger stuck in her left chest. He did not have the time to answer her question in detail, so he just nodded his head vaguely. Xiaochan turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and sent it into the wound. He saw that there were countless tiny hooks on both sides of the dagger. They were tightly embedded in Chu Xinyun's flesh. Xiaochan took in a deep breath of cold air. His impression of Chu Xinyun changed slightly. The hooks were tightly embedded in the wound. It was easy to imagine what kind of pain it would bring to her. Chu Xinyun was in such great pain, yet she was able to remain so calm. It was not simple. Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, asked, "Yichan, are you confident? This dagger has to be pulled out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more serious it will be." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Naturally, he understood this principle. However, he was not a professional. Although he had his own ideas, he was not 100% sure that it would work. There are many hooks on this dagger. They are already embedded in the flesh. Furthermore, the wound is very deep. I am not very confident. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochan decided to speak the truth. Xiaochan placed the jade cloud pill in his mouth. The refreshing medicinal energy turned into a cooling sensation as it gathered at the wound and slowly circulated around. Chu Xinyun felt the pain lessen significantly. She revealed a warm smile as she said, "I believe in you. Do it." Lu Suifeng also said from the side, "Yichan, do it. Be decisive, don't drag this out." This Lu Suifeng made it sound simple. This concerns a human life. How can I not be cautious? Xiaochen thought to himself. Xiaochan took out a piece of wood from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. "Here, put it in your mouth." "What is this for?" Chu Xinyun asked suspiciously as she received the piece of wood. Xiaochan was a little speechless. He did not expect that she would not understand such a simple principle. He explained, "Although I know you are very good at enduring, the instant I pull the dagger out, it will be extremely painful. I'm afraid you will not be able to resist biting off your own tongue." When Chu Xinyun heard how horrifying Xiao Qin's explanation was, she was somewhat afraid. She slowly placed the piece of wood in her mouth. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, "Can I ask Miss Xinyun a few questions? Just shake your head or nod your head to answer me." Chu Xinyun nodded her head. Xiao Chan asked, "Miss Xinyun's double eyelids, are they natural or acquired? Are you born with one eye and you shake your head the other day?" What a strange question. Chu Xinyun's face was filled with doubt. However, she still nodded her head. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and continued to ask, "Then Xinyun is really a natural beauty. There should be many guys chasing after her in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right?" A blush appeared on Chu Xinyun's pale face. She looked like a pure little red flower in the depths of the mountains. She looked exceptionally pure. Although she was embarrassed, Chu Xinyun still nodded her head. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and continued asking, "With so many pursuers, has Miss Xinyun taken a fancy to any of them? Have you ever had a passionate relationship with one of them?" Xiao Qin's questions were getting more and more embarrassing. Chu Xinyun's neck was already red. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex was so direct, asking her such a question in front of her. She shook her head to indicate that she had not. Xiao Chan continued to ask such questions. slowly diverting Chu Xinyun's attention. His right hand had already unknowingly grasped the dagger hilt. Xiao Chun was extremely focused. He focused all his spiritual sense on the wound where the dagger was inserted. He carefully observed the taut flesh on the barb of the dagger. It's time, Xiao Chun thought to himself. It's time to be ruthless. Xiao Chun had a smile on his face as he said very sincerely, if that is the case, then Miss Xinyun has no experience with men. What kind of question is this? Lu Suifeng's jaw dropped. He did not expect Xiao Chun to ask such a perverted question. Chu Xinyun's mind also went blank. Her eyes revealed anger as she stared at Xiao Chun. It was like she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with her. The instant he asked the question, he focused all his attention on the wound. He did not dare to be distracted. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense could feel Chu Xinyun's emotions fluctuating rapidly. The flesh on the barb of the dagger started to contract rapidly. Shua! Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity. When the barb of the dagger was completely squeezed out, he decisively pulled the dagger out. Blood spurted out and splattered all over Xiao Chun's face. Xiao Chun quickly pressed on the acupoints in front of the wound. Only then did the blood stop spurting out. Looking at the smooth dagger, aside from blood, there was no flesh on it. Xiao Chun smiled in satisfaction. Chu Xinyun had not recovered her wits yet. She was distracted earlier and had almost forgotten about the dagger in her wound. The sudden intense pain caused her to frown. Her facial features scrunched up as she bit the piece of wood in her mouth. After a long time, she finally caught her breath and spat out the piece of wood in her mouth. Thinking of the earlier question, she could not care about her weak body. She sent a slap at Xiao Chun and scolded, "Hooligan!" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and easily grabbed Chu Xinyun's wrist. He used his palm to strike her neck heavily, causing her to faint. Lu Suifeng asked anxiously, "Yi Chun, what are you doing?" Xiao Chun explained, "She is extremely weak now. Her body will not be able to take it if she gets angry like that. It is best for her to rest first." Actually, Xiao Chun felt a little guilty in his heart. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would continue to cause trouble. Oh! Lu Suifeng nodded and suddenly remembered the earlier matter.